Hello, everyone. I think we're live. We're live, Roy. It's Masters of the Arena. Okay, well, we'll know if it's exploding or not in 30 seconds because we've got a 30-second delay on. Very uncharacteristic for the stream.
30-second delay?
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Yeah, I mean, look, well, look. I mean, I don't want any funny business, right? We don't want any of that. But anyway, welcome one and all to Masters of the Arena 3, right at the start of a brand new Guild Wars 2 expansion, Visions of Eternity. We've got the new builds, the new elite specializations, a lot of crazy stuff going on here, and a lot of teams as well. Okay, the only thing we're missing is, well, eyebrows, apparently. But it's going to be absolutely insane stuff, guys. It is going to be epic. So much exciting stuff to go, to talk about. So many exciting games to go over the next 2 days. So yeah, it's going to be good stuff. It's going to be very good stuff indeed. And I think, look, it's also worth noting, guys, that once again, we are actually back. We're going to be raising some money as well for charity while we're doing it. We've got esports. Nice. We've got charity going on. Okay, we've got gaming. Like, this is, honestly, it's going to be one hell of a weekend. I am really, really excited to get into this. And, well, to be frank, we're basically ready to go. We're going to do a little brief overview of how this tournament works, guys. It's not rocket science. Don't worry about it. And then we're going to start the games. So, basic idea, guys. We got 12 teams. It's a double elimination bracket. That means everyone gets to play a good chunk of matches. It's cross-region. We've got EU teams. We've got NA teams. So we're going to be hopping between servers at the same time. We're going to be picking and banning maps as well. As we proceed through the tournament, which is also going to be really fun. And we're also going with blind comp picks as well. So in other words, the teams don't get to like kind of counter pick each other. They're all joining at the same time, essentially. So they have to kind of commit to a comp and then go from there.
They're going to be messaging the admins the comp they're playing before they join. So like, it's not a case of, oh, we're going to wait a little bit longer for the other team to join. Once they say what their class they're playing, they're locked in. And also, it's good to note that you are not allowed to stack specs in this tournament. So if you have a evoker on your team, you have one evoker. You don't have two.
No questionable stuff going on because obviously,
It's a strong spec, you know.
It absolutely is. You know like we don't want to see any. We don't want to see any weird stuff going on. Maybe you run like five bunker builds or something, like 5 bunker DHs. It could happen. 5 bunker luminaries. Weird stuff could happen. So we're obviously trying to prevent that. But yeah, let's go ahead and get on into it, guys. And actually, one more thing before we have a look at the bracket. As you can see, we've got these kind of progress bars at the bottom there for the prize pool, which you can contribute to, by the way, guys, by checking out !mota in the chat. And you can learn about Cure Rare Disease as well with !CRD. It's a fantastic charity. We've worked with them many times before, actually, on some of our previous events. Very happy to be doing so again. And to be honest, he's a mysterious guy. There are going to be random legendary giveaways with certain gold and cash goals. That's all I can say. Falco's going to be throwing some stuff at you guys. So get in there and you can also, I guess, redistribute that to the people as well at the same time. But yeah. Wait, actually, real quick, actually, are you, you're in the arena, right? Yeah. Yeah, I need them to confirm comps to you. Look, we're doing live admin here, guys. I need them to confirm comps to you, otherwise it will show on the stream. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket, guys, and how things are going to go down. And then we're going to leap into our first game, which, by the way, is going to be Team Sugar Crush versus Driven by Time. So let's actually see what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
Of course, you can, in fact, actually check the bracket with !bracket too, if you want to have a little bit of a live view of that, of course. But here it is. As you can see, our wonderful teams are Team USA, Sugar Crush, Driven by Time, Snowfall, I Bet, Respawn in 15, which they didn't make it. That's why they've already lost 0-2. Dehydrated and Distraught with a brutal 2-0 victory over there, guys. 500-0 both games. The Exalted Quack Lords, 0 Pulse, rank 55 Dragons. The French Worms, of course. Half's Heroes and Smash Protocol. Those other teams, a mix of EU and NA. I believe, I'm not mistaken, it's 4 NA teams and 8 EU. So EU with the slight outnumber.
There's a couple
mixed
there's
teams.
a couple of teams that have some mixed rosters a little bit. Although I think a lot of the mixed rosters tend to lean heavier to the EU side. But I mean, Team USA, they do have Draw on their team as a sub. Although maybe they'll be having him play on some of the EU games. But Draw, we've seen Draw play with Team USA quite a bit. And I did talk to a bunch of the teams beforehand. I talked to Draza from Ring 55, and I was curious what his thoughts were on Draw always playing with Team USA. And his words were, to quote, Draw is a traitor to his people. So I thought that was an interesting one. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that is funny. That is really, really funny. 100%. And yeah, it is interesting, actually. And, Draw... Just, not to ramble on about one guy too much. He has always been a big mercenary, right? Like, he's played for both teams, right? Like, he was, I think in Mota 1, he played for 55,
he's won both Motas.
He has. Yeah.
He won both Motas
that's actually true. He has never lost. He has a 100% Mota win rate. Like, is that the predictor? Is that what's going to make the difference here? We don't know. We absolutely do not know there. But anyway, I think without further ado, it's about time to get down to business, I would say. Let's go ahead and begin the pick ban process for this game.
Absolutely.
I think we're good to go. I think the comps have been confirmed.
The comps.
Yeah, okay, beautiful.
Yep.
Beautiful. Let's do the picks and bans then in that case, and then we can go ahead and get our team going.
Are they supposed to be messaging me for the map picks and bans, or are they messaging the admins?
Yeah, they can just do it in map chat basically.
In map chat. Okay.
Yeah, in map chat. Okay. Yeah. So first up. Wait, are you going to type it out, actually? Are you going to type? Are you going to be my proxy typer, I guess?
I can do that. It should be seed 1 bans or picks first. Right?
It should be Sugar Crush picking first. Yeah, that's right. Yep. Sugar Crush picks. Let's see what it's going to be. What will the decision be?
And this is of course best of 3.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
All matches I think most of the matches today we're going to be seeing are best of 3. I don't know if we're going to be getting any best of 5s today, but.
Yeah. So, every match today is going to be a best of 3. The only matches that are not best of 3 in the tournament are and you can see this on the bracket, by the way, if you're interested. And it's going to be the upper bracket and lower bracket finals are going to be best of 5s. So in other words, in order to get to the grand finals, you have to win a best of 5. And then I'm actually really hyped for this, guys. I am so excited for this. The finals is something that we have never done before. I've never done in a Guild Wars 2 PvP tournament. It is going to be a best of 7. We are going to play every single map, potentially, in the grand finals, guys. So there's no dodging it. There's no running and hiding. And the first pick is going to be Colosseum.
Okay.
And then it's going to be driven by time. Banning is going to be coming up next.
They don't pick first?
No, they ban.
Oh.
Yeah. We have a slightly unconventional order. There is a method to some madness, but look, we're going to see how it goes.
No.
Temple,
because they haven't
get banned.
They banned Temple. Okay.
Sugar Crush now banned.
Sugar Crush. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So Colosseum's first pick, and then Temple's banned.
Yeah. What do they want to ban?
And we're waiting for Sugar Crush to ban a map. I've got some interesting messages from the Sugar Crush team. I don't know if I should be reading these on stream.
Oh. Okay.
Capricorn is going to be banned.
All right.
So now DT picks, right?
Correct. Yes. Well, what are they saying?
All right. So yeah, like I said, I reached out to all the teams yesterday, although I think there was a last minute sign up, so I didn't get to that final team there. But so I was kind of asking them for like some information about their teams, their players, their comps. Okay, so we've got Colosseum, then Kylo. So now I think we just ban.
Yep, it's ban.
Right? Yep. DT ban. All right. So I got messages from both Caspy and Zintrex, who are on Sugar Crush. Zintrex, I believe, is the team captain for Sugar Crush. So Zintrex, they're really leaning into the candy roleplay.
Oh, yeah?
So Zintrex basically just messaged me and said, your favorite candy has arrived. Taste the sweetness of the arena, but be careful or you might get a Sugar Crush.
Whoa!
Zintrex represents the marshmallows as our warrior main burning and squishy. Mamaya's is the freezing support, represented as Mochi. Maya roams with Thief in France to represent the Milky Way Macron candy. Caspy is our mascot evoker, shown as a taco cap, and Floor is our popcorn snack, the true Paragon enjoyer.
Wow.
So I appreciate the...
wow.
Yeah.
That's quite something, no? That's a bit of a theme, is it not, actually? Like, I think there's a lot of role-playing. I think you were telling me that there's a lot of role-playing going on in this tournament. And look, I don't want to say it, but I feel like everyone knows it. PvP players, they are known. I feel like they're some of the biggest role players, no?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like in the entire game. Like it is actually a bit of a massive expose. Wait, do you actually recall that time when rank 55 dragons played 5 catalysts and they were all role playing as like fairies from some kind of anime, I think, if I'm not mistaken?
Was that 55?
Wait, was it not 55? Was it Frenchies?
No, you might be right. I don't remember seeing 55. Like, I don't recall 55 playing at that time. I thought it was like mostly just.
I definitely recall.
Draza was playing.
Draza was playing as some kind of like anime character. I definitely remember that.
Draza's a big role player. Yeah. I was also talking. But by the way, we're waiting for Sugar Crush to be in the final map. Yeah. That's why we're. Yeah. But I was another bit of information from Draza that I was talking to about. Speaking of role play, he was okay. So Legacy's our final ban. I'll get to that in a second. So, okay, so we've got Coliseum as the first pick. And then Kylo. And we've banned Temple,
Skyhammer lost.
Forest, Legacy. Skyhammer is the final map. All right, Skyhammer will be map 3.
Yeah.
Coliseum, Kylo, Skyhammer. All right, cool.
So
we are ready to go there.
We are.
So basically, Draza was just saying that he's really excited about role playing with his team, and Boyce and Misha are both on board with it. But Sind and Zan are not taking part in the role play, which is very sad.
Okay, hold on. Sind isn't role play. He's one of the biggest role players in the game. Have you seen his character names?
Yeah. I don't know, because he's not pulling it up for the tournament.
He has, like, what is it even called? Like, collapse into nothingness, like, as his thief name. Are you kidding me? He's a massive role player. That's insane. Is he seriously not getting in on the role play? Oh, but yeah, also, wait, what's up? What's going on? Oh, also...
no, I was saying I don't know. Okay. But, yeah, should I be changing the... Oh, you have to change the map, right?
Yeah, I've got the map set up. We're going Coliseum first, right? I think. So we're already there. Okay.
So then Sugar Crush should be red, probably, right?
Yup. Sugar Crush is red, and Driven by Time is blue. We'll give them the countdown, and they will join. Wait. No. Hold on. No. Wait.
Oh. Well, they're just joining.
Yeah. Okay. That works. Get in there. Come on. Yeah.
Let me just confirm that their comps are correct.
Where's the 5th guy? Oh, okay. No, he's loading. All right. Okay.
Okay. So we got Spellbreaker, Zintrex, Paragon, Evoker, Spectre, and Troubadour, which looks to be correct for Sugar Crush. And then DT is Conduit, Troubadour, Amalgam, Luminary, and Evoker.
A lot of the new specs in the mix, right? Pretty cool to see.
All right, they can go when ready, right?
Yeah, they can go when ready. They can go whenever they like. They just have to ready up, and the game should theoretically start, assuming I'm not completely incompetent.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And shouts out to DT. Really big fan. Actually, okay, I will say the roleplay on both these teams is great. I mean, the names are really good.
Yeah. Driven by Time and Sugar Crush, that is high tier. Like, we do like to see that.
The character names, too, right? Because they're all matching up with what they said is their roleplay. The Mochi, the Marshmallow, the Popcorn, Milky Way, and the Taco Cat. And then, of course, DT's all named DT. Big shouts out to them. Yeah, I'm a fan of that. I like that.
The only thing that's sad is that the roleplay is slightly ruined because team colors are forced in PvP. So we can't see their die setup that they've gone for.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the...
lining up. That's amazing.
Yeah, they are lining up. The roleplay is here. And yes, guys, okay, to be clear about the name here, you may see a couple of players, okay, that have a different name. That is intentional, by the way. They specifically have asked me that. Like, for example, I think Taco Cat is so iconic to Caspi. I did allow it.
Yeah, he's Taco Cat.
I mean, he's Taco Cat, right? In the same way that, you know, of course, many people will know Boyce by his other name, the God of Slayers. And look, this is a little known one, actually. Of course, Draza is known as the Heel of Midnight as well. That was his original account name, if I'm not mistaken. And, well, I mean, are they going or what? Like, are they playing? Or are they just breakdancing? Like, do they know how the ready-up system works?
Maybe not. A little bit of information about DT while we're waiting. The team on blue, we haven't really talked about them a lot. Frazier is the team leader. He's going to be the one playing Troubadour that we see there, DT Frazier. And so I talked to him yesterday. He said that they've been team for about a year ago, and his goal was kind of to get people that were around like Gold 3 and then work together as a team and like, you know, try to improve. They're mostly EU. They've got a couple NA players. I don't know if their NA players are going to be playing in this match or if they're just kind of holding on to them if they have to go over, you know, to NA and play any cross-region matches.
The match starts
but they also are part of a disbanded team called Perfect Storm. But it's a long-term project, and they're just trying to aim on growing together as a team. But yeah, either way, that is enough from me. We are ready to start our first game of Masters of the Arena 3. Thank you all for joining in. It is Coliseum. We got Sugar Crush versus Driven by Time.
Yeah, 100%. Here we go. The action begins. And it's going to be cool to see all these new specs, right? I think one of the best parts about this tournament is that it is so close to the start of the expansion. The meta isn't going to be fully fleshed out yet. We're seeing a lot of crazy stuff. Obviously, we had Luminary being completely broken early on, and so was Ritualist. But of course, there were some tuning patches. So let's see how these classes are actually going to interact with each other. Both teams going to be pushing 3 nodes at the start. Not terribly surprising. And well, I mean, let's see where the action is going to get going here. With the Conduit in a 1v2 versus Taco Cat. Ooh. Oh, Conduit dying, maybe. Actually, Conduit down.
Too good. Now that's a very, very quick kill there. I mean, they just overpushed into the 1 versus 2. I think maybe just overestimating how much sustain they had. It is going to be Zintrex and Maya's in a 2 versus 2 here, but Maya freed up by that kill early on is going to be able to plus this. So that's going to be making it matched up now. 3 versus 3 over by midpoint. Red team, though, with an early lead from that kill from the double cap on side nodes. A lot of pressure on a DT Crafty K. He's going to be able to heal up. Has his renewed focus available, so should be okay. Pulled back by the Major Bane Tether by Zintrex. Oh, Boulder connects from the Rampage, and a lot of pressure on him, but no, so far he's doing okay. A lot of blocks. Mid cap going to be going the way of blue team, so he's okay for now, but still going to be under a lot of pressure. He needs to be careful. Oh, he doesn't get the RF.
It's destroyed. I think that was a Taco Cat activation, if I'm not mistaken. The Evoker just moves in with devastating damage and secures that kill. You know, of course, Caspi, previously a Mirage player, loves that kind of high burst, high damage play style. And while the Evoker also capable of delivering that, now pushing into DT Rusk. Has to be careful of that Conduit, though, which is also this new kind of condition build that's popped up there. Devastating Torment application can be here. Just kiting away now. But actually, there's a lot of red team players now moving into this. Conduit has to be really, really careful. DT Rusk trying to help out here a little bit on the Amalgam, but it is not going to be enough as Sugar Crush swarms onto DT Ellie and secures another kill. And so far, Sugar Crush looking very, very strong with some highly powerful aggression coming out of these high damage players.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think obviously, you know, the Conduit DT Ellie aside, you know, kind of getting killed there a couple times, a line pushing in a little bit, maybe overextending. I think DT are just not really having pressure in these fights. We saw, you know, a pretty significant team fight there, 3 versus 3 for a while in mid. We're seeing now a second one coming up. They're getting a little bit of damage out, but it just seems like they're not having the damage they need to find pressure and kills. Same can't be said here for Sugar Crush. A lot of pressure already onto the Amalgam, starting to run out of cooldowns, continuing to be taken out. There's a very split fight here, though I will say DT doing a good job of staying together, and that's why we do see a decent amount of sustain. The Amalgam now going in very aggressively, but again, we just don't see the health bar is really that much lowered on Sugar Crush. The damage is not seeming to connect. There's some good CC, though. Maya maybe actually going to get caught out here a little bit with Zintrex. But overall, just, yeah, players just not able to find the kills here. Zintrex really low. And I will say, this is actually a 4 versus 5. This is outnumbered for DT. And they are finally going to pay that price. The Evoker going downstate, going to be cleaned out here. So Sugar Crush with another kill and most likely going to be able to wipe this fight.
Yeah, that's just not what you need. If you want to take a big fight like that, you are going to need everyone to be in the mix. And yeah, I think as you say, a lot of, I think there's a lot of kind of hybrid stuff. If we think about it on the red team, they are pretty tanky. They're very capable of supporting each other in these team fights. We've got the Paragon, you've got the Spectre, and then you also, of course, have the support from the Troubadour as well, which we kind of saw this a little bit in the 2v2 tournament if people were watching that. It has incredible healing potential in these like larger fights. So if it can actually connect and bring that to bear in these larger fights, very hard to take down the red team in this situation. That's very much reflected in the score here, as Driven by Time really struggling to get stuff on the board. They've got to find a way to connect this damage on there, like get that Luminary to connect. Of course, it doesn't quite one-shot people anymore, but they've got to find some way to get enough DPS to connect, find these rotations, find these team fights. Otherwise, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. But with Sugar Rush picking up both of the buffs, massively improving the survivability and damage output, I think it's going to be almost impossible for Driven by Time to take a fight here.
Yeah, they unfortunately just, I mean, like I said, they can't really find a way into these fights. The side buffs, both buffs, I should say, going the way of Sugar Crush is certainly not going to make that any easier for them. Mamiya is getting a little out-pressured here from this fight. That's going to be the support here for Sugar Crush Driven Away, but able to just reset, get the heal off, come back into the fight, and again, the pressure going to be ramping up now, and Freya probably going to be taken out here very soon. Doesn't have a lot of cooldowns left, being forced away from the fight as well. Yeah, it's just a damage difference right now, and they're just losing these fights. You know, I think I would be interested to see if they try rotating a little bit heavier and try to split up these fights a little bit more. Maybe try to get some 2v2s, get some 3v3s. You know, try and find a way to outnumber maybe a little bit with maybe the Conduit roaming around. Although they're not playing Shiro, so probably not going to be very effective there. Yeah, I don't know. This is looking very tough for DT. I'm not sure exactly what they can do to get back into this game, especially at such a large deficit. But, you know, this might just be a case where they look to game number 2. They're going to be their map pick. You know, maybe they have a better game plan for Kylo. And, of course, they are going to be allowed to swap comps coming into that if they so choose.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think you're absolutely right about this. Like, the team fight is just looking very, very tough for Blue. They just do not have the damage to break through the sustain of Sugar Crush right now. So I think you're absolutely right. Like, playing a little bit more skirmish style, I think is going to be the way to go. They're going to have to try and out-rotate the... Oh, my God! Zintrex with a brutal rampage onto Crafty K, by the way. A 10,000 crit into a 5,000 crit. You absolutely love to see that. Goodness me. But yeah, they're going to have to come up with a different game plan because this is not working. They're trying to take these big fights. They're trying to connect their damage, but it is simply not working. Driven by Time is getting driven out of this game currently by the candy, I guess. Like it's over.
They're tasting too much of that sweetness. That,
they are, yeah.
Zintrex was talking about. Yeah, they're getting a Sugar Crush. Oh, nice res there by Ellie, I will say. Good call out there. Floor just not able to get that cleave, but now going to be joined by Zintrex and Mamiya's. It's going to be both players kind of chased away. I'm kind of curious what you do. I kind of just mentioned this, but what do you think about this Conduit build? Do you think that going for the slightly like sort of tankier, almost 1v1 setup makes more sense? Do you think we should be, they should be trying to go for something that allows them to roam and a little bit more mobile with Shiro? Are we expecting, do you expect to see this Conduit build or something different played?
This is basically what I expected, I think. This is very similar to, when I think about Revenant builds, I always think, okay, what is Glint playing, right? On EU, I think that's what I really think about, that's my go-to play when it comes to Rev stuff, really, and look at what the French are playing. And yeah, this is very similar to what we saw in the 2v2 tournament, but yeah, they absolutely do need to leverage that 1v1 potential, right? I don't think they necessarily want to be constantly pushing it into the team fight. I think Condi Rev can actually provide a lot of value there. I feel like it's one of those builds that no matter what form it's in is very well known for having that very consistent pressure. You can kind of stick it to a support and it will just pressure it and eventually kill it at that point. So I think it can perform that function, but they certainly need to actually get some value out of it for sure. They need to be pushing it into these 1v1s. It needs to be getting value surviving these outnumbered, because you're absolutely right. It's not super mobile. It's not the fastest build in the universe. We're not on Shiro. There's not a lot of mobility here. So it needs to be doing its job in these matches. And yeah, we'll have to see if Driven by Time is able to action that as we go into the second game. Because, well, this one is basically over at this stage. So we only have about 20 points left to go in this game. And it's going to be, well, I'd be pretty surprised if somehow Sugar Crush lost this game. That would be, I think something weird would be going on there if that was the case. But yeah, we do not see the game end. And that is going to be a 1-0 for Sugar Crush.
Absolutely. Very, very strong showing from Sugar Crush. Again, I think we're going to be having to see DT. You know, again, I'd be surprised if we don't see a comp swap. But they may just try to run it back on the comp that they were playing on a map that maybe they're a little bit more comfortable on. Let me tell them to just whisper me if they're going to do any comp changes before they join in. Don't join.
Yeah, get out of here. Get out of here. There you go. Yeah, no, this is Kylo. This is an interesting map as well, I think, like while we get these compositions sorted out here. Very linear, not the longest map in the universe. You can potentially kind of do some slightly more bunkery stuff. I don't hate it for either team, really, in particular. I think it really is going to come down to which team is capable of kind of leveraging the rotations sufficiently well. And in terms of brute force, Sugar Crush not looking too delicate right now, looking incredibly brutal, to be frank. A very, very powerful blunt instrument that's being applied to their opponents currently. So it's going to be a case of can Driven by Time find a way to defuse that, find a way to elude their opponents to kind of play out their game plan as well. Yeah, maybe they need the Treb. Maybe the Trebuchet is is going to be required.
Get a little Trebuchet action. Maybe that's why they picked this map. Don't join.
Why is bro joining?
I don't know. I literally said say when ready. I didn't say join when ready.
Yeah.
Maybe yeah. He's got popcorn all over.
This reminds me of the time when Floor joined rank 1 on the leaderboards.
You know, it's I did actually. So there was some other role play I was sent about this team from a different player.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know if I should read that on stream though, because it does have some interesting rank 1 memes associated with it. But maybe we'll save that for later if we get these guys again.
Yeah.
We do another intro.
All right.
Yeah. I think so. We do a comp change from DT. I'm not going to say what it is, of course, until they join. But we'll have to see if that helps them at all. And again, this is their map pick, so they might be feeling a little bit more comfortable. But yeah, I think we didn't really get to see. They weren't successful in the team fights. They weren't. Okay, hold on, let me count these guys down. Okay, whatever. They can just join. It's fine. So we didn't really see them successful in the team fights. We also didn't really see them successful, I think, in out-rotating Sugar Crush. It didn't really feel like they were trying to do that until like the very end of the game, though. But I definitely saw Sugar Crush being more effective at rotating and I think matching those rotations. But either way, so we do see the Tempest now, which I believe is the only change that we see from them. Interesting choice there. Well, I guess actually...
we have a Troubadour. We're going for a double support.
Troubadour.
So that, to me, says they do want to play the team fight. Right? That's what that says to me.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They actually...
I think they're doubling down on that.
They looked at that game, and they thought, you know what the problem is? Okay, we're not enough. We're not beefy enough. We're not big enough to take these fights. And so they've gone big now, and they're just going to be looking to funnel all of those boons, those heals, into the conduit, into the amalgam that we see here. By the way, nobody panic, okay? Like, if you see some things that are weird with the spectator UI, guys, unfortunately, you cannot see morph skills on amalgam. And also, you may think that, wait, fire evoker? No, it is hair, guys. There's just a couple of issues with the spectate UI. Don't get baited by that as of right now. But yeah, we're just going big on the support here. Freya, of course, very well known for Tempest, actually. Has had some really fun moments in some tournaments, some kind of highlight memes, I believe. With the Tempest. Let's see if this is going to work a little bit better. This is going to be a lot more support. That Tempest is going to provide a lot of healing, a lot of boon output to these fights. But the real question is going to be, are they going to be able to actually get value out of this? And also, are they going to be able to hold these side nodes at the same time? Because they are, of course, when you're up against a thief and you don't have a thief of your own, you do have to keep that in mind. And I would say that one potential concern that I would maybe have for Driven by Time is I feel like they're kind of slow compared to their opponents, right?
Mamaya's, though, almost goes down there. A lot of burn on them. Quite a bit of pressure on Mamaya's. And, nice follow-up from GT Crafty K as well. Is there going to be res on that? We do see Zintrex actually a little bit low. Fleur going in for the hand res, though, and I don't know if the Cleave's going to be there. The rest of the team not coming over to this. The Cleave looking okay from the Luminary. We do see an ad coming in now. DT Craft Decay as well, going to be able to keep this alive with DT Rusk. Really nice job there, and that's going to be the first kill of the game picked up there by DT. Although, we actually see, I guess it was almost like a tie kill there. The Troubadour getting picked up at Mansion as well from DT, but no, a lot better here showing from DT so far.
And Taco Cat dealing so much damage. That Evoker just completely obliterating the Tempest and now finds the Conduit as well. Evoker looking beastly in the hands of Caspi here for Sugar Crush, picking up those 2 kills in a very successful 2v2 alongside Maya over here at the same time. And a much closer game though so far, but I do think that driven by time, they've got to find out how they're going to handle this Evoker.
Yeah, I think it's a real shame they weren't able to hold that 2 versus 2 over at Mansion. If they had, this game would be in a much better state for them. But unfortunately, I guess the Troubadour just was not enough to sustain through that. But either way, the team fight already looking better. They got a lot of condition pressure out. I think maybe Maya just wasn't expecting that. But huge shout out to Crafty K for getting that cleave and confirming it, and then Rusk for joining his teammate. Maybe a little bit slow there. But either way, good job here from DT to regroup and come back in instead of just continuing to stagger the game. I like this. They're going for a full-on 5 versus 4 team fight. It'll be 5 versus 5 in a moment as Floor comes back in. Freya already going to be a little bit low here, though. And he's going to go down immediately. Huge pressure onto the Tempest. I don't know if Blue Team's going to be able to res this. They do have a good amount of pressure back onto Taco Cat, but the Cleave looking pretty good from Red Team. Sugar Crush going to be able to find that kill confirmed there, and they just can't find the return kill, unfortunately, is DT. So already a 5 versus 4. They're probably going to have to just try to disengage and regroup with the respawn from the Tempest and go again. That was a very unfortunate quick kill there onto the Tempest.
Yeah, and we see Sugar Crush, right? They are very, very good in this team fight here, doing some serious DPS. They just have the damage, right? I think that's what it's really coming down to. They just have so much damage output on this team. Of course, we've got the Strength Spellbreaker from Zintrex, and that can really pack a punch when it connects, let me tell you that. You've got the condition pressure from the Spectre. And then, of course, who can forget Taco Cat, who is just raining down hell from on high here with that Scepter build. It is doing so much DPS and annihilates the Tempest once again. Like, I mean, Freyr is just taking a beating here. And I think that is like, that's very much kind of how it goes, right? Like, it's very common to see the support be focused, right? Like, especially a Tempest, right? It's obviously been significantly changed. It's certainly nowhere near as durable it was, right? Of course, you still have Stoneheart, but it's not quite how it was. Yeah, Zintrex maybe in a little bit of trouble here, has Rampage, but the healing and the barrier is pretty good from Sugar Crush too.
Yeah, DT, after they lost their Tempest the first time, we saw them disengage, but they actually continued to push here because they had some pretty low health bars. Taco Cat going to be pretty low, but the Troubadour already going to be in down state. We do see the Tempest coming back in off of respawn. Crafty K going to be low, does not have the renewed focus, is going to be able to get one more stance off, but unfortunately they're going to go to down state. Is there a Glyph? There is. Air Glyph coming back out from the Tempest now, so I think we're probably going to have to see them disengage. They just don't have any real pressure. They don't have any good targets here, and it's looking like the entire game might just be focused around Mansion. They're choosing to stay in this, though. Troubadour now coming in off respawn, and they do get a kill. There isn't going to be res utility on Sugar Crush, so I think that should just be the kill confirmed. The cleave should be good. Let's see if they can find a follow-up kill. They're starting to go for the hand res because they have the Tempest in downstate. Is it going to be a rally war? Is the cleave going to be good from Red Team? It is not, unfortunately. So DT going to be able to rally their Tempest and find a kill, potentially a way back into this game. We'll see if Sugar Crush chooses to disengage or stay around, and how the map can be swung back. But, I mean, they've already almost lost the advantage because Taco Cat is going to be backing off respawn very quickly. They really need to look for another kill here if they want to try to stagger this game state.
Yeah, they've got to get more. The thing is, though, they don't have that much chase. Of course, the Luminary has a bunch of teleportation and mobility, but they're kind of slow. So Sugar Crush just kind of ran away, right? And they didn't die after they lost that initial player. And as you said, if they were able to get that snowball, there's honestly some potential there. As we saw there, if you do get locked in your base on Kylo, it is quite hard to bust out sometimes, right? Like, you can be stuck in a very, very endless team fight for a while because your opponents can almost like trap you at the spawn because of the way the map is structured over here. But that isn't going to be the case. And I also really like what Sugar Crush did here. They were able to kind of keep a couple of players around to just bother, driven by time, and prevent them from having that full push across the map that I think they would have really liked to have. And even though we do now see a point being captured here by Driven by Time, they're still not in a winning position yet as such. As you can see by the overlay doesn't think it's looking good for Driven by Time. Let's put it like that. Okay, and listen, guys, the overlay always knows best. I don't even do any analysis at this point. All of my commentary, guys, is entirely informed by the progress bar. That's the only thing I'm looking at.
I will say, I am actually pretty surprised that we saw the map state completely flip to DT from 1 kill, especially when, as you mentioned, there weren't any follow-up kills. But I think Sugar Crush, they're just playing it super safe. They wanted to make sure they didn't overextend and try to commit to holding either middle node or windmill, until Taco Cat got, fully back into the game. So I do respect that. I think it's a smart play. They want to make sure that they can't swing things. We saw a huge lead for them. Mid-fight, though, Clock Tower going to be Kanoa. DT Kanoa, the Troubadour, under a lot of pressure, is able to blink out, recharge the Stab Mantra. They still hold on to the node. Red team, though, really looking for that Troubadour. Doesn't have quite a lot of health. He's going to be coming back up, though, so should be able to get that off, and that's going to be okay. But still, Red team just on that. We see the Dragon Suit coming down. CC coming in now as Maya comes back off on the node as well, and that's going to be a kill picked up. And I don't think Freyer's going to be... Oh, he does get the glyph! Wow, great glyph from the Tempest. Really nice rotation there from that secondary support on blue team. But unfortunately, that is going to cost them the node. And red team now continuing to just tick back up. They're about 100 points shy of closing this set out.
Yeah, they're starting to get back into that. That res utility has now been used. Sugar Crush, though, maybe thinking about kind of defusing this a bit. Not committing too hard into it, wanting to kind of spread out to the nodes there, utilizing that Thief DT Rusk, potentially in some trouble here. The laser beam coming through from the Spectre, kind of shoving away the Amalgam away from the node. Taco Cat does actually get picked up on middle as well, but the problem is they've lost the side nodes during that, and Driven by Time, they're in a little bit of trouble here. And again, they only get that single kill. Like Kanoa and Crofty K pushing for more aggression, but I think it's going to be hard to take down the Troubadour and the Spellbreaker before the reinforcements come through. And now, again, here comes Taco Cat. You can see the beam already kind of going through the terrain as he's ready to lunge back into combat. And all of a sudden, DT, they're the ones who are in trouble, and Kanoa needs to be very careful.
Yeah, absolutely. Does have, a decent amount of cooldowns to try to cut out, but not any of the really big ones. Already used the F4, already used the Elite, so the Distorts are going to be gone. And yeah, unfortunately, they're going to be taken out because they go from one Sugar Crush member into Zintrax, and that's just not really going to be very helpful for them, so that's going to be them taken out. Side node still confirmed here for Red Team. Unfortunately for DT, I think we are probably going to be sending them down to the lower bracket and sending Sugar Crush ahead with a clean 2-0 victory. A little bit more life there from DT. I like that they made some changes, but unfortunately, I think they couldn't really find, ways into those team fights until it was a little bit too late. There was just too many points on the board by the time they started getting kills. After that first really start with a couple kills at mid. So better showing from them, but still they're going to need to be able to, go back to the drawing board, figure something out. If they're going to want to try to compete with some of these maybe higher tier teams here, but we will be seeing them again potentially. This is going to be a double elimination tournament, so they are not out and gone, but that is going to be the 2-0 for Sugar Crush.
Absolutely, and that does mean that Sugar Crush are going on to face Team USA, actually. So very, very spicy team in the next round. And yeah, that is going to be Driven by Time descending into the lower bracket where they have to fight for their tournament life later on in the event. And I think our other games have actually also concluded, so we can quickly have a look at the bracket.
I think it was so it was 2-0. Oh yeah, that was so I think we're still waiting on one more game from Exalted Quack Lords versus Zero Plus. Looks like it's 1-0. I don't know if we want to jump into that or not, but we did see, so Snowfall did beat Itebet 2-0 in the other game, the other set there.
Indeed. So yeah, Exalted Quack Lords still going. I'm assuming that actually is on EU. I think that started on NA, if I'm not mistaken. So we actually could go ahead and leap into that game. Let me see if I can make that happen.
Which arena is that?
That should be in Mota 3, which is not a weirdly named arena at all. Because we have Mota 1. We're actually running Mota 1 again, guys. Okay, like we're in the Mota 1 arena right now.
Nice.
Let's see. Is it actually in there? Is it in there?
They are not currently in games.
Oh.
Or sorry, they're not in teams, but all the players look like they're here.
Oh, okay, well, we can take a look at that then.
I'm just going to ask if this is the second game of the set.
Yeah. And yeah, actually, just so everyone is aware, by the way, guys, If we do answer, if we answer a question late, by the way, guys, like just kind of bear with us there, because we have delay on the stream. But yeah, guys, there are other streams going. I will actually quickly add a command for Mota streams because we have Plenix also streaming. Let me actually see. In the Mota 3 arena and in Mota 2 arena, we have Jester streaming. So yes, you actually can watch the other games that are going on. Because, look, just for a quick kind of comment on this, I guess. Let me actually see if this is working. Oh, this actually did work. Wait. Oh, yeah, that's just great, guys. Okay, like that. Okay. I'll fix that. My end screen does work, guys, but it has failed to load some of the elite spec icons, but don't worry about that. I'll fix that for tomorrow. I don't know why that happened, guys, okay? Look, I tested this a lot. It didn't quite work. Look, it got most of them, right? Like,
I mean, I can't see. I don't have the stream pulled up.
Well, look, the stream,
delayed, but yeah.
The stream, but look, actually, I can actually confirm that Taco Cat was top deaths. What do you think about that?
I mean, that's true, and Taco Cat clearly, you know, I mean, maybe it's the lack of the chocolate in the name. I mean, Trig called this out. It should be Choco Taco Cat. I think that's pretty fair. Maybe that would give them a little bit of a buff, but yeah. So interestingly enough, Teapot, this is actually third game of this set.
Oh.
So it's 1-1.
Oh, it's 1-1. Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, 0.
Wait, it's happening on EU, right? Or are we going to NA?
I assume so. We're on EU. I mean, we're in this arena. I don't.
Yeah, okay.
It hasn't said anything about leaving. So Exalted, I believe Exalted Quacklords is the NA team, right? And then
yes,
the other team is going to be EU. Yes, indeed.
Let me swap over to that game then, real quick.
Team. Yeah.
So this
yeah, and I can talk a little bit about Jingato's team while we're waiting. I didn't really get a lot of information about them. I did message them, and basically they were like, well, we're not really sure what to say, but they're basically just a recently formed EU team. They're mostly made of World versus World roamers or GVG players, as well as a couple of PvP players, and a lot of them have been PvPing for the last 2 to 3 years. So, relatively new team, but several, bit of a mix from PvP and World versus World, mostly EU. Is going to be Zero Pulse. That's Jingato's team there. And so they are going to be, I actually don't know which side they're going to be on yet, but then the other team is going to be Exalted Quality, who I don't believe I got information about. Yeah, Exalted Quacklords, yeah, because they were a little bit of a last-minute sign-up, so I didn't really get much information. But we do see CCOD on their team, well-known player there, as well as Exalted Quality, leader of Team Exalted Quality, who aptly named there. We've seen them previously, but it looks like we're getting the teams going here. So this is going to be this is the final match of the best of three. It's the first set in this bracket set that has gone to all 3 games, as otherwise.
I think we have the scores recorded too, by the way. Wait, okay, this, Roy, is confusing.
Yeah.
Guess the scores of the first 2 matches. I guarantee you will not be able to.
The first game, so was the first game on an A?
I believe so, yes.
Or EU. Okay, so first game was on an A, which means since we're on EU still, the EU team scored more points, I believe, right? That's how we decide.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Okay. They got more points
EU
overall,
team scored more points. Right. Okay. So I think the first game on an A was EQ won 500 to 499, and the game that ZP just won on EU was 500 to 3.
This is absolute insanity, and this makes this game crazy to me, Roy. But the first game, Exalted Quacklords won 500 to 31. Okay, so very commanding. Yeah. And then the second game, Zero Pulse won 500 to 15.
That's
so
somewhat alarming.
How did that? I'm not gonna lie, I don't get that. I don't.
I mean, neither of these teams are like bunker comps either, right?
Yeah. What happened?
Looking for these builds, these are I mean, this is a Berserker Luminary. There's no way that's and we have a Core Thief, which is pretty interesting. I actually have heard of this Duck Lord guy. He's an axe specialist, is what I've been told. By the way, all right, here we go. Jenkins, EU, going to be a little bit low here. One of the players on the red team from Exalted Quality. We got the double guard set up. I like that here for red team. But Blue Team going to be the first players on the board for this. And, first player is potentially getting a downstate. CCOD going to be in a downstate here over the middle node. Not sure if we have any res utilities. It's going to be 2 players now going to be in a downstate for Red Team. That's going to be a couple of kills very quickly, very easily picked up. Godlike Quack might be taken out as well. The Firebrand, not a lot of mobility there, getting chased down by ZP Benny, excuse me, on the Evoker. We do see a Blue Team player, though, going to be going to downstate in this 1 versus 2, or 2 versus 2 even. And that's probably going to be the kill confirmed. Yes, it is.
It absolutely is. And, you know, it's funny. I feel like there's a lot of damage going on in the meta right now. Like, I think getting a hand res is very difficult. Like, unless it's only like maybe 2 players, you can maybe go for it. But when you start to have more players, it gets very, very challenging indeed to get any kind of revives without the use of res utility. And, well, Zero Pulse off to, I think, a very, very good start, bringing some pretty devastating damage to the table. We see that Evoker once again in the mix alongside the Spectre and the Luminary. There's some very, very serious damage coming out here from the Blue Team. And so far, the Exalted Quack Lords are struggling to compete. We also see a Mechanist on the Red Team. That is something you do not see very often, I feel like, in PvP. But as you know what's really interesting about this?
Depends if you're farther down, I think, in the rankings. But yeah, the ratings, excuse me.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
A little bit of a menace down there.
I think what's really interesting is that I think like Exalted Quality is very well known for being a mech enjoyer. If I recall correctly, in basically every previous mota, they went for the mech with varying degrees of success. I think. You know, it has provided some value. Not sure if it's really providing any value here, though, to be honest. And so far, Zero Pulse is kind of just feasting, right, on their opponents right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Some of the chat were saying that the reason that the NA game was so heavily favored for EQ was because the Blue Team ZP did not have the expansions.
Yeah,
so they couldn't use any of the elite specs, which would make some sense. It would kind of make the score lines a little bit more understandable. You know, I will say I'll give a little bit of credit to EQ. It is also tougher, of course, to be playing on ping. Right, you know, and I'm sure that, you know, that probably affected both ZP in their first game on an A and EQ in their last game, as well as this one on a U. But overall, definitely ZP Zero Pulse looking like the much stronger team here. I mean, it really does not look close, if I'm being perfectly honest. And you know, I think
it's looking rough.
I think it's great to be trying different stuff. I think it's really great to be trying different things and new things, especially, you know, if they're comfort picks. But if we see this team again, I really want to see them try some different comps. I just think Firebrand is pretty outdated at this point. You know, I think Luminary obviously is going to be a pretty strong choice here in general. But I mean, the Core Thief, the Mechanist, Hollowsmith, you know, Hollowsmith's not bad, of course, by any means. But it seems like Amalgam is kind of the choice for most players at this point. But, you know, in general, yeah, I would love to see maybe some comp swaps here from this team. You know, the next time we see them, if we see them again, they will be going down to the lower bracket, assuming this game is a loss, which is looking like it will be. But yeah, ZP, on the other hand, might need to get their wallets out and buy the expansions in case they have to go back to North America, because just playing core classes is not really a strategy, unless they're just like a full game, or excuse me, a full set team. You know, they're like, all right, we always go to the distance.
Yeah, I mean,
we throw on today, and then we just win really hard on you.
You see, and I am a bit frustrated that my plan is not working, because at the end of the day, guys, this tournament was basically a scheme to get people to use my referral link to buy VOE. Which you can access with !GW2. It hasn't quite connected yet. I'm hoping that the teams are going to give in eventually, and they're going to just, you know, get that card out and swipe and buy some Ultimate Editions, maybe get some skins.
Just told all the PvPers that if they use the code MOTA3, it gives them a 50% discount.
Oh, but it's
when they buy it with your referral link. Yeah, you should have just lied. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I can understand that. Yeah, I mean, Red Team, they're dead. To be honest, like, and well, look, this is one of those things, you know, it is the start of an expansion. Stuff's kind of wacky, right? Like, you probably do want to get your hands on these new specs. We haven't had the first balance patch yet, first balance pass. Things are going to be a little bit wacky, that's for sure. And, well, I'm certainly not going to be surprised if we do end up seeing quite a lot of these new specs popping up, right? Troubadour looking great, Luminary looking great, Evoker looking good. Haven't seen a Ritualist yet. We'll have to see if that pops up. Of course, did get some fairly hefty nerfs and kind of the first hotfix of the expansion, as it was completely broken on launch, which we absolutely, look, I love Necro, guys. We love to see that, we really do. And yeah, Conduit as well. I think Conduit is going to be popping up as well. That's for sure. I'm expecting the French for sure to run that. The French was we'll be seeing a little bit later. But yeah, I mean, we're just kind of waiting for this game to kind of conclude. And actually, if we want to, we could start the administration for the next game actually, and I believe we're going to be watching Half Heroes versus Smash Protocol, and I believe we're going to be starting on NA. Well, assuming that Half Heroes wants to. Oh wait, oh no, actually, hold on, wait, Jester stole that match from us. Can you believe that?
I can actually. Just like, because Jester stole that match just like he stole my heart.
Whoa. So let's see, who are we gonna latch onto then? Who's it gonna be?
I mean, are they on an A? We can just jump in.
We could just jump in. Yeah, I believe they are in A. Yeah, we could just go ahead and jump in and have a look.
Because I don't think there's any lower bracket matches. Oh, I guess we could do the second round as well. We could do Team USA versus Sugar Crush. That would be a great game to watch.
Yeah, we could do Team USA versus Sugar. That would be on NA anyway, right? So we'd be there anyway.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Are they starting NA?
Yeah, well, I mean, I assume they will. Obviously, it's Team USA's pick, but I would assume so. Assume so for sure.
Okay. Do you need me to reach out to any of them, or?
Yeah, if you give them a poke, that would be good. While I finish clicking on things, I've got a couple of things to click on. But yeah, this game, of course, concluding in just a couple of moments here, guys. Like Zeropol's looking pretty meaty here, to be honest. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. Obviously, a bit of a weird situation as we have kind of, neither team really being able to play at their full potential on opposite servers, which is a bit weird. But, very interesting to see what happens to both of these rosters if they end up in same region matches, non-cross matches, or indeed if they decide to buy the expansions at some point as well. So we'll see what's going on. But yeah, we're going to be hopping over to the NA server, guys, in just a moment.
Confirmed with both teams. So we're going North America. I'm actually pretty excited for this match. I am really interested to see how USA is doing. So I talked to Team USA a little bit. And also, so we have seen Sugar Crush already, right? So this is going to be the second time we're seeing Sugar Crush. We're kind of following them around. Obviously, very dominant first set there against DT. And when I was speaking to Draza from Rank 55 earlier as well, I asked him about that team because, interestingly enough, it sounds like I'd say the top three contenders in this tournament, probably no surprise to people, are USA, Rank 55, and French Worms. So I was asking Draza, what Rank 55 were kind of thinking of the other teams, how they were, feeling about like matching up against them. And he said that Team USA and French Worms have not been scrimming 55. They've been scrimming each other, but they've been excluding 55 from their scrims, which obviously I think is an interesting tactic. Big fan of that tactic. I may have employed that once or twice myself in GVG.
Well, you don't want to give them practice. You've got to be careful with it, right? You don't want to give them practice.
But it can be a double-edged sword, right? Because like playing against potentially the best team obviously is going to be their best practice and may give you some insight into how they're playing. But either way, that's what they chose to do. So it sounds like 55 were scrimming Sugar Crush a lot. And so I was asking Draza what he thought about the team. He said he thinks they have a lot of potential. I would say they're probably like 4th seed coming into this tournament. Definitely like the third strongest EU roster that we're seeing, probably stronger than most of the NA rosters, other than potentially USA. So I am pretty excited for this matchup because it'll be our first time seeing one of the stronger EU rosters versus the strongest NA roster. I think it'll be kind of cool to see how USA is matching up against those strong EU rosters, as well as. So I talked to Zeromus, the captain for Team USA. And so what he had to say was that it was a pretty big struggle for them to even make this tournament in the first place. But against all odds, they managed to pull up. They were down bad in scrims at first, but they clawed their way back up as champions do. They never know if this could be the last tournament together, and their morale is through the roof. They're ready to go out with a bang. They need this to solidify themselves as the best team in the world and true champions of Mota forever.
Oh wow!
So some pretty strong words from Team Captain.
Yeah, that is strong
inspirational
stuff.
Words there. Yeah.
That is really, really strong stuff. And honestly, I love to see that type of confidence, right? Like that is always the fun part, right? Like there's a bit of competition, right? Like all these players, they obviously know each other. They've known each other for a long time at this stage. So of course, right? Like there's going to be a little bit of banter between the rosters, right? A little bit of spice. And we absolutely love to see that. And well, we're about to see exactly what Team USA is made of, as they're going to make their debut in this tournament versus Sugar Crush in just a moment as we go ahead and hop into this game. Of course, this is a cross-region match, guys, so it's going to take a little while to kind of cook things up here. Also, I'm not entirely sure if Sugar Crush have full expansions, by the way. That's going to be interesting to see. I think Floor did mention there might be some Core Warrior happening in this one. So we'll have to see how that one is gonna go. And Also, while we're kind of waiting for things to get going, I do want to, I guess, remind everyone that you can donate to the prize pool, guys. You can see this thing. We have a progress bar over here. We actually do have a contribution coming in from Fursona, okay, who has actually put in 1,000 ectos into the tournament and 250 Mystic coins. That's pretty cool. Big. I mean, that's a lot.
Yeah. I mean, you know, ectos not quite as expensive as they once were for some reason, but, you know, that's still a nice donation, a generous donation. Indeed. Do you know which arena we'll be in? Are we going to go Mota 1?
We'll go Mota 1, yeah. Yeah, we'll go Mota 1 because I think they're already using the other one, so we are good to go. But yeah, and also, guys, just as a quick reminder here, we're also raising money for charity. The prize pool has been here for quite a while. We've been working on this tournament for quite some time now. We've already got $2,600 in the prize pool, and that is going to be split 3 ways with the tournament itself, the players, Cure Rare Disease, the charity, and then also me as well. Because, look, guys, those gems aren't going to buy themselves, yeah? So go ahead and go check that out. You can do !mota. You can learn about Cure Rare Disease. Very cool charity. Okay, you could look at the command. I couldn't put it better myself. It's a non-profit organization that develops customized therapeutics for those who have been diagnosed with rare genetic conditions that currently have no effective treatment. You'd like to learn more about them? Go to cureraedisease.org. You can support our campaign. We actually don't do that because that link is wrong, but never mind. Like, you can definitely learn with that.
All right, teams are getting into the arena. I've told them to whisper me their comps, and then we'll get the maps going. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like Teapot was saying, supporting the charity here today, Cure Rare Disease, I think is awesome. As someone who is a big fan of supporting charities, believe it or not, you know, no way to tell. I definitely am a fan of this initiative, and you should be too.
Yes.
Yeah. Ooh. This is interesting. We got the comp from Sugar Crush. So I don't know if this is because they think it's good or because they don't have the expansion, but there is going to be a couple classes without some of the new specs.
I think I think that may well be the case.
I will say it's not a very big departure from the previous comp. And the other thing I think that's important to know is that on EU we did see them playing Spellbreaker for Zintrex as well as Spectre for Maya, right? So they already were playing at least 2 classes or at least 2 specs that weren't for the expansion, and those are also just comfort picks for those players, right? Like, because we did see the Paragon for floor. So let me get the maps going. Okay, so Team USA, pick first map. And so, you know, of course, Maya, the Spectre main. So I think, you know, that does really give them almost some advantage in that sense that, you know, they don't have to have those new specs unlocked for everyone, but it is still potentially, you know, be a bit of a disadvantage if there is a class that they wanted to play and one of their players who was going to play it doesn't have that. But either way, we'll see what goes on. I've got the comps for both teams. We're just getting map picks going, and then we will be underway for this game. We are now on North America. Our second game will be back on EU. And then our third game will be determined by the scores lines of the first 2 games if we see a third game in this set. But yeah, this is exciting stuff. Any predictions here, Teapot?
Well, I mean, as you previously said, right, I do certainly think that Team USA is a really big favorite. And, you know, I think that, look, you know, I'm loving those fighting words, of course, from Zeromus as well, right? On how they feel about their chances going into this. And yeah, I would definitely kind of feel that way. I think this is going to be a big challenge for Sugar Crush. Sugar Crush is a strong team, though, right? Like, you know, I don't think Team Sugar Crush has explicitly played in Mota before, but Sugar Crush is one of the most powerful teams on EU. Right, I think that's you know, that's not a question. But I think Team USA, they are very, very formidable, and it's certainly not going to be easy to take them down. But I think an excellent test for Sugar Crush, to be honest. Like, how are they going to be faring in this tournament compared to some of the really, really big dogs? But if I had to make a prediction, I would certainly say that Team USA is a favorite here.
Yeah.
Have they picked maps?
Yes. So Legacy's first pick. Sugar Crush banned Capricorn. USA banned Temple. Sugar Crush have picked Skyhammer as the second map. So now they're going to ban a map, and we'll have USA ban the final map.
What's it going to be?
They really like Skyhammer, it seems, because they also got Skyhammer for their third game in their first set by banning it. Okay, so Kylo banned.
Kylo.
So we've got, I think we have Coliseum still, and Forest.
Forest, yep.
So we're going to either be seeing Coliseum or Forest. So right now it is Legacy, Skyhammer, and then, either Forest or Coliseum.
Yep. I'm ready.
Forest banned.
Forest banned is going to be Coliseum for the final map, I think, if I am
map.
not mistaken.
Yes.
Okay,
so we're going
let me get that input into the arena. Oh, hold on. I clicked the wrong one. There we are, and that's going to be Coliseum. So our map order is going to be Legacy of the Foefire, Skyhammer, and then the Eternal Coliseum. Let me restart the arena, and we can get down to business. Alrighty. Let's do it.
Yeah, and so that will be Skyhammer on EU as well.
Correct,
so
yeah.
I think that's super interesting. I feel like we usually see, like, the French teams really like Skyhammer, right? And now we're seeing this team, which, not a French team, but they are EU, opting to pick that Skyhammer team, Skyhammer map, excuse me. It's also going to be on EU, since USA picked NA as the first region for this best of three, this cross-region best of three. So I wonder if they're just feeling super confident there.
Wait, guys,
well,
no.
they can join. They already told me their comp, I guess.
Fine, whatever. I mean... It's not really how it works, but I guess we'll allow it.
They're just so excited to go.
They're just hyped. They just want to go, right? The teams just want to get down to business. Okay, I mean, fine, whatever. Okay, so here we go. Whoa, the Berserker for coming out from Zintrex. Oh, well, actually, I do think if you are going to play a Berserker, I feel like this is the way to go. We've got the Akeem Relic course. This is a classic build. If you get hit by one of these Skull Grinders, it's going to be painful, right? This is not going to be a fun time whatsoever from this build. But let's have a look at these comps. We actually do have our Ritualist popping up for Team USA. It's going to be Overlord representing the Ritualist. I think it's kind of a hybrid build. Yeah, it is a hybrid build. We see the kind of the blood magic approach here with Soul Reaping. We've got some defensive weapon of Remedy in there, weapon of Warding with Soul Twisting. So more of a defensive approach.
Wait, why is Naru named Overlord?
Well, look, because that's his name. He's Overlord.
That's not his name.
He's Overlord. Look, I don't know who Naru is. I only know Overlord.
Yeah, okay.
No Paragon, whatever. Who could have guessed? Paragon was actually played on EU, guys. The only reason that Sugar Crush is not playing Paragon, by the way, is because I don't think Zintrex has the expansion. Yeah, or maybe Floor doesn't have the expansion.
So Floor,
I'm not sure. Yeah, one of them doesn't have it. Like,
it is interesting though, because it's not like quite the same as because they were running. The Paragon was, I think, Demolisher, right? And so it's not like that, that wasn't, so it's kind of a similar setup here. So, I mean, that's probably what the case is, but it is also a Condi DPS in the case where both were DPS before, but I guess probably they also just think probably Power Berserker isn't really viable, is my guess. But yeah, it's an interesting one. I almost wonder if it would have been, good to see Zintrex go banner here, if that would be a viable tactic at all. But I guess there isn't res utility on the side of USA, so maybe they're not worried about that. But yeah, so what do you think about this Ritualist? Because we didn't see this at all on EU.
I mean, I think I'm expecting a lot of team fighting out of Team USA. And I think it makes a lot of sense. Like having that Necromancer in the mix, especially a build like this. We've got Transfusion being played with Blood Magic. Also, they've been told they can go when they're ready, right? Basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they've obviously got a lot of support. You've got the quickness output, a lot of cleanses, a lot of heals, prot, blocks and stuff. But it's Ritualist, so it still absolutely pumps at the same time. It still has a lot of damage output at the same time. And it's just going to be, it's just that synergy, like with the support and the Necro. It's a tale as old as time, right? Like you've got that Necromancer, you've got the Troubadour here being played by Zeromus, and that is going to be a monstrous combination, I think. If I look at this team fight, Roy. We've got Conduit, Condirev. We've got the Evoker in the mix for the power damage, and then you have that brutal support combo of the Necromancer Ritualist and the Troubadour. It's going to be very hard to fight that, I think, in a larger fight. Really hard.
Yeah. We also have the Daredevil, which I think is, I was, really curious if we were going to see Thieves coming into this, and I'm excited that we do see Thieves. Obviously, we thought Sin was probably going to be playing Thief, but we'll talk about that in a little bit because we got the first game starting up here on Legacy. We got some stealth plays coming out here for Blue Team, crossing over to meet Anya on the quarry, but over at Middle Node, we already got some players facing each other, and Zintrax taking a little bit of pressure on Waterfall in this 1v1 against Overlord, the Ritualist. But it looks like probably the first real pressure of this game is going to be over at Graveyard as the Middle Node. And, Mage Bane Tether pulling Anya a little bit, but no, Anya immediately choosing to leave Corey, plus this middle node fight. They get the caps, both teams here, and it's just going to be Waterfall, the point of contention.
Yeah, and realistically, Blue Team, what they're going to try to do here is just never team fight. I'm pretty sure they have a 0% chance of winning a team fight to that. Like, even if they played out of their minds and mega outplayed, I think they just lose anyway because of how strong this composition is. So they're going to have to slow this down. They're going to have to play around the map a little bit. They, of course, do have a Thief to match Anya, of course, with Maya playing the Spectre. Versus the Daredevil, but yeah, they have to dodge these big engagements because they're just not going to be able to fight.
I do think it'll be interesting though. You mentioned the sort of the Thief matchup there. We already see Anya going for a decap, right? And he gets the decap over Corey. And I gotta say, I really like so far what Anya's been doing in this game. He sees the 1 versus 2, and he doesn't try to do anything other than just immediately go straight to the team fight at mid. Plus that, confirm that node cap. Goes over to Waterfall, confirms that cap there into the 1 versus 1 against Overlord and Zintrax. Goes to the other side of the map, decaps. I really like what Anya's doing so far on Thief. He's getting a ton of value very early in this game, and I'll be interested to see if Maya does that, because I feel like traditionally we've seen this Spectre go more for like a, just like a +1, just like almost a team fight role, as opposed to going for that sort of mass utility, mobility and decap. But either way, so far, good looks from Anya. We are going to see the plus coming out here from Maya, though, onto Overlord, but over at the middle node, the Spellbreaker is going into downstate, but Maya is also extremely low, so that's going to be the first kills probably picked up here by USA. Most likely 2 of them. They're bleeding floor out very slowly as Maya is still getting chased down. Does potentially have the base to get into, so probably he's going to be okay. And CJ actually taking a little bit of pressure here from Taco Cat on the back end.
Yeah, it's not quite enough though, unfortunately, as we see a lot of kills now coming through. Maya goes down, Floor also dies here. At the same time, Mamaya's trying to disengage away from this. And USA, they're starting to get a bit of a stranglehold. And I think that Ritualist was a really big problem. It was just it was hard to dislodge, I feel like, for Sugar Crush here. It just stood its ground and was able to deflect the aggression coming through from the opponents there. And we now see that continuing to happen as Overlord is pushing onto the waterfall. Over there, and we'll be backed to, of course, by the Daredevil. Yeah, and, not to derail the conversation too much, but I think, what you were bringing up about the choice of the Daredevil, I think is really interesting, actually. I'm very curious to see, like, what Thief builds end up being played. Of course, Maya, very well known to be a massive Spectre enjoyer, but we see the Daredevil here. I'm certainly intrigued to see what the other teams are going to be playing for that Thief, because I'm certainly expecting quite a lot of Thieves, to be honest, actually. It is, especially with the spec banning setup, like, Thief becomes way more attractive, I feel like. It was already, to be fair, but like now even more so. So it's going to be interesting to see how that actually plays out.
Yeah, something that I'm actually really curious about is the last monthly, so the October monthly automated tournament, the last monthly we had before VUE was live. We saw Sind go Daredevil, of course, and he was playing Dagger Pistol for the first couple rounds, but then he swapped to Sword Dagger, and this is what Anya's playing now. And I almost wonder if Sind was just like intuiting that Sword Dagger was going to be the play for this tournament specifically and was getting some practice on it. Maybe Anya was playing it first. We don't know, of course. But, we did see Sin doing that. It looked very effective. That's what Anya's playing, right now as well. So far, again, looking very effective. They've got a huge triple cap, huge lead here so far, over 100 points ahead of Sugar Crush. We're still fighting to survive in this game. But yeah, I think Thief builds are going to be really interesting. I think seeing which teams play Thief, if it's just a case of that's their pick, Sin is a Thief main, he's going to play it. Anya, obviously very strong Thief, going to play it. Or if Thief is actually going to be a very, very effective and strong tool here. But either way, we're going to look at a 3 versus 3, potentially a 4 versus 4 actually, over at Quarry. Decap comes out here for Sugar Crush. They're going to try to find this node, but already getting pressured off of the node. Caspi, Taco Cat, the Evoker, taking a ton of damage. He's going to go to downstate. There's no hope for Sugar Crush there, and already USA just running these players down.
Yeah, and in these larger fights, I don't think that USA can be stopped. There's just so much damage and support coming out from that team there. And USA, well, look, I mean, we did say that definitely a bit of a favorite coming into this. Again, potentially one of the top contenders for the entire tournament. So not a surprise that Sugar Crush is running into a little bit of difficulty here in taking down this roster as USA is fully taken over the map. Overlord in position on the waterfall, not even needing to really defend the quarry right now as they have, as they have their players in position. Oh, we may have a DC there. At the end of the day, the game will not restart as, you know, it's been too long. But obviously that is a little bit unfortunate. Connection issues do happen, guys. I should know. My internet was not working yesterday. I'm actually very hoping that the storm doesn't kill my power again. So hopefully that will be resolved. But yeah, it does appear there may be a disconnect here on the blue team.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it seems like Maya has quite a bit of ping there. That is unfortunate, but...
Yeah, I mean, that can happen. Obviously, you know, look, unfortunately, our budget doesn't stretch, guys, to actually running a LAN. I'm not sure if people are aware of that, but sadly, guys, I don't quite have enough budget to fly all the players out, so we can play
maybe next year.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like Sugar Crush is calling GG.
Yeah,
I don't know if you want to force game end or if it matters because of the points.
But I mean, but they probably won't get any more, right? Like in a 4v5, that's going to be tough.
Right? Yeah, I guess I didn't know if it has to be like red has to earn 500 for it to be counted as 500. I mean, with
no, it doesn't.
Okay, so we can just game end then.
Yeah, we can game end and say it's 500. Yeah, we can do that. That's fine.
I don't think go next. Admin in this.
Wait, is that confirmed? By the way, have they confirmed it's GG?
Yes.
Okay, confirmed.
Yes.
Confirmed. And I think it's over to EU for us.
Yep. All right, so game one goes to Team USA. Obviously, there was a disconnect at the end, but even before that disconnect, I think Sugar Crush, unfortunately, was just, they weren't going to win that game. I mean, like you said, team fight is just unreal for USA there. Now, obviously, if the reason Zintrax is playing Berserker is because he doesn't have the expansion, he will have it on EU. They won't have the ping. Maya hopefully won't be DC. You know, this is also, again, this is Skyhammer. This is their pick. You know, they're certainly going to be hoping to look a lot better and a lot stronger on this map. Will be, you know, it'll be interesting to see if USA decides to swap their comp up at all. Obviously, it was very effective, but knowing that Sugar Crush potentially going into the second game, you know, with a better game plan, with a stronger comp, you know, on their map pick, maybe they choose to change something up. But I think obviously, you know, if it's not broken, you know, why fix it? But yeah, definitely very strong showing from USA so far. Again, I said this in the game, but I really do want to highlight Anya. I think you know, really playing super well there. Not that there was like really a lot of pressure on Anya in that game or anything, but overall, really good showing so far there on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very impressive. And, you know, I think this is one of the most fun things to watch in the tournaments is because within roles, it's almost like little mini games, right? Like you have the thief versus thief 1v1 that almost happens, right? I love watching that. And the same with supports too, right? I think one of my all-time favorite games, I believe it was actually a Team USA game versus French Worms. Right, and watching Goku kind of go head-to-head with Zeromus was just incredibly exciting, actually. Like watching the supports try to out-rotate each other as well. So yeah, Thief is really exciting as well because you have that dynamic where, you know, look, it's Thief diff, right? Like there's kind of a Thief diff angle where the Thieves are going to try and outplay each other, and it can be so impactful when one Thief is just kind of getting the better of the other one with how those rotations connect. So we're hopping over to EU, guys. And while we're doing that, I actually want to give a massive shout out to two donations that have come through on the Matcherino, guys. Lilla's with the $100 saying huge content, and also Sampo with the big fan of big content. So, I mean, kind of content themed donations there. Thank you very much, guys. And again, remember, it's going to be split between me, the tournament organizer, charity, and the prize pool. So listen, you're supporting esports, you're supporting the teams, and you're supporting, honestly, a fantastic cause as well. So I would highly recommend checking it out. You can do that with !mota. And if you want to learn about cure rare disease, head on over to cureraedisease.org. Very happy to be once again in the mix. I think, wait, are the teams kind of joining? I've just made my way back over to EU.
Yeah, don't join.
I'm hopping in. Okay, and this needs to be on Skyhammer, right? So I've got to end the game. That's fine. Okay, right. Beautiful.
Okay, nice. Yeah. Okay, both teams getting in here. Very good. I told them to whisper your comp changes. Okay, Oh, that is interesting.
Have we got a little bit of tech coming on?
Well, I think it's interesting because I think potentially someone on USA does not have the expansion.
Okay. Now, that's surprising, to be honest. That does surprise me a little bit. But here we are on the Skyhammer. Let's see what Team USA is going to be playing in just a moment. Let's see what's going on. All right, I'm ready.
I mean, it's possible. It's possible that's not the case. It is possible that's not the case because the class that they've played. I don't know why NA gave me 2,000 ping. Very unfortunate, yeah. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, this is also just a different class than what they're playing on EU entirely. But the spec is just what gives me some pause. But yeah. Naru going by Nubu here instead of Overlord. Interesting, okay. But you know.
Yep. Seems good. And a quick update, guys, on what the other matches that are going on. We actually have it's currently 1-0 up for Half's Heroes versus Smash Protocol. So that match will be coming to EU, I believe, after that. And it looks like Snowfall versus Dehydrated and Distraught. Distraught is kind of still in progress, by the looks of it.
Very good, very good. Just waiting on USA to let us know that they are ready. We'll get these teams joining. No, Naru's just joining us. Okay, join.
Yeah. I mean, fine. That's yeah, they can do that. So let's see then. Oh.
Wait a minute.
I think everyone's got the expansion. It's looking good. And here we are. Here we are once again.
Let's see. Okay. Yeah. So I was told Hollowsmith, but Helio joined an Amalgam, but he swapped to Hollowsmith. Okay, that's I just confirming that. But that is why I was like, oh, I wonder if he doesn't have the expansion, but he obviously does since they had Amalgam. I guess they just think Hollow might.
They want to go with the Hollow. I mean, of course, Hollow was one of the top picks, right? Previously. So it's not inconceivable.
Yeah.
That will be the way to go, or that that's the way they want to
go. But yeah, we are going to see. So Anya is no longer in the Thief, which I think makes sense for this map potentially. I think Thief still can get some value, but I think maybe it's a little easier to find value off of Thief. Naru, aka Overlord, aka Nubu, still going to be on that Ritualist build. We do see Helio on the Hollowsmith, as we just talked about. Zroma staying, of course, on the support Troubadour, and CJ is going to be Evoker. But we do see back on Sugar Crush, it's going to be the comp that we saw them playing earlier in that first set against DT. Zintrax has the expansions on this account apparently. So Floor back on the Paragon and Zintrax on Spellbreaker. Otherwise, same comps here. But yeah, let's see how this goes. Skyhammer, this is Sugar Crush's pick. If they want to stay on EU, assuming they win this game, they'll have to hold USA to less than, I think, 59 points, I believe.
Yeah, and that's not going to be easy. That is not going to be easy whatsoever. I mean, look, obviously just defeating Team USA is no mean feat. But I'm curious what the approach is going to be to this map, Roy, because like Skyhammer, it always kind of strikes me as a bit of a team fight map, if anything, really, like where you often have some, potentially like big fights that happen. Of course, it can get very stally when the hammer is up as well, but I'm very interested. Like, we're certainly going to be seeing 3 nodes, which we obviously do, coming out here from Sugar Crush. But again, I really feel like they just cannot allow these team fights to happen, or they're just going to really struggle. Helio taking a bit of pressure, actually, from the Evoker there. Taco Cat doing some serious DPS. Maya kind of getting beaten down a bit too. Mamaya's on the other side of the map also suffering, still at 0-0, with these fights continuing. Zintrax getting conditioned up a little bit there in that 1v1 versus the Conduit, is able to evade for now. And, well, so far, things actually kind of staying very, very even right at the start of this game. No kills happening just yet, but the health bars on Sugar Crush getting a little bit low.
Yeah, Zintrax getting chased down by Anya, doing a decent job of kiting, but CJ now coming into the mix. Maya as well as Floor looking for some peel on him, but he's going straight into Naru, which might not be the place they want. But Maya's also forced to go on a node. Zintrax falling back in behind him because they were about to get the cap, and actually quite a bit of pressure onto Naru. But I'm not really sure why, why Floor left that, because he just gives up the node. I think they needed that third player there, and Zintrax now going to go into downstate. Floor leaving that definitely was a choice. I guess he decided he wanted to go for the cap on mid. Not sure if there's like some miscommunication and they weren't actually wanting to stay there. But either way, that's going to be a pretty strong start for USA after a couple minutes of a little bit of a stalemate. So a couple kills picked up. Taco Cat on the other side of the map as well going to be taken out. But Maya is going to be taken out. That's a huge stagger for them to come back into this map. Fortunately, a pretty slow map. So, getting staggered here isn't the end of the world, but it's still not the way that they want to be starting this game off.
Yeah, exactly. Not ideal. And I guess what the concerning thing for me is we need to see them actually win a fight. Like on the previous game, they didn't get a single kill, right? There was no top deaths for USA because nobody died. And at the end of the day, you can dance around the map, you can rotate, you can run and hide, but eventually you do need to actually be able to win a fight. And that's proving to be quite the challenge there. I have to say, I do think this Ritualist is providing a lot of value. As I say that, he actually dies. Okay, I'm sorry, Naru. Bit of a caster curse there. But I'm liking the red, to be honest. I think it has a lot of value, especially with the playstyle that Team USA is going for. But yeah, even the Ritualist is not safe against the power of Taco Cat, as a devastating lightning strike and then some damage from the hair kicks in and obliterates the Ritualist, sending them back to the spawn. But Maya also does get picked up over here on middle, so a little bit of a trade. Sugar Crush, though, actually getting a couple of points on the board, maybe getting point C. Overlord Naru pushing back into Taco Cat over here. And USA, they haven't run away with this game just yet. And in fact, we even do have Floor picking up point B potentially. Hammer is contested. Sugar Crush need to respond to that. They actually don't have a response right now. Maybe Maya can get there in time, but they've got to think about this. Are they just going to concede it? Looks like they might be going for that. Yeah, looks like they just concede the hammer. Fair enough. That does mean that they have to go back to point A to recapture that. But Sugar Crush not in an insurmountable position yet. Floor gets hit by the hammer as he jumps up. Classic. Taco Cat in a bit of trouble.
He is in a bit of trouble indeed. CJ as well as Helio coming on to him. Prime Light Beam going to confirm that kill. Maya just not able to really do anything but stand and watch and now run away. Is Romus there to slow her down a little bit as Anya is when Fleur are testing point B. Yeah, I mean, Skyhammer, I can kind of understand giving it up when it's not like, you have a hugely favorable map state, but they did have a favorable map state and they were behind. So this does put them in a losing position. But, I guess maybe they were just really worried about getting locked into a, more of a team fight there, and they're not really interested in that. You kind of said that coming into this game. They don't really want a team fight as much. Floor, though, getting plus tier over at middle node, getting run down, trying to get away with the Rampage, but he's going to be 1 HP. Maya just not there, again, able to help out Taco Cat and able to appeal. And yeah, I mean, we're just seeing players kind of picked up left and right here across the board, across the map here from Team USA onto Sugar Crush. They're just not really having a great time coming back and fighting. They get a kill onto CJ, they got a kill onto Naru before, but it's like 1 kill out of maybe versus 3 or 4 that USA are getting. And yeah, as you said, they just can't, there's no way for them to win the game like that. Points doubled now for USA, 100 over 50. Blue team are going to be able to pick up a node here, and we do see Maya potentially getting point C. If they can hold down, the side nodes, this is a good map state for them. But it is important to note that USA have already crossed 59-point threshold very easily, very quickly. So even if Sugar Crush win this game, we will be going back to EU. Sorry, excuse me, NA.
To NA, yeah, absolutely right. So yeah, that's already something that Sugar Crush is going to have to be mindful of if they're able to win. And of course, that does put them back in the position where they have to, play without the expansion, which is a bit weird. Now they're trying to converge onto Helio, but the support is looking good from Zeromus and Naru. He gets pulled back in though. That may, the pull activates there from Zintrax, but it's not going to be quite enough to actually secure that kill. The massive support coming out from the Necromancer and of course the Troubadour is enough to keep the Horseman in good shape, but the damage, in fact, does come back. A huge burst onto Helio, and he is going to be taken down here. In fact, so a win for Sugar Crush. And, well, I've got to hand it to Sugar Crush here, Roy. This game's not going easy for USA, is it?
No, not at all. And, I mean, I'm not too surprised. Sugar Crush are a strong team. I think, they had some pretty significant disadvantages on an A, and, they are obviously going to be on their home territory for EU. So, I'm expecting it to be a much closer game. But I think USA are still playing better. Just straight up. Obviously, the score reflects that, but just in general, they, again, we've seen a few kills go the way of Sugar Crush, but not very many. And again, the Skyhammer is okay. It is contested this time. We do see Taco Cat here, but he's immediately getting plussed. As soon as there was another player from Sugar Crush here, we saw Team USA start rotating in. Zeromus immediately headed there. We saw one more player from Sugar Crush come in, but 3 more coming in from USA, and that's going to be most likely Skyhammer. Yeah, once again, going the way of USA. They're not fighting for this map mechanic. And, you know, the first Hammer giving it up, I could maybe see it, but they're just not getting any value from giving this up at all. They're not getting any pressure onto nodes. They're not getting any pressure onto kills. Naru does go down, but again, this is the 1 versus 1. Okay, 1 versus 2, as Maya pluses it. I guess there's a little bit of value there, but are they going to be able to turn that into anything? Is getting a kill onto Naru worth giving up Hammer, especially when Nomias dies on the other side of the map?
Yeah, and Taco Cat's in trouble as well at the same time. Could maybe find a way to hold on, but it's not going to be easy. No, gets eliminated running into Zeromus there. And yeah, as you say, yeah, like, I do understand not going for the Hammer, I think, because I think it's just very difficult for them to fight it unless they're able to stall it somehow. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, if they're going to do that, they need to get out on the map. They need to get those points locked down 100%. They're just not quite able to do that here. And, you know, I think it is interesting to go with not playing the Thief here, because I do feel that that gives USA kind of a lot of stability in these games. They have a lot of classes that can just kind of hang around, right? We saw them utilizing the Necromancer for that a lot, just as a bit of a side note that can also do really well in the skirmishes, in the team fights at the same time. So USA just has a very versatile comp that's kind of difficult. It's a bit of a brick wall. It's hard for the blue team to rotate around, I think, especially on a map like this, which is relatively small and, you know, not the longest map in the universe where you can outmaneuver the opponents a bit easier, perhaps.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is just Sugar Crush kind of getting staggered from the beginning of the game. I don't really think it is, because, you know, I don't think there's been a huge scenario where, you know, they've only had like 4 players on the map for a significant amount of time consistently, and they're just getting farmed and farmed and farmed. Although the last couple of moments are looking a little bit more like that. But what really sort of stands out to me is it just feels like they're playing way more disconnected from each other than Team USA. And I don't think that's a huge surprise. I think Team USA has obviously been a team, you know, through some variations that have played together for a very long time. And Sugar Crush probably not as much, but still, you would expect players of this caliber, I think, to be able to, you know, communicate a little bit better, collaborate a little bit more with each other. And it does feel like they're playing a little bit more disconnected. It does feel like they're not really coming into this with as much of a game plan. Like, okay, we're gonna hold down the side nodes. Okay, we've lost a team fight. What do? We regroup. We go in. We try to find a kill. Maya goes and pluses some side. You know, we get that kill on Naru, and then we rotate into middle node together. It doesn't really feel like that sort of thing is happening. USA definitely doing a much better job of that, and we see this again, you know, double the score now. It's looking like USA are probably going to close the set out 2-0, not have to go back to an 8 to finish the set out. Very strong showing from USA so far. I think they are playing very clean, and if I'm French Worms or 55 Dragons, I am paying attention to how this game is going in between my sets. To get some information on USA.
I think that's always a really, really fun part, and I'm kind of hoping we do see this from the teams, is that teams almost try to hold back a little bit, because of course these games are all streamed, right? So when you play, if you play your comp, like the comp that you're going to play in the finals or later in the tournament, you're going to give that information away. And look, there's a precedent for this, guys. The French Worms, very famously, they are known to sandbag early on, guys, 100%. They are very well known to do this, to kind of conceal a little bit of technology. And of course, the man himself, Tok, not to be confused with his cousin, Tak, is playing in this tournament, guys. Tok is back in this.
That doesn't really have the same ring to it, does it?
No, it's not as good. It is not as good. Like Tak is back. Tok is back, I guess. Guys, I'm going to admit full caster bias here. I absolutely love to see what the French come up with, because look, for those who don't know, guys, the French in Guild Wars 2, well, for a start, there's a lot of them in PvP. Like half the scene's French. But more importantly than that, they are very well known for coming up with like wacky builds and wacky strategies. So watching what they come up with is going to be really exciting. But back to this game, we do have a double cap for Sugar Crush, but unfortunately they do lose 2 of their players at the same time, Myers and Zintrex flopping over onto the ground. So like that brief advantage that they found, it's going to be very hard to hold on to. Like I don't think Florid's going to be capable of holding a 1v2 versus the Conduit and the Ritualist. Taco Cat might be able to lock down point C, like is kind of buffering Helio away from this node at the same time, but of course Maya not able to push that 1v2 into CJ and Zeromus.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, we've only got, a short little while left in this game, 4 minutes. And, I don't think this is going to go to timer. I think USA will probably end up getting to 500 points. Certainly a better showing from Sugar Crush here, than on Legacy. And again, we expect this. They're playing a better comp, playing classes that they're more comfortable on, not Condition Berserker. They aren't playing on ping. Maya doesn't have 5,000 ping or whatever. But again, I really want to see this because I think this team has a lot of potential. I think they're a very strong third seed for EU behind 55 and French Worms, and I think they can compete with USA. They can compete with those upper bracket or top seed EU teams. But yeah, I really want to see them have a little bit better team synergy. I think that's kind of what's lacking here because we see Naru dead again, right? We've seen him getting picked out a couple times. We've seen a couple of the other players, Helio, getting picked out, but they're just not really gaining anything from it. They're not able to do anything with this lead, or rather with any sort of advantage on the map. And I really want to see that that change. We're going to see Skyhammer coming up now for a third time. Maya is there to potentially contest, as well as Taco Cat into Anya and Zeromus. So 2v2 for now. Taco Cat, though, the one actually on the node, but Floor's coming in now, so you can probably rotate off that. Is this going to be enough? I mean, they're about 160, 170 points down over USA. A couple minutes left. They do have a double cap. If they can get Skyhammer and find a couple of kills, but Taco Cat, he's going to get taken out here, and that's going to be very difficult. A lot of damage lost now in this fight. I don't think there's any res potential for this team here on that. And yeah, Helio coming in now, that's going to be the plus. But Maya is almost going to certainly be picked up here very, very low. I think that's probably going to be the end of the game here with these deaths on Skyhammer, with Skyhammer almost certainly going over the way of USA now.
Yeah, and that was just nasty. Like, everything just connected there. There's a lot of damage. CJ does actually die, by the way, but they are able to get that res as he was able to slip through the portal in the Vapor form. Floor still not fully dead, but not going to be able to be revived here, of course. I don't think Mamias can really hold this. That's a 1v4. Good luck with that. And yeah, look, when that conduit connects, it's so brutal. That was just absolute devastation, right? Taco Cat just got caught in the grasp of the Revenant for a mere second and was killed instantly. Crazy amount of damage there. And despite the fact that, you've got it. Look at this. Look at the score, Roy. Sugar Crush, they've held that double cap for a while, but the hammer signals the end of that as the nodes get reset. And despite a very powerful showing, we're coming up to 300 points for Sugar Crush. They really, really made that work. We've got a minute on timer, by the way. So there's actually some potential this does go to timer at this stage, like if Sugar Crush can hold. But, well, it's impossible for them to win, actually. It's literally impossible. You can only gain 90 points per minute. So the game actually is over at this stage. The only question is, will USA be able to make it to 500 points?
Unless they just start farming kills.
Yeah. Well, that's true. Yeah,
maybe they triple cap and just farm, and USA just runs it on respawn.
It just like runs it in feeds, then yeah, that could definitely happen. I don't think that's going to be the case, though, as we have Naru locking up middle here. Zintrax pushes in to go for that contest, but point C still being held firm. That's going to be CJ versus Taco Cat over there. But definitely a bit of a spicy game, I have to say. Like, and as you say, with the group synergy and kind of like getting a feel for how this plays, I'm really excited to see Sugar Crush's future in this tournament. Of course, they are going to be going to the lower bracket now, but as they kind of, get a feel for this, get a feel for the competition, get a feel for how the tournament's going to play out, this is a highly competitive team, and I'm very much looking forward to what they can come up with in the later rounds.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think, again, I've been kind of singing their praises a little bit. I think this is a really strong team. I think it's a really competent team. I think they've got a little, some kinks to work out there. But either way, USA, they are the North American champions for a reason. The Mota 2 champions as well.
Indeed.
Yeah, looking very good. Good to see them. Glad to see them here. Yeah, very, very strong set for them. 2-0 over Sugar Crush, who, again, I think is probably the 4th seed in this tournament. One of the strongest EU teams we have. They are going to be going down to the lower bracket. I think they should have a very good lower bracket run. I don't know how many teams are going to be able to compete with them down there, but one of the teams that I think could compete with them is Zero Pulse, if they get knocked down in their upcoming set versus Rank 55, which would be an interesting one. Also, Half Zeros, I think, similar. They're going to be a North American team. They are against French Worms. Both of those quarterfinal games, I think, should be pretty interesting. I don't know if you have a preference on which one you'd want to go to, but
I believe we're going to French Worms versus Half Heroes. Yeah, we see Worms and Half's Heroes is going to be coming up next. Yeah, that is going to be a fun one. And, wow, look at this, guys, okay? Team USA got all 4 Skyhammers there. Can you imagine? That's honestly so interesting to reflect on. Also, shout out to Floor for playing Image Not Found. I don't know how you did that. That's a crazy elite spec. I didn't know we had that in the game. And Helio for playing Core NG. That is true, by the way, guys. That is exactly what happened in this matchup. And also, top deaths is actually Naru. Just going to point that out there. Top deaths is Naru.
Top deaths in the game, not from USA.
Well, for USA and Mamaya's top deaths. I love the top death stat. I absolutely fucking love it. I'm going to be honest with you. It's beautiful.
Chat was calling me toxic because I said Naru died again. That's just what happened. I wasn't flaming Naru. I think Naru played great. I just think he died a couple times. That's not his.
I mean, that's true. That is accurate. He did die a couple of times.
Teapot is the one putting it on stream. All right, I just said it.
I mean, yeah. It's like I'm just. I mean, okay, all right. I see. But yeah, that's the end of that game. Let's get the Frenchies in here. Let's get the Worms, guys.
Are they? They're not in an arena already.
They shouldn't be. I've claimed that match.
Let me whisper. I actually know any of these. Let's see. Fortunately, we've got a list with their names. No, we don't have a list with their names. They don't have their account names there.
Wait, the Frenchies? Oh, let me hold on. I can.
What are their freaking names, man?
Yeah, look. I'm actually going to expose the French. They couldn't fathom how to sign up. It was. I'm not joking. It was legitimately too complex for them. They said, "We give up. It's over." I'm sending you the roster. Hold on. Probably talk to Goku. Is probably the way to go. But yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, they literally said, "We give up. We can't do it. It's too challenging."
Well, was your website in French?
Well, maybe it needs to be.
So Half's Heroes is NA, right?
They are, yes. Okay. So we're going to be starting on EU because, French Worms are the highest seed. Actually, quickly input a couple of matches that have happened. So quick update on the bracket while we wait. We have Snowfall actually won 2-0 against Dehydrated and Distraught. Their next match, it's up against Team USA. So that's going to be very, very fun. Rank 55 Dragons versus Zero Pulse is currently in progress. So we actually don't have anything going on just there. And of course, the lower bracket matches are going to be happening. And you can see the lower bracket starting to form, by the way, guys. We have Dehydrated and Distraught versus the Exalted Quack Lords. Sugar Crush are going to face Smash Protocol. And then, as you can see here, the losing team from the Rank 55 versus Zero Pulse is going to face Driven by Time. And then the loser between French Worms and Half's Heroes is going to go to face Ait Bet.
So, interesting change, actually. We are going North America for the first game. French teams wanted to start on NA.
Okay, all right, yeah, they want to start on NA. I mean, yeah, that is, of course, that's their right. So, again, just as just to kind of contextualize that, guys, like, if you are the highest seed, you can pick what server you want to start on. And French Worms want to start on NA, which is completely fine.
While we transfer over, I'm going to go grab some water. I'll be back in 1 minute.
All righty. And while we are transferring over to NA then to get this game started, guys, once again, send me all your gold, okay? We currently have, wait, where's Falco? Wake up, Falco. Are you on stream, bro? Because Falco has been hard at work cooking up some legendaries for us, and we can do some giveaways, I think, once he actually shows up, to motivate you. That's my goal, guys, to motivate you to donate. And basically, every time we get one of these thresholds, so at 80k gold or 2,800 USD, we'll give something away maybe when he shows up anyway. Because that is what we're going to be doing. But until then, go ahead and check out !mota, guys, on how you can send all of your gold into this expansion. I kind of want to see 100k gold, guys. By the end, I want to get to that 6 figures. We want 6 figures, guys. And I'd love to see if we can raise a whole bunch of money for a charity at the same time. So get into the mix. But yeah, I'm going to be transferring over right now. We're accompanied by Roy's chair as of right now. And, well, I'm going to be booting up the game and going over to the NA server. Right, let's go to NA. NA content.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I have made it to NA, by the way. I did. It was a tough journey.
I'm
but
sure.
I made it.
True.
Do we have a better chair? Do you want to wait? Do it. Okay, you can decide, guys. Here's my chair. There you go. That you've already seen. There's Roy's chair. What do you guys think? Wait, I feel like our chairs are kind of similar, no? Relatively. Yeah, kind of. Like different shape, but
I don't know. I can't see your chair. I don't see
yeah,
your
that's
camera,
true.
But...
Yeah. Because I'm not streaming that. But yeah, as you can see, this is the chair. Well, what do you guys think? Like, is Roy's chair better, or is my chair better? I guess I nearly just destroyed my setup. But anyway, let's get to work with the worms.
They can't see. Goku, I am in game. You can whisper me.
All right.
I assume we're staying in that same arena, right?
Yep. We will go to Mota 1.
Where is it? I think you need to join it. I cannot see it in the list.
Yeah, I'm in. I am in. Talk, not Esprit, is messaging me saying that they have ping issues. I mean...
Well, they picked an A.
Don't you just love PvP players? Isn't that... They actively pick NA.
Also, I mean, like, is this a surprise to him?
Yeah, I mean, what are you expecting?
I have ping on an A. I live in Europe. Teapot, you're telling me you didn't fix the ping for this tournament?
Wait, they have 600 ping. That's not good. I mean, guys, I can't fix that. Like, what do you want me to do? I don't. Roy, can you fix the servers? Can you just?
Yeah. I'll tell them.
Isn't that Awesomeness's job? Can't like Awesomeness do that?
True.
Real
Awesomeness,
quick.
flip the switch.
Awesomeness, fix the servers, bro. You kidding me? Come on, man. And all right.
I'm talking to Goku.
I'm gonna leap into the game in just a moment.
I mean, I suppose, if they have like if they want to like reset their routers or something, we could just do 55 versus 0 pulse.
Yeah, but we can obviously give them a little bit of time if they need to reset all of that stuff. But while we wait to see what we're gonna do, very big thank you to Bunker Luminary for the 1,250 globs of ectoplasm. Thank you very much. And 65 Kid for 250 Mystic Coins and 250 globs of ectoplasm. Thank you very much indeed. There's some big contributions. You have been recorded. Oh, wait, I actually forgot to even mention this, guys. But if you donate to the tournament, you will be immortalized in our Hall of Fame. So everyone will know how much you love PvP, how much you love the Guild Wars 2 PvP scene. So you definitely want to get into the mix with that one. But yeah, obviously, hopefully, it is cross-region. That does lead to some ping problems sometimes, right? Like, at the end of the day, guys, I know that, the world of Tyria is a real place, but unfortunately, so are the servers. So that does mean that there can be some latency sometimes.
Yeah. Looks like we're getting people in, though. Also, since we have not seen Half's team yet, I did get some information from Half. I actually got it last minute this morning, so I haven't read this, so I'm going to read it out loud on the stream, and hopefully it doesn't, hopefully, we don't get banned for it. But
okay.
So Half, a North American team, I'd say probably one of the stronger NA seeds, maybe the second highest NA seed, potentially, but this is from Half, team captain for Half's Heroes. I like that name. Essentially a last-minute plug put together to give NA some representation in the tournament besides USA. Half is the Guardian Extraordinaire, old player who came back to the game with the long-term goal of revitalizing NA, so the scene is not just one team stomping the rest. Merp, multi-class player known for rizzing up the ladies.
Oh.
Fun fact, Merp is the only player to have the Champion of Champions title without winning a single monthly. That's an interesting statistic there. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but hey. Seacod, Necrogamer whose prowess is rivals the likes of Naru Necromancer. Known for his gamer moments, be ready to see some rated R content. Well, that's not appropriate. We won't see that, because then he'll get banned. Seacod, Necrogamer who... sorry, I read Seacod. Traumadex, big fan of Traumadex here. Obviously, Traumadex is from EU, but he lives in North America now, so he's playing on today. Multiclasser, he's an EU legend known for winning 10 times monthlies and holding the God of the Arena title. Now having moved to NA, Trauma seeks to claim more titles and gizmos than ever.
Oh.
Mur, multi-class player. Mur's mechanical prowess allows him to play whatever his team needs in a cinch. And finally, Moobs, the OG Guardian one trick. This veteran of the Mist has postponed spamming the Heart of the Mist map cat to play Luminary support and give much-needed wisdom to these Guild Wars 2 idiots. After Mota ends, rest assured Moobs will be spamming something 24/7.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I honestly, I Move's very interesting chat history, I believe, overall in the game. You know, a legacy, even, you could say. But yeah, always good to see the classics coming back into the mix. But anyway, I think we're about ready to go. Hold on, though. Wait, something has happened. Whoa! We have got some esports going on here, Roy. Brando G with the $20 donation to Mota, saying from the Guardian NPC. So there you go, Guardian. Shout out to the Guardian NPC. But Kiba actually drops the 500 on Mota 3, taking us up to 3,297 USD. Thank you very much, my friend. That is absolutely crazy. That is beast mode. And yeah, once again, guys, we're splitting this with organization and charity and the prize pool. So all of this is going to multiple good causes. Esports, charity, and of course, the administration of the tournament.
How much are you paying me, Teapot?
0.
Am I not organization of the tournament?
No, you don't count. Everyone else is, just not you.
Oh. Well, all right then.
But
what is this chat? My condolences to Roy. You will get through this and many more. God gives his toughest battles to his strongest warriors. Wishing you a speedy recovery. I shaved my head for charity. All right. Waiting for Half's comp.
Okay. And also, well, on this topic, guys, we actually had a big one in-game as well. Neslin dropping the Sunrise on the tournament, guys.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. So we're getting some good stuff here.
Is there where's the donation link? Is there like a what it says like the total is?
It's wait, I mean it's in donate. You can in-game, for the in-game gold stuff, no. But like you can see, in fact, there's honestly like no particularly good place to see it actually, outside of exactly the thing I have on stream. So no.
Why did your Tiltify link just bring me to the Tiltify website? That's not.
Look, wait, what? Tiltify? No, the Tiltify thing should not be there. I forgot to remove it. Okay, that's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't look at that one. Okay, that one's not good. Okay, the Matcherino link is like semi-accurate, but look, it's scuffed. Thing is, look, I said, guys, donate to Matcherino. Do you know what people did? They sent me money directly. It's very confusing. Nice. And the thing is, and look, you just don't want to know. Like, it's very confusing, but I have the actual number. That's the important thing. And also another 150 Mystic coins from Jim James Jimothy.
Whoa! All right. Anyways, what is our total for the cash?
Let me have a look. Right now, it is $3,297, which is going to be split 3 ways. So basically, for all of this, it's over 1.1K.
All right. If we get to 5,000,
I
will donate a Queen Bee infusion. Gold prize. And $500 to cash prize pool.
Holy shit! That is beast mode. And kind of on that note as well, Falco is also a big kind of patron of esports in Guild Wars 2. He's going to be, when he wakes up, doing a couple of giveaways for you guys in terms of legendaries. And also, he will be increasing the prize pool by an amount. Like, he hasn't said exactly how much, but it will be anywhere, I don't know, like 33% or something. So, I don't know. Like, to us guys, like, he's a crazy guy. Who knows what he could do? But basically, he's going to take what we have. He's going to multiply it by a number. So stay tuned for that. And yeah, we're just waiting to kind of get started on the picks and bans after the comps have been sorted out. So stay tuned, guys. And while you're doing that, go check out !mota. And yeah, let's see if we can get to 5,000 so we can, so instead of getting paid, Roy can literally pay the tournament. Okay. It's like, it's actually the inverse pay.
Yes.
But look,
that's never happened before.
It's worth it for the exposure. Okay. It's all about the exposure.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, definitely go check that out, guys. !mota in the chat. And of course, please do go ahead and check out cureraddisease.org as well, guys. It's a fantastic charity. We worked with them many times before. And yeah, it's really, really cool. I love raising money for charity alongside our wonderful esports there as well. It's fantastic stuff. And yeah, I'm very much hoping forward, dude, sorry. I apologize. I'm a little bit groggy, okay? What a beautiful coincidence, guys. Can you believe it? I caught a cold 2 days before the tournament, man. Come on. But we're working on it, okay? We're doing our best here while we get these teams sorted out. But yeah, definitely check it out. It's an amazing cause, amazing stories, and amazing research that's being done. So definitely check that stuff out and consider either directly contributing to Cure Rare Disease. You can find all of that stuff, obviously, on their website, or indeed doing it through Mota. And then, of course, I'll be making a donation using what we raise on Match Reno and the other donations that I'm going to pull together as we, at the end of the tournament. And also, I do want to actually highlight a really big one as well. I'm sure many people are aware of Guffle TV, also known as Avatar or Helder Zeit or Master of D Universe. Okay, do you know how much this guy dropped? This guy dropped 1,000 euros on this tournament, guys. That's what he's about. Okay, that's what he does. He is an esports god. Oh, and the players are in fact loading in. Okay, it took a little while, but we're getting there. But yeah, let's go ahead and I guess get our picks and bans going, right? I think in
we have them ready. We're starting on Legacy.
Oh wait, we already did.
So it's gonna be Legacy, Skyhammer, Capricorn.
Okay, all right. Let me set the map.
So Worms picked Legacy first. Okay. And then Coliseum was banned.
Yep.
By half.
Yep.
Worms banned Temple. Half banned Forest. Half then picked Skyhammer.
Okay.
Worms banned Kylo, which brought us to Capricorn as the final map.
All right.
So it's gonna be Legacy, Skyhammer, which is the exact same as we saw for USA versus Sugar Crush, interestingly enough. Although it was the EU team picking Legacy and the NA team picking Skyhammer, the inverse of that. And then we're going to go to Capricorn, which we have not seen yet, which is kind of exciting.
Yeah.
I like Capricorn. And Worms chose to ban Kylo instead of Capricorn, which is interesting because I feel like Worms usually like Kylo, don't?
Yeah, they do actually. They do. Yeah, they do like that. So
but I guess they wanted Capricorn instead.
And yeah, well, we'll have to. And look, I have to say, I'm really interested to see like what type of composition that we do end up seeing here from the French, or indeed if that's going to change as we proceed through the tournament, because of course, like they are known to not always play what other teams play, right? They like to play some interesting stuff sometimes, and yeah, we can see the players loaded in. It's going to be Raikön, Tok, Vern, Glint, and Kill, of course, for the Worms. On the blue team, it is going to be Merpsy, Mermentalist, Comrade Trammer, Seacod, and Half on the Holosmith. So two pretty different comps, really. You do have a couple of common themes. The Ritualist, obviously, in the mix there. And yeah, that Troubadour providing the backbone with the support. And Evoker, also incredibly powerful right now. Well, the game starts now. I guess with any luck, we have actually seen the ping work out well for the red team. Otherwise, it could be weird. But I guess we're about to find out.
Yeah, Goku was messaging me. He said it seemed to be a little bit better.
Okay,
but also, they're going to be next game either way.
Yeah.
Also, no moves here. Interesting left. He's not playing so far, it looks like. I'm not sure if he's just going to be playing later on, if they feel like they need a Guardian matchup or something. But either way, we'll see how that goes. All VOE specs there on the French
line. Yeah.
And almost all VOE specs for half Sierras, but we do have the Holosmith. So it does seem like NA's favoring the Holosmith over the Amalgam, interestingly enough.
Yeah, I think there actually is a bit of debate right now, like if Amalgam is better than Holo. I have seen the French play it quite a bit. For example, it was, the French were playing it in the monthly AT. It was being played by Sausage's God in that particular case. Didn't look amazing, to be honest, but the Worms do favor it, and maybe we're about to find out why that is and like why they have this approach and how it fits into their composition and so on. But yeah, well, here we go. We already have Merp kind of getting forced back there. The Worms going for a very aggressive push with Worm Tok on that Ritualist getting into position, kind of shoving away the opponents. But of course, we now have this 1v1 happening.
We might be in trouble.
Gun's dead. Yeah, Trauma and Merp find that kill.
Yeah, nice kill. Nice pressure picked up there for Half's Heroes. So far, doing a really nice job of kiting out a waterfall as well. They didn't overextend. They didn't give anyone up. They allowed their team to get an advantage over a middle node, get that first kill. Seacod, though, in some trouble, tries to leave the 1 versus 1 against Kill on the Amalgam over there, but he's going to get finished out. We do see the Fear coming out. Is that going to be enough? And actually, Trauma coming in to stop him. He has the road now. He's going to be going for the res. There's poison on that downstate, though, so I'm not sure he's going to be able to do this. He is getting a lot of pressure. He's starting to get very, very low. Oh, I don't know. This might be an overextension from him, and unfortunately, this could be a bit of a throw. Although a lot of Condi pressure turned back on to Kill. On the other side of the map, we see the Hallsmith half getting taken out. We see Mur now coming in as well over from mid. He's going to get res. Riken coming in to support Kill. The res is good. Trauma making a hero play as they push back towards the node. We also see Merp coming in off of respawn, but the rest of the Worms are here in force now, and it's going to be a huge team fight coming into Corey.
It absolutely is. What a remarkable play. And you can really see how a single revive can really change the state of play. Traumanex, though, is in a little bit of trouble. Getting blasted there. The oozes onto Traumanex there. I don't think that's going to be resible this time, although it's maybe being attempted. But no, Mur has also gone down. Merpsy has flopped over as well. We'll get revived up by the Holosmith, but I don't think we can really re-engage into this fight effectively after losing 2 of these players. And the Worms are establishing full control over this map, despite having a couple of kind of like, weird deaths that were going on there. They're still looking very strong. They're in control. Seacod is going to be taken out over here. We're going to have 3 players dead for Half's Heroes, and the Worms fully rebound and start shoving their opponents back to the base.
Yeah, no, really nice play from Worms to come back off that. I mean, if Trauma had been able to get that kill onto Kill, I think that would have gone very, very differently. It's really interesting with the Troubadour being the main support for these teams in a lot of these games. There's no res utility on either team. They're not going to run Illusion of Life, most likely. I'd be surprised if we saw that. So, it is interesting that team fights, a lot of the time when you lose a player, it kind of just, that's the end of the team fight, unless you can find a return kill very quickly, which we don't see usually. But either way, Worms actually breaking the base open, and so far it's going very well for them. Merp is being taken out immediately. He's going to be cleaved out here very easily. Half coming in off of respawn soon. I wonder if they're going to go for Lord, or if they're just trying to keep them on farm and keep them from getting back out into the map to stop this triple cap. But either way, Worms looking so strong in this first game we're seeing them here. Merp getting taken out as well, getting over to Waterfall. I don't know. Worms dominant.
They are looking very, very good indeed. And, look, they're going to be hungry for that mota, right, to be honest, because the Worms have not won Master of the Arena. Of course, the first one was won by Rank 55, the second by Team USA. And that means that the third is very much up for grabs, of course. And I think the Worms would love to have that kind of on their resume, as it were, in the Guild Wars 2 PvP scene. They're going to be hungry. They're going to be coming for it. So I think certainly a team to really watch out for, and a very exciting team to watch in terms of their theory crafting, in terms of their team play. Again, this is one of those teams that's been around for a long time, right? They've got that synergy. They've got that team spirit that's been built up over the years, right? A very strong identity, I think, with the French Worms over here. They're looking really, really devastatingly powerful. They just have that damage output. They've got the coordination. And I think what's interesting, they also have that flexibility as well, because, of course, Goku, who I'd say one of the most well-known Worms, is not in this roster right now, Roy. He's not currently playing.
Rin is playing instead of
exactly, and that means that they might potentially have some ideas that involve Goku, maybe for certain maps, maybe to against certain teams. Right, so that's still up in the air.
It could be a case where maybe his ping was just like way too high and they put Brennan instead. But I agree with you. Maybe they're feeling like Warrior, because of course Goku's a Warrior player, maybe the Warrior player, and so maybe they wanted to put Warrior in a different matchup. But either way, I mean, this is super dominant. Not only that, this is on an A, and they were coming into this with high ping. They're going to be looking to potentially shut them out even harder when they go to EU. But Skyhammer, which is going to be the second map of this game, of this set, is the pick for Half's Heroes. They might have a better game plan coming in for Skyhammer, even if it is on the European server. But yeah, overall, I mean, Worms, I was a little bit unsure about Worms coming into this because I feel like we've seen 55, we've seen USA playing consistently. We haven't seen Worms with this specific roster. Talk coming in off of retirement to replace his cousin Tack, who we haven't seen play in a while. Potentially there's a little bit of synergy loss there. I think Kill also hasn't always been playing with the Worms. Obviously, very strong French player, but he hasn't always been with the Worms. I think he played with 55 a couple times, actually, if I'm not mistaken. And so, I think this roster, potentially a little bit of more of a question mark than maybe 55 or USA. But all the questions have been answered for me at this point. I mean, they are looking so clean. And as you've been saying, this might not be their final form. They can put Goku in. GG coming out from half. We can game end and go in.
Yep, okay.
Or excuse me, EU.
We will.
But also, like you said, yeah, maybe there's some comp shenanigans they're going to try up later. Yep.
Yeah.
Very
interesting to see that because,
very impressive.
And I think, of course, when we see, Worms go up against other teams, like that is when their brains are going to be working, right? They're going to be thinking, okay, what can we do, right? If they drop a game at some point, right? Like, what are they going to do? How are they going to handle that type of approach, right? Like, that's where you can see that flexibility come into play. And they are a team, and I think this is a bit of a theme in the really experienced teams, right? Is that they are very adaptable, right? They're capable of playing different compositions, right? Like adapting to different maps, right? Like different matchups against a variety of opponents. So it's going to be really exciting to kind of see that dynamic come into play there as well. Okay, what is this name? Okay, we have a donation in-game from Tentacle Pleasures with one superior rune of holding, and then one look, you know what this guy's been doing? He's been doing the mirror farm, yeah? 1,000 rares. Okay, that's what that is. Okay, Ooh. Getting value out of the expansion there for sure. Thank you very much, Tentacle Pleasures. And we've got a couple more ones on the Matcherino as well. Let me go ahead and read through those. We've got B-Boy. Okay, one of the most legendary gamers. Actually, let me start real quick. Let me start my transfer so I'm not stalling the tournament. Give me 1 second, guys. I will read the donations in just a moment. I'm going to be going over to EU. Okay. We're going to EU. But anyway, from B-Boy, we have $15 with the comment Worm. So clearly a Worm supporter. $100 from Trig is Awesome. Have you heard of that? I've never heard of that guy, right? I don't know who that is. But thank you much for the 100. Broccoli Rob with the 25 with content wow as the comment, and Alcar with 42 as well. So thank you very much indeed, gamers. Some fantastic stuff there as well. Keep it up. Keep it coming, guys. More stuff in game. And of course, head on over to Mota and CRD to see what the hell's going on. We're going to be starting up on EU on the Skyhammer in just a moment.
Yes, indeed. Okay. Is the arena up?
Yeah, I'm just logging in now.
Okay.
And yeah, real quick, by the way, guys. Oh, yeah, look. Quick request, don't send gold, because there's a 500 gold cap, yeah? Wait, actually... Yeah. Don't send gold. Send items.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's cooked.
Yeah. Oh, there's a TUH arena. Is that where we're going?
TUH. No, I believe that's 55's arena. Huh. I saw them in TUH doing some scrims, if I'm not mistaken. Boyce loves that emote. He likes TUH. Some people go for... I mean, do you have a preference, actually? Do you prefer buh or tuh?
I think I prefer buh. I don't remember... Yeah, I prefer buh.
Okay.
Yeah, buh is way superior than tuh. For once, I disagree with Boyce. This might be the only thing we disagree on.
I mean, do you have any... Is there any, like, rationale for that? Like, any particular reason?
It's just a better emote.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it.
I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, I'm just going to echo what Kibo wrote in chat, which is, joking aside, big W for the donos. We'd love to see the support for the PvP community, as well as, probably more importantly, I would say, cure rare disease, excuse me. Yeah, great cause. Definitely donate. But all right, here we go. Are both teams in here? Where is Half? Oh, Merp is in here. Okay. Good. So once these teams get in here, I'll tell them to whisper me for comp changes.
It's a big charity frenzy because, of course, look, if you guys haven't figured out yet, okay, Roy, of course, was fundraising for Extra Life as well. That this is something that ArenaNet does every year. I think we're over 100 grand now, actually, for X-Live, which is fantastic.
Yeah, people have been popping off.
Yeah. I saw some big ones. I think when I was there, there was like a 3.5K coming in or something, right, from like a single individual. Absolutely wild stuff going on there. Yeah. We absolutely love to see that. Right? That's just fantastic. As well, and obviously a big shout out to ArenaNet for not only helping us run this tournament with the prizing and so on, but also for doing once again doing a fantastic charity operation. Really awesome stuff from ArenaNet to be blasting that as well, and that's still going now. I think it's nearly at its end, if I'm not mistaken, but it's still going.
Should be done in about an hour.
Yeah. So it's still going. So they're now there. So definitely check that out, guys. Okay, open up another tab and just go from there, I guess. Is something that you can do. But anyway, we're about to leap into this game. I think our teams have made it. And, well, Skyhammer is going to be an interesting one because, look, some people call this map Wormhammer because the worms, they love it for their playstyle because they do like to play slower games. They like to slow things down, have a proper brawl slugfest of a match. And this map very much facilitates that, that playstyle. So, I think this is going to be a very challenging match to take them down here, especially because we're playing on the away server right now for Half's Heroes. This is not going to be easy.
Yeah, I think, I don't ever enjoy saying this, but I do wonder if this was like not really so much a comp issue and more of just like a player issue. And, I don't think it was necessarily, when we saw USA beat Sugar Crush, I don't really think that was like a player issue because I think Sugar Crush are all really good players. I think that was more of, like I was saying, this like a synergy issue. Potentially, especially on the NA game, maybe a bit of a comp issue too. But last game, I think that Half's Heroes, they are, I think, a good team. They definitely don't have the synergy probably since they are kind of a last minute team, as Half called out himself in that message he sent me. But I also think that the French Worms are potentially just of a higher caliber. They are such a strong force to be reckoned with. As we said, not a Mota winner. They did not win Mota 1. I'm pretty sure they competed in it, and they were in the finals for Mota 2, but they lost to USA. So they haven't won a Mota yet. They're definitely looking to claim that, place in Guild Wars 2 PvP history. But either way, I mean, just definitely one of the most dominant teams we've seen in the history of the game. But yeah, so I do think certainly a very, very strong advantage for them coming into this, especially now that we're back on EU. They're not going to be dealing with any ping issues. Even if this is Half Heroes map pick, they'd have to pull out something kind of crazy, I think, to have, any sort of advantage coming into this, or any chance really coming into this.
Yeah, 100%. They're going to have to pop off if they want to challenge this. Of course, they have to they can't even allow the Worms to get 15 points if they want to go back to NA after this. So, yeah, that's going to be tough, to be honest. And yeah, well, we're going to be getting started very, very soon. And of course, thank you to You Are a Beta Male for 250 Ectos and Kunives with the assortment of random items. Thank you.
Any good random items?
Ectos and Armored Scale, so pretty good. Get some legendary materials kind of thing. Pretty decent stuff. And here we go. We're loading in.
Oh, I gotta say, Mer's names are very good.
Yeah, Mercy for None. Yeah, this is pretty high too.
That's a good name. Yeah. All right, so Worms have 0 comm changes. We are going to see, I believe, slight changes here for Half's Heroes. They're no longer running the Hollow Smith. We are going to have the Luminary, though, which is exciting. Half is a well-known Guardian player. I mean, definitely a strong player who can multi-class, I think, but definitely well-known, I think, for playing Guardian. So we are going to see him playing that. So, we'll have to see if that helps out, at all in this matchup. But again, I think Worms coming in here with a very, very strong advantage in this game. They're up 1-0 in this set. This is now back on their region on EU. They are very familiar with Skyhammer, even if this was the NA team's pick, Half's Heroes pick. So yeah, I think we're going to see another pretty strong game from Worms. And I will say, Teapot, that's very exciting to me because if Worms win this, there's a very good chance we're going to see them up against 55 in the semi, which is very interesting because that also means the winner of that would potentially be seeing USA in the upper finals.
Which
I don't think we're seeing today.
Well, we are not.
But those matchups, those are the matchups that most people are looking for.
Yeah, that's where it's going to get crazy.
Fighting against each other.
Oh, yeah.
But before we get there, I'm getting ahead of myself. We never know what can happen. We've seen CCOD do it before. It is going to be game number 2 of this set on Skyhammer on the European region. Half's Heroes down 0-1 against the French Worms back in force. Still playing without Goku.
Yeah, and here we go. And of course, they're going to be pushing over to 3. Half Zero is not doing the same, actually. They're basically leaving Kill to just go ahead and grab point C. Looks like the Ritualist is starting to move over there at the start of this game. Luminary, of course, from Half there, kind of pushing into that to help out Merp at the same time. So far, the fight's not looking too crazy. Damage kind of going out here. Just kind of looking like, where is this initial kill going to be coming through? Trauma in a little bit of pressure here, but Mer coming in there to help out with that. Oh, Merp very, very low there. Those evokers, you got to be so scared. You know, this is like, it's like some Monty Python stuff. You got to watch out for that electric bunny. It is going to get you. Like, if you are not careful,
yeah.
You have to be so careful of that thing. But anyway, they're able to heal back up. Their Seacon getting very, very low against the Amalgam. Wait, is he going to the poison? No, Shroud saves the day
Shroud.
at the last second.
Oh, and the poor, I think he might, oh, but he's running into 2 other players. He's still getting chased by Kill as well. And I gotta say, it's really interesting watching that 1 versus 1 against, with the Conduits. You had mentioned earlier that you felt like, I'm gonna hold that thought for a second actually, as we might have some kills coming up here. Trauma very low already into this. Seacod coming into this extremely low as we saw before, trying to peel for Trauma with his Shroud. Merp down on the other node. Trauma though, he's gonna be going down into mid, on the middle as well. Mercy for none, potentially gonna be following. He is, and Worms looking to clean this game up. Very hard starting out here, holding Half Zeros to 0 points, finding several kills across the map. Half himself now the captain for this blue team, about to fall, and that's 4 kills picked up in quick succession across the map. Maybe make it 5. Well done here by the French Worms.
I think that's going to be a wipe. It is a wipe. Yeah, that is a full wipe coming through from the Worms. I told you guys they love this map. They love this map, guys. They really, really do. And this, similar to what we were talking about on Kylo earlier, it's hard to break out a Skyhammer. You can see the Worms. They're already getting in position, sieging the base of Half's Heroes. And, well, look, they've got that opportunity. They want to make it perfect. Can they get a flawless victory? That's what they're looking for. Trauma drops down maybe a little bit too early to do that before the team is respawned. Not sure about that one, to be honest. And this is looking devastating for French Worms.
I really think that the Worms are looking to come into this tournament with something to prove. I mean, again, it's a shame that I didn't really get to talk to them before this tournament. USA in 55, I think definitely looking to prove something. Draza claiming himself as the 2-time champion, world PvP champion, which, very, very good, very true there. USA, saying that they were a little bit demotivated to start, weren't sure if they're going to make it coming in, looking to claim themselves as the champions of not just of North America, but of the world as well. But Worms, I really think, again, I feel like a lot of people they talk about USA and they talk about 55 first, and then they talk about the Worms a little bit. Maybe not you, Teapot, you're a little bit biased there, I think, for the Worms. But I really do think, again, because we haven't seen them playing as much, I feel as though they're coming in to prove something here. I am going to talk about this team fight here, as we do see Half Zero coming in with a full regroup coming out of their spawn. A lot of low health bars there. Murr as well as Half very low. They're staying just barely, but the Troubadour's finally going to fall. The Worms, full health bars across the board. This is already looking like it might be over. Half forced into the renewed focus. Murr going to be taken out. They do find downstate on the
Riker in trouble as well.
It's potentially going to be a downstate battle here. We are going to see the res. No, that's the Vapor Form coming out. Is there going to be cleave? Is there going to be rally for Murr? Hander's coming out from Worms on top of it. They're going to be forced off. That's going to be the downstate coming out. Kill now going to be forced off that. He's going to be taken out here. Tuck, one of those 3 is going to be potentially taken out as well off the back of this fight, and he is going to go to downstate. So there is some life left in this for Half Zeros. They finally win a fight. Worms just sitting in front of their base for so long. They were able to do it, but they're down almost 300 points. Is this possible for them?
I mean, anything is possible because, if they are able to get that lockdown, if they're able to consistently win those fights, they can do it. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, very hard to continuously fight at your opponent's spawn, right? Like, you eventually end up overextending, which is ultimately what happened there to the Worms. They weren't quite able to win that rally war. And now, of course, Half Zeros a little bit in the driving seat, and the Worms are going to have to get a bit of a regroup. They find themselves in the inverted position to how things were, but they're playing it smart, right? They're playing it safe. They're just waiting. They're not pushing just yet, waiting for the Amalgam to be back in the mix, and now they're looking for that kill. Merp potentially a little bit out of position, getting caught, trying to kite away. Does have Blink and the Elite skill available, giving that AoE distortion, but needs to actually be very, very careful. Getting a bit isolated away from the pack. Needs Peel's really nice mobility, though, and movement usage to get to the Skyrim portal, but that leaves the team without a support, at least for the time being. landing. Looks like we're going to the Skyhammer to have a big battle here. Worms now moving in. Oh, that Evoker taking a beating, though. Isvan has to be careful of that Luminary. The Luminary moving in to find those kills. And actually, hold on. Worms in a bit of trouble here, Roy, as we do see Glint go downstate here. Vern also going to fall over. And Half's Heroes, they're having a bit of a rebound in this game.
Yeah, I was saying the Worms have something to prove, and apparently it's that they are throwing for content. But either way, Riken dead on the Hammer. I mean, this is almost certainly Hammer confirmed. We're going to see Trauma staying here to cap that up. And I got to say, I really want to call this out because Havs Heroes was, I mean, they were basically down and out, right? They got pretty hard to stomp the first game. They came into this, they were about 300-0. They win a team fight and they completely swing the map. And I think it's really important to call that out and really celebrate that because that is a hard thing to do
they got the
when
mental.
You are so far down. But they have the mental. And you know what? This is probably as Hav called out, the veteran leadership of Moobs most likely, keeping them in the game and keeping everyone calm and collected, as he's known for. And I really think that it's that veteran leadership. Why are you laughing? You know, keeping them in the game. And they've gotten 130 points back and held the Worms to like 1 kill. Really, really nice job there.
It might be coming to an end, though, as we have Merp and Trauma getting taken out. Of course, that puts Seacon in a really scary position. He's going to have to try and cut away. Falls off the edge there a little bit, and I think we're going to see a downside of the Necromancer. Tries to teleport back onto the node to contest it, I think, but is not actually is contesting it, so it does get the contest, at least for a while, but the Stomp comes through, and the Worms... Yeah, they're done throwing for content. They're back on it now, re-establishing control on the map. They may want to address point C, but at the end of the day, they do only need 2 nodes to get this one locked down, at least for the time being. But, I mean, look, we shouldn't count it out. Like, we've seen some crazy stuff happen. Half's Heroes, this time, they're not going to get nearly as staggered, I think. They're maybe a little bit overconfident here, or a little bit, you know, overeager, but looking to maybe take out the enemy Evoker, which is that really powerful damage. Worms Evoker, Worm Vern being chased down, but... does kite away pretty effectively, and the French Worms kind of defusing this fight. They don't feel like they're ready to take it just yet, I think. Kind of waiting for their opportunity to strike into this match.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's... regardless of anything else, like, you know, memes aside, I will say, after that kind of, I think, revitalizing team fight that Half Heroes won, they're not getting shut out nearly as hard as they were in the beginning. And they are fighting back. They're still losing, and they're still, I mean, you know, obviously they came into this with a huge deficit. But even deficit aside, they are still, I think, losing the map and losing these fights. We now see Mur going into downstate, being taken out here off the back end of this fight. But they're doing a much better job of keeping this game contested and staying in it. Half, unfortunately, Trauma as well, both very low. Half forced into the renewed focus. Dragon Suit at the top of him, probably going to fall after that. He's able to dodge it, it looks like. But either way, I think this is, you know, very, very clean fight here for Worms. They're winning. They're coming back. They've kind of regrouped a little bit after that stumble they took outside of the spawn of Half's Heroes. But again, I think credit where credit's due. Much better showing from Half's Heroes here. Half still alive somehow, kiting all this out, getting the peel here for Mur. Mur all the way back in off respawn. I actually cannot believe Half has came all the way across the map, still alive somehow. They're chasing him down. Seacon completely out of Shroud now, and he may be a target here for Red Team. But it looks like they're still going to stay on Half. Half and Mur, both getting caught there. Mur, excuse me, they're both going to be taken out. 2 kills picked up, and that's going to be the fight over. And that might be the last fight of this game. We're now about 80 points away from Worms closing the set out. And, you know, overall, very, very dominant. We saw them stumble a little bit with that team fight. We saw Havs Heroes take advantage of that very, very effectively and very well and do a much better job in the second half of this game. But overall, this was the French Worm show in and out both games.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Very commanding performance here. They obviously wanted to push for that 5-runner. They wanted to go for a little bit of content, a little bit of flexing. Okay, go for the style points. Couldn't quite make it happen, but yeah, they're very much going to win this game as we see them pushing towards that 5-runner point. They've got the triple cap. They're finding another kill onto the Ritualist, and this is going to be, and it's going to be a clean 2-0 for the French Worms. And yeah, they're in a very exciting manner. They're going to be going on to quite likely face rank 55 Dragons in the next round, who are currently up against 0 Pulse. But obviously, like, we shouldn't call it too soon, but yeah, very favorable matchup, I do believe, there for 55. So that's going to be pretty exciting, I think.
Yeah, and I think, are we going to go spectate that game?
We can, and I think we're doing really well on time, actually, so far. We can probably watch, I think we can actually watch every game now. Yeah, I think we can actually watch every single game.
Okay. Yeah, looks like there's 3, 4 lower bracket games left. Are we doing the lower bracket semis today?
So the plan, if I just go to the bracket. So the plan for today, guys, and this is basically the result. We're doing everything up to round 3 today, theoretically. So in other words, our goal is going to be to do all of round 2 and all of round 3.
Okay, nice.
And we'll go from there. And we might.
Do you want?
Oh yeah.
Is 55 and 0 Pulse happening right now? Is it in another arena? Or?
It should be. Yeah. Let me see if we can find it. It should be in Mota 2. Yeah, let's maybe hop into that. See what's cooking.
That's a good one. It's on Kylo, and this would be exciting because we've now seen when we get into this game, we'll have seen all 3 top teams. Yeah, this is 0 Pulse. Let's see here. It looks like I think this is first. I think they haven't started yet.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and hop on in then in just a second.
Yeah, it's Mota 2. And this is a EU, so it'll be just EU for this set. But I actually think this is a pretty exciting set because I think that 0 Pulse is probably the other sort of like we can call it maybe mid-level EU team next to Sugar Crush. After 55, after French Worms, you've got kind of those next tier teams. The teams that are a little bit less proven, a little bit less known. And I think 0 Pulse is alongside there with Sugar Crush. So I'm pretty excited to see how they match up against what people probably would consider the big dogs of EU, rank 55. We did just see French Worms. I've been kind of singing their praises this last set. They are looking very clean. We have not seen them fight 55. But now we are going to see 55, who, so I mentioned this before. I spoke a little bit to Draza before the tournament. And Draza was basically saying that they kind of consider themselves the last sort of veteran players of PvP, sort of veteran PvP players. Okay. Draza himself, as I said, he claims himself as the 2-time world champion, potentially maybe claiming the strongest PvP player in the game. And also a little bit of some side lore there. They were trying to do some role play. Draza was telling me, and Misha and Boyce were along with the roleplay with Draza, but Sind and Zan did not do that. So that potentially speaks to a little bit of like maybe some lack of team synergy there, in my eyes, and that is a weakness that I think other teams can exploit. So we'll have to see how that works out. Sind trying to cast aside the accusations of Thief mains being the biggest role players, I think there.
Yeah. Well, look, he's got to shut that down though because of Antiquary. Right? The Thief mains, they don't want to roleplay that much, unfortunately. So like that's got to go now, I guess. But yeah, here we are in the Mota 2 arena, and well, I guess we're going to be getting started just soon. And by the way, guys, because we're doing so well on time, I think we're basically we're going to spectate every game now. So now we're getting all of this done. I actually think. I was actually really worried about time, guys, to be honest. I was terrified. But yeah, we ran 3 games at the same time. That was actually a bit overkill, to be honest. But now we are going to be able to go ahead and see everything. So you will not miss a single detail for the rest of the tournament, which I think is pretty exciting. Okay, and I think we've just got our map set up. We're going to be leaping into this game.
Ooh, first time we're seeing Forest.
Oh, finally! I think that's such a classic map, actually. It's good to see that one for sure. Very, very nice indeed.
Indeed. Yeah, no, I'm very excited for this. Obviously, 55, they're seeded first in this tournament, correct?
They're seeded second. I went off Mota 2, so Team USA is seeded first.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
Top seed for EU, certainly. Top seed for EU. They are also the first Mota champions, right? And 55 didn't fully play in Mota 2, if I'm not mistaken. Was it just French Worms in USA? I came in at the very end of Mota 2, to be fair, so I'm a little shaky on those details. I think
they were kind of fragmented, if I'm not mistaken. It was kind of I do recall that it was strange. It wasn't. It was a bit weird, I think.
Yeah. Now, interestingly enough, as well. there was a 55 USA merger at one point for a different tournament series, right? We had the USA Dragons, I think it was called, or something like that. And I believe they were fighting against the French Worms. But overall, yeah, I'd say, as you just stated, USA is seed 1 in this tournament. 55 is seed 2. Both the two winners of the motas. 55, I think, it's very exciting to watch them play. They've been playing for a very long time. Obviously, Sind, I mean, one of the probably longest time players of this game in PvP. Certainly, Draza, of course, as well. Boyce, he pretty much alone is like carrying the ranked streams of PvP on a U, certainly. And then we got Misha and Zan. Zan coming out of retirement for this tournament.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, and well, let's just see what build he goes with, because I feel like Zan would be considered to be like the engineer, right, in the scene. So let's see how he feels about the Amalgam, right? If it's going to be the Amalgam or the Holosmith, of course, both strong, I think, actually, for those teams. Let's see what they're actually going to go ahead and do in this particular scenario. Of course, we've got our map set up. The teams are going to be loading in very, very shortly. Rank 55 Dragons on the red team, 0 Pulse on the blue team. And real quick, guys, shout out to the, this is a very interesting name, Roy. Is there a double meaning here? Because I'm very confused about this. C-Men Supplier donates 250 jars of Hollandaise sauce, 750 globs of ectoplasm, and 250 mystic coins with the message, you have been supplied.
Do you think they collected that Hollandaise sauce themselves?
I mean, I assume
that's homemade.
I assume
even their name.
It might be homemade. Yeah, it might be.
They collected it at FC.
Their own special recipe.
Yeah, that's a good name. I like that. I'm a fan of sailors.
Yeah.
But all right, here we go. The teams are locked in. Believe it or not, Sind is playing Daredevil. Not surprised, but we also see a Daredevil on the other team. Now, we saw 0 Pulse very briefly, I believe, fighting against EQ earlier. Was that EQ? We saw them, perform very, very strongly on that final game on EU. So again, that's why I'm kind of excited to watch these guys. But I don't remember if they had the Thief in that game or not. So I wonder if this is just to match Sind or if they were playing that earlier. Unfortunately, I just don't remember. Yeah, we do see Zan on the Amalgam. So again, it looks like EU kind of favors the Amalgam over the Holosmith, which is pretty interesting. Boyce, the God of Slayers, playing Ritualist. I almost wondered if he would play Ranger coming into this tournament, even though it might not be the strongest class. But of course, Boyce known for Ranger. Yeah. Then again, Boyce also known for just being very
multi-class as well. I think he likes the Ranger, but at the end of the day, he's more than capable of playing anything, right? I believe over the course of a variety of competitions, he's played a bunch of different things, actually, like competitively. I feel like that's something that's very known about 55, and I would definitely say Team USA as well. There are obviously like Sind and Zan. They play NG and Thief, right? They love NG and Thief, but Draza, Misha, Boyce, they play anything, right? They're very, very flexible. And I feel like the same is true on USA as well, right? Like, CJ, Helio, very flexible players, right? Like more than capable of playing anything. Zeromus can play any support build at a very high level. Of course, Naru, perhaps a bit more known for playing Necromancer, but also is a multi-class. I think he's won monthly AT on every class, if I'm not mistaken, right? So there's a lot of flexibility in there as well with some of these top teams, but certainly 55, no exception to that. And also the game begins.
What do you think of Misha playing support Lumi instead of Troubadour? Up until now, I think we've only seen support Luminary. I mean, we saw Step at support, but primarily a Troubadour, rather. And I think the Luminaries we've seen have only been DPS, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct. Yeah, this is a build that has existed. It was played a lot in the 2v2. Actually, we haven't seen it here just yet. I think a lot of people were kind of into the Troubadour, right, for like that raw healing output that it has. It's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. Of course, potentially we could, Misha can obviously play Troubadour as well, very known for playing Mesmer in general, so we're going to have to see how that one goes out. But yeah, it's a build that I personally like. I know you and me both kind of enjoy it in World versus World, right? Slightly different build, of course, but still kind of the same general idea. A lot of fun to play, I think.
Did you see that?
Yeah, but either way, here we go. First team fight coming out of the gates. ZP Benny. The Evoker taking quite a bit of pressure. He's going to be brought down. We're not going to see a res utility on the side of blue team, so that's most likely just going to be the kill confirmed. Kira also being forced back into the RF is going to burn that that elite utility, that invuln, and forced off the node. So right away, rank 55 coming out of the gate, swinging, getting a kill, taking a double cap onto the map. Henge going to be the only one confirmed here for blue team, but not for long, as Sind has made his way there and is going for the decap.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Benny already has been taken out there. Sind across the other side of the map, getting that decap locked in. 55 continuing to fight. It is going to be the Amalgam, by the way, just to quickly point that out. Coming through from Zan, I believe it's a Condi Amalgam. Well, kind of a hybrid, actually, with the Tyrant Amulet and the Relic of the Mistranger coming through there. So that's going to be the build choice here for the Engineer. And, well, 55 doing what they do. The God of Slayers supporting the Heel of Midnight, also known as Draza, over here, getting that kill, securing that kill onto the Thief there are these two players. They get it done. Very, very low on the Evoker, but Nerves of Steel kind of play it through, and Boyce now he's going for the Beast, okay? He is going for the Beast. Wait, who are the players who have died to the Beast, Roy, actually? I thought there's two. Oh, yeah, did Sin
Helio,
die to the Beast?
right?
And Helio, right? Like, I think Helio died to the Beast, and so did Sin, I think. Very funny. Will Boyce die to it? Looking like the answer is no, I think.
Boyce has his spirits. Boyce has got his crew with him. I don't think he's in any trouble.
They're helping.
Yeah. Pulled up on his moped, and he's good to go. ZP Luce, one of those, maybe. Going for the decap is going to be able to confirm that while Boyce goes for that Beast. Boyce is busy PvEing. But he's not going to try to go for the 1v1. I think that makes sense. Unfortunately, though, the rest of his team dead on the map. He doesn't really have anywhere to go. I don't think plussing into this fight is really going to get him a lot of value. I think ZP really need to try to recover after getting those early kills taken away from them. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I almost want to say this is kind of a similar situation, you know, to where we've seen USA and French Worms up against some, like, I would say pretty decent teams, but they are just outshining them. They're just of a different caliber. However, Draza, Heel of Midnight, going to be a little bit low. We do see Benny as well. Both of the Evokers on either side going to be taking quite a bit of pressure. Both of them actually going to be going to downstate. That's going to be a bit of a rally war. We'll see if either one can get res. We do see the heal Signet coming out now from the Luminary. And he is going to go back down, actually. Oh, but he rallies off of Zip Benny, unfortunately. And that's going to be him brought down a third time now. The pressure on him is so good. The cleave actually might be able to be confirmed here. Hard res is going for it, but I don't think they're going to be able to get it. He goes into Vapor Form, going back towards the node. They're going to be trying to continue to get this res. The pressure, though, is going to be good so far here from ZP. Void going to be very, very low. He's going to go down right after that kill gets confirmed, so he's not going to be able to rally. Can the hand res come out for Blue Team? It looks like it is going to be able to. Finally, we see a little bit of lifeblood coming back in here for Blue Team. They get that kill onto Draza. They have put so much effort into getting that kill, though, but Master Disaster, Misha, the support for this team, he's going to be brought down now, right as Draza comes back on off a respawn, and I think that should be the fight handily won here for Blue Team, as God of Slayers is going to go down himself as well.
Yeah, like even the best of the best guys, like if they overextend, it's so easy to get punished, right? Especially when I feel like the Evokers are so important, right? Like if the Evoker starts to destabilize, the team fight can get really scary, right? And at the end of the day, you're not that tanky on this build. This is a very aggressive build. You've got active defense, right? We've got the hair for the blur, arcane shield, and armor of earth. But once that's gone, you're a bit of a soft target on this build. Not the hardest thing in the universe to kill. And we just saw that the Heel of Midnight was just not able to sustain himself, not able to survive, and did end up getting eliminated there.
Yeah. And, you know, I mean, kind of a similar situation where we saw French Worms kind of overextending, maybe, playing a little bit recklessly into half zeros. They get wiped. The map kind of flips back into their state. But they have a very strong lead. They have a lot of room to play with there. Not really thinking that, you know, they should be too worried about that. We are going to see Benny, once again, out-pressured here over at mid. Going to be using a lot of his invulns to survive, but he's going to be 1 versus 2 against the Heel of Midnight and the Master of Disaster, most likely going to be brought out here. Now Draza probably can just take him out 1 versus 1. Misha doesn't even need to support him. We are going to see Kira as well going to be under a lot of pressure here. Another 1 versus 2. Where are the rest of their teammates? Blue Team just kind of getting out-rotated here after winning that team fight.
And I think that's something that's notable about 55, right? Like, and this is why I cannot wait to see more and more of these teams clash, because 55, they're known for their speed. They love to be in the right place at the right time, right? They are very, very fast. It's hard to keep up with them on that rotational game, that's for sure, especially because we've got the Thief in the mix there too. But yeah, it's very, very difficult, and you can see that even a team as skilled as Zero Pulse is having a bit of difficulty just keeping tempo with the opponents. They're of course able to, you know, they did a good job in some of these fights, but they've got to keep up their speed if they have to, if they want to actually have a chance of controlling this map enough to win the game. They've got up to 100 points, but of course they're at a major disadvantage right now with rank 55 Dragons pushing towards the 400 point mark, which is where things start to get really, really scary. We do have the Master of Disaster getting heavily pressured over here, burning through a lot of cooldowns, but does get back up to full health and is in a decent spot to disengage away from some of this damage. over there. Probably need some reinforcements, though. It looks like it is going to be Draza rotating across on the Evoker to help out Zan and Misha, and they are holding pretty effectively. Of course, it is now being reduced to a 2v2 as the Guardian, Kira, is moving over towards middle to actually try and deal with Syndrina and Boyce. Going to leave Boyce in a 1v2 situation. Sin may be in trouble here, actually, but manages to teleport through, but so does the Luminary.
Yeah, they're going to be able to follow him through. However, full heals as he gets back to his support, and we are going to see, unfortunately, not the same thing for Benny. He is going to be very, very low, using that arcane shielding to get himself out of trouble for the time being, get some heals coming through. But 55, they are just so locked in on him, just as a train running him down. And I don't know how much longer he can survive. Good heals and good heals coming out from the rest of his team, and he's doing a nice job of kiting and just getting away from the rest of the team. But as he does this, the pressure isn't really being turned back onto Red Team, being turned back onto 55, and he finally gets brought down. And I just think, I mean, there's just such a difference in the synergy from this team to lock down these targets, stay on that target, stay committed to them, find those kills. And Blue Team, unfortunately, even with a slight advantage on the map in terms of players, all they can really do at the moment is find a decap and wait for 55 to sort of, I think, bring the pace of the game to them. They're really answering 55. They're not really sort of, you know, they're reacting to 55, I should say. They're not being proactive in this game, it seems like.
Red team wins.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that is one of those things that does come with experience. You kind of need that confidence. You need the conviction, right, to play aggressively. Like Guild Wars 2 PvP, assuming things don't get a little bit weird, it typically is very aggressive. You want to be the one setting the tempo and kind of making the decisions, forcing your opponent to react to you. And that's what, you know, the top teams in 55, 100%, they're very good at that. They're very good at taking control of the match and doing what needs to be done. And it's hard. It's very hard, especially if you maybe haven't played against them that much before, right? Like you haven't experienced what it's like to play against a team like 55. It's hard to adapt to that in the moment. And we see a little bit of that here, I think, as 55 looking like they're going to be closing up this game relatively soon as they're just getting kill after kill. Kira going down, Void bleeding out, the Thief also falling, and Jujo also as well in trouble. And I think that's going to be the end of the game.
Yep, 55 looking pretty dominant. I mean, you know, so far we have not really seen a lot of bloodshed from the top three teams, 55, USA, and French Worms. And I think, you know, they're really sort of cementing, you know, why they are these top three teams, you know, really proving their worth here. Beast's going to end the game there. Boyce loves his PV, and that's going to be the game one confirmed here. So we will be going to game number 2, staying on EU as both these teams are EU. But yeah, I think, you know, potentially, you know, we have Team USA versus Snowfall in the top semifinal, and we're going to have, if 55 win game number 2 of the set, they will be going up against the French Worms in that semifinal after that. And I think that will be a very, very telling game because it's also really interesting, I think, that we have Team USA, you know, the NA team on the top, and both of the EU teams, you know, by design, of course, on the bottom there. So, you know, we can't have a upper bracket finals of EU versus EU, and I think that's interesting. I think that's, you know, kind of nice that the EU teams are going to have to kind of fight with each other before they can fight against the Mota 2 champions USA. Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how that matches up. You know, which EU team is the superior? Of course, we also have several lower bracket matches to watch as well. I think, you know, getting through those, seeing kind of which of the, again, sort of those like middling teams are a little bit of the superior, the strongest version. Though they will have to be potentially fighting Zero Pulse if they get knocked down in this game number 2. But yeah, overall, 55, very dominant, looking superior, looking strong.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And the next map, of course, going to be Kylo. You know, 55 maybe wanting to get this out of the way as quickly as possible. I think they consider it a fair, well, I guess this is not their pick, actually. This is a cursed map in their mind. Yeah. So always fun to kind of remember that as well. But yeah, it's gonna be content, that's for sure. And 55, of course, looking forward to surge ahead. And well, if they win this game, then you know who's waiting for them, Roy. It's the French Worms. They are waiting for them in the finals.
Yeah, it's interesting that they didn't ban Kylo, but they chose to ban Legacy. They banned, I think, Skyhammer.
Maybe they've got over their fear. They've got over it.
Or they feel like maybe they really want to practice it if they end up getting, you know, on it, you know, against a stronger team. But yeah, or like you said, yeah, maybe they are just feeling more confident on this. Yeah. Not sure.
Oh.
By the way, though,
I added the wrong command. Hold on, guys. I copy-pasted the wrong thing. Hold on, guys. The chat demanded copy-pastas for each team, and...
Oh.
Hold on. I have delivered, my friends. There you go. So now we have commands for Sugar Crush, Snowfall, Zero Pulse, and Half Zeros. There you go. Yeah, I think exclamation mark Worms is technically still up to date, I think. So we're good. Spam this thumb to help Ultra Numb.
Dude, I'm actually really sad that Ultra Numb doesn't exist. I was really hoping
you saw what they were trying to cook, Roy. I think you know that would have been interesting.
Yeah. Dude, I think the Ultra Numb run in Mota 1 was maybe one of the the best runs in the I mean, no one expected 55.
Yeah.
They are the only team that beat 55 in the entire tournament.
Yeah.
And it was such good. I mean, Kira popped off.
Yeah. It was insane.
That easy MVP. MVP of the tournament.
It was absolutely omega.
And to be clear, different Kira than who we're seeing here. This is not the same Kira from Ultra Numb. Maybe a fan of the original Ultra Numb Kira. Who knows? Maybe they're just both named Kira. But that was. I am sad that we don't see Ultra Numb. I do miss them. I think maybe with Capablanca not playing anymore, they're just not not as interested. But it's unfortunate. Big fan of them. And I can fanboy appropriately since they're not in the tournament anyways. No bias there.
Yeah.
But all right, here we go. Game number 2. This is going to be ZP Blue Team's pick. Kylo. They're hoping to have a bit of a comeback here after rank 55, looking pretty strong in that Forest game. Some signs of life from ZP, but overall I'd say 55 in a very commanding position for the majority of that game. And we'll see if there's any changes. See if ZP can come up with anything here on Kylo.
I mean, look at this DPS here. Double NG actually being played here by 55 with the Hollow Smith is now activating there on Draza. Alongside, of course, Zan on the Amalgam. So just more DPS, kind of similar to the Evoker, right? The Evoker, obviously, kind of going for that big blast DPS approach there. Being assisted here by the God of Slayers, who is, of course, playing this kind of hybrid ritualist, right? Demolisher Amulet, but with also blood magic. So you've got that support from blood. You've got the staff for transfusion and so on. And so far, 55 just kind of doing what they do. They do actually go ahead and concede the windmill at least, but they're already starting to do very well in these fights. Draza and the God of Slayers taking down ZP Void. Benny downstay in the middle here as well. Sin just making sure that is not going to get, not going to allow it to be revived in any way, shape, or form. At the same time, and 55 just looking good. It's just one of those things. We've talked about this in some of the other games, right? You need to win a fight, right? Like, you need to be able to win fights, and 55... they're just looking unstoppable in this particular match, at least for now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. ZP kind of just swamped across the board there. They're not finding any way into this game. I mean, obviously they have Windmill, but that's just because 55 haven't decided to go over there and decap it yet. This Hollowsmith is super interesting to me because I feel like Evoker is like the class that I would have said 100% locked in for every team. It's just such a strong spec. And I'm wondering if at all, even with the Obsidian Flesh, even with the hair, even with the Arcane Shield, the Armor Burst, you have so many of these utilities that block or give you defensives. Even with all those, maybe Hollowsmith just feels a little bit tankier for Draza. And I think Evoker has been the target for most teams in these team fights across all the games. It's very, very squishy, even with all those invulns. Once you run through those utilities, it's kind of like DPS Guardian in the sense where when you run through its defensive utilities, it's kind of a free kill. And I do wonder if they feel like maybe eliminating that slightly freer kill, obviously Hollow is still pretty squishy, running Berserker Amulet, it's only medium armor, doesn't have the highest health pool, but it is probably a lot tankier than Evoker nonetheless. I wonder if that's just kind of their plan for like some of these team fights against maybe some of the stronger teams, and they want to see how it feels without the Evoker, if they can still maintain that same level of DPS with the Hollowsmith, which still does quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, no,
and of course Draza, extremely good multi-classer, very proficient in every class.
Oh yeah, no, I think it is so exciting to see if we could see different comps for different maps. For example, okay, we're playing a really heavy team fight map, and we want to change the comp up a little bit. Maybe we're playing into a team that really likes to team fight, then we'll change the comp up a little bit. Maybe one team prefers roaming. We're going to actually adapt to that. That's really exciting, especially because we're playing blind, right? There's a bit of mind games going on, right, in this as well, which I think is really exciting. But yeah, super cool. Like all of this, I feel like is really coming together with the stuff that we're at the start of an expansion. There's a lot going on. There's some weird stuff, right? We're seeing this Luminary come out from Misha. Is that the way to go? Is Troubadour the way to go? Right, are they going to have to swap to that at some point? Are they going to pull that out? It's a big question. We don't know the answer yet.
You know, the thing with the Luminary, I didn't really touch upon it too much at the beginning of the last game because we kind of got right into the action. You know, I mentioned a little bit what you thought about it. I like the fact that it has a res utility because I called this out earlier. When when Mesmer's the main support, it does not have a res utility. Having res utility is such a strong comeback in team fights if you lose a player, especially if you're going into team fights against players who don't have one. It's such a big advantage because it allows you to kind of, you know, maybe make some mistakes, maybe kind of lose by war of attrition a little bit, and then get a not free res, but you get a res back. And I think it's a really big advantage. But I also think it's super interesting because I feel like in all of the support metas, I think I've seen Misha play support Guardian the least. I've seen him play a lot of Tempest. I've seen him play a lot of Chronomancer. I don't think I've seen him play Firebrand or Core Guardian as much as those two. And it's interesting because Zeromus, you know, in first Mota, there was that whole debate about if Tempest or Firebrand support was better. And it seems like Tempest was better. We saw Zeromus starting out on Firebrand. He ended up swapping over to Tempest. But Zeromus is a extremely good support Guardian player. I think you said this earlier. I think Misha and Zeromus are probably the best support players I have seen in terms of team synergy. And I think Zeromus has a ton of support Guardian experience. Now, we saw him playing Troubadour before, but I do think it may be a 55 if it seems like the support Luminary is really working out for them. I will be really interested to see if Zeromus goes to the support Luminary and if it looks any better than Misha's. Obviously, Misha, extremely good player. I think no matter what he's playing, he's going to look really good at it, but I do feel like he has a bit of an advantage when it comes to Mesmer, maybe over Zeromus, but I do think that Zeromus might have an advantage for Guardian.
It will be very interesting to see how that ends up playing out because, of course, I imagine that both of the teams will kind of have prepared for that contingency. Like, oh, we actually might have to swap this up. Oh, I kind of like that comp better. And, of course, they'll both be watching, right? Like, you know, all the teams are going to be watching each other, right? To say, oh, that's interesting. What are these guys playing, right? And kind of think about it, consider, like, how they would play against it. Like, if they want to potentially, like, absorb some of that information as well is also going to be on their minds. So, yeah. And, of course, there's always potential that the teams are maybe not exactly bringing out their optimized compositions this early in the tournament, right? Because, again, they might want to save some technology, some strategy for later on when we're kind of getting towards the end of the tournament potentially. So it's really exciting. Like, you know, what kind of dynamics are we going to see unfold? Like, how are the teams going to navigate this meta game at the start of Visions of Eternity? A lot of excitement to happen here, 100%. And of course, well, 55 is winning this game. It's pretty brutal. Like, I don't know what's going on here. I mean, Zero Pulse, they're living up to their name here, to be honest. They're dead.
Damn. That's kind of messed up. I mean, you know what? I respect the roleplay. Yeah, they're really committing to the bit.
They're very committed to it,
Yeah. In general, I'm also just excited. I like to see the support Luminary. As you mentioned, I'm a big fan of it. I really like it. So yeah, I think it's cool. Also, someone in chat said that Misha has played a lot of support Core Guardian. That's totally fair. Wasn't saying he never played it. Just I feel like I haven't seen him play it as much as Mesmer and the Tempest. But no, Misha. I really do think Misha is if not the best support in the game, he's one of the top two with Zeromus there. Misha is a supremely excellent player. Misha, my queen, 100%. Very good showing here from 55. And that means they will be going up against French Worms, which is definitely a very exciting matchup. Now, Teapot, do you want to do the upper bracket semis before we go down the lower bracket, or do you want to go to the lower bracket first?
That is a good question. Like, wait, who has been waiting the longest? I feel like we should probably do at least Bet's game because they played first and they haven't played since. So I feel like we've got to get them in there. So I think we got to do.
It does mean that Zero Pulse are playing back to back. I don't know if that matters at all,
That is well. I mean, we could do.
I mean, we could ask them if they're okay playing back to back.
Yeah,
and then if they don't want,
yeah,
we could do half series driven by time. And
then we could do that. Yeah, I'd say let's do the lower bracket first. We can give 55 a little bit of a break, and then we'll do the lower bracket, and then go to then we'll go back up to the top and go Team USA into Snowfall, and then I guess our potentially final game. Oh yeah, no, we have a fair bit actually. We have a fair bit more to go. Yeah.
We've got the 2 lower bracket round 2 games.
Yeah, then upper bracket, then lower bracket again. So we have 6 more games. We have 6 more games. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good.
Well, 6 more sets.
6 more sets.
Yeah. All right. I mean, okay. So we've seen USA, we've seen 55, we've seen French Worms play. Do you think any of them are kind of showing, up like as a clear number 1 based on what we've seen so far, or do you think it's just not possible to tell? They've just been so dominant in their sets.
I think we're going to get some serious information in the next upper bracket round, because there we have USA versus Snowfall and 55 versus Worms. That's where we're going to find out, I think, where the big front runners are, potentially, I think. But yeah, as of right now, I think it is simply too difficult to actually tell. So wait, where are we actually playing these games on? I think we're going to NA, right? First, if we're doing half zeros.
Half zeros versus Driven by Time is Driven by Time is an EU team.
Yeah. But
yes, I just meant like it's not going to be only NA.
Yeah, it's going to be. Well, I think we're starting on NA though, right? Because half zeros is the highest seed, and then we go back to EU after that. Okay.
Do we want to run any games in parallel? By the way, like, are we worried about time at all?
I don't think we need to. Right? I think we're actually good.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken.
I mean, it's fine for me. It's only noon here, but I'm just thinking about like some of the European players. It's 9 p.m. for them. I don't know if.
Yeah, we could maybe do these 2 lower bracket games in parallel. Maybe if we can be a little bit time efficient. But I think we don't need to do any more after that. I think it should be fine.
Yeah, because I mean, like you said, maybe let Beck play since they haven't played in a while.
Let's
do you have
do
a
that.
preference of which?
Yeah, let's do that. I'll summon Jester. Let's do. We'll watch Half Zeros versus Driven by Time, and then we'll have Jester Arena do the other one. Boom, there we go. We'll try and catch both though. And by the way, guys, actually, but I actually do want to showcase all of the teams. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to showcase every team today because we ran quite a lot of games at the same time to make the team. I want to say this: 1, thank you so much to all the teams that signed up. And 2, guys, we do have these games recorded. And I am actually gonna go back and cast the games that we didn't show on the main stream as well at a later date. Right, so because again, I really want to showcase you guys, right? Because we haven't seen Smash Protocol on the stream or Dehydrated and Distraught, and I think we haven't seen Ite Bet either actually on the main stream here, guys. So I am going to be going back and we're going to cast all of those games on this stream at some point in the future, because I really do want to showcase every single team that put in the work, practiced, and showed up and played.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, shout out to all the teams. I mean, this was a long time coming, and I think it was, honestly, I think Teapot and I were a little bit very pleasantly surprised with the amount of teams that signed up. We were expecting maybe a little bit less, but we ended up having 13, and I think that's really impressive, and I think it's great. Obviously exciting times with the new expansion drop, new specs. But yeah, we really appreciate everyone coming and playing. I think, we got a pretty nice, diverse group of teams here, a number of teams, and it's great to see. So yeah. And again, it's obviously for a great cause, cure rare disease. So make sure to donate.
Definitely.
All right, are we starting an A? Is that confirmed?
I believe we should be. I think.
Which game are we doing? Are we doing half zeros versus Driven by Time, or are we gonna spectate Zero Pulse versus Ice Bet?
I think we're doing half zeros versus Driven by Time is what we're gonna look at.
So let me ask half if they want to start an A.
Yeah. And then we will figure out. No, we are not done for the day, guys. We are not done for the day. We have a lot more to do. Can you upload the whole motor to YouTube? Yeah, I mean, it will already be there. I'm streaming on YouTube right now. So yeah, you can go and watch the VOD.
I don't know why, but yeah.
Yeah.
They're not real.
Indeed.
Okay, I've asked half if they want to start EU or NA. He's not answered me yet.
Here's you blocked.
Oh, they're NA.
NA, right. We transfer. To the NA region we go. I'm going.
Yep.
Well, we transfer over, guys. Make sure that we juice up. Type exclamation mota in the chat. Exclamation mota, guys. Get over to the match arena. Throw your money at it. Swipe your card. It's a 3-way split with me, charity, and the prize pool. So look, that's a 3-for-1 deal right there. Definitely go check that out there as well. And of course, learn all about cure disease, good cause, and semi-golden game. I've got a bunch of stuff. We're going to talk that over once I actually get over to the NA server.
Yeah. Also, so is Jester doing the other game?
Yeah, he's doing the other game. Yeah, he's doing the other game.
Awesome. Shout out to Jester. Big.
Shout out to the admins.
Yeah, shout out to the admins.
Yeah.
For sure.
It would be, like, without the admins, guys, we'd still be on the first game, probably. That's crazy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Also, do we have a update on the total prize pool? Because the match arena obviously is not.
Oh, we do. Right? So right now we are at 3,479 USD for the cash pool and 81,188 gold. So pretty good. Nice. Although there's a couple of things that haven't actually made it into the mix yet. Democracy Manifest sent me some fish. So there you go. That's something, I guess. And then Billy Boy has sent 69 Mystic Coins.
That's a funny number, but it's not as funny as a different number. That's close to 69.
What? Wait. Oh.
Not. Okay. I don't. Well, okay. Let me be clear. I don't think it's funny. I think it's asinine. But other people seem to think it's funny.
Yeah. And I feel like good save. Good save there, dude. Good save.
Yeah. Someone Trig tried to get me to say it on the extra live stream yesterday. I was like,
oh really?
Yeah.
And I feel like there was something.
Trig was.
I tried to get Trig to say something as well, but he didn't.
He's reformed. He didn't give in. That bound stream. He said it.
Yeah.
And he'll never say it again. Yeah. I've made sure.
Eventually he'll give in. He will give in.
he was struggling. Listen, I was sitting next to him. He really wanted to say it, but he was struggling. Also, by the way, I did see some people talking about this in chat. Abindo is not playing. He's not the sub 55. He just is not playing this tournament. However, some nice inside info. He was spectating all their scrims.
Oh,
kind of their
he's
coach.
The coach. Yeah, he's the coach,
but not a sub. Yeah. Are we going to be in Moto 1 for this game?
We absolutely are. And, well, I guess we can get going with the picks and bans, actually. Pretty soon. Well, I assume we can anyway, if they're
also, shout out to YesBabe619. It's their birthday. Happy birthday.
Oh. I feel like he says that. I feel like he says that every day. I'm not sure if YesBabe619 can be trusted.
Birthday every day.
Yeah,
I would trust.
This guy, he comes in my chat and he says that my dog is barking like almost every day. I don't even have a dog, so I'm not sure how that's possible.
Well, it's probably barking.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's some potential there. But anyway, I'm gonna quickly be right back, guys. I need to rehydrate real quick.
Yeah,
yep. So Roy is now in charge of the stream, guys, and.
Nice.
Yep. Donate to Moda. There you go. That's all I've got. That's all you're getting. Donate.
Very good.
And I will be back. We'll get going with the bans and with the rest of the matches very shortly, guys. Thank you so much for watching so far. This is really, really cool. Hope you're enjoying the show. A lot more content to come. I'll see you guys then. Well, when I'm back.
Yeah. All right, chat. It's you and me. Hope you guys are all doing well. Don't worry about the prize pool stuff, by the way. I am stealing Teapot's third, so it will be going to a good cause alongside the carrier diseases. So yeah, rest assured that the money will actually be going to me. Teapot has no idea what's happening, though. But yeah, do support it. Do donate. Again, going to cure rare diseases. It's a really good cause. So yeah, very, very glad we could be, partnered with them and supportive of a good time there. But yeah, hope everyone is doing well. Thank you so much for coming out. I really missed this, honestly. I've missed getting to suit up and sit in a chair and cast and shout for 6 to 8 hours a day. I hope you're all doing well. I'm very excited for the upcoming games. Unironically, I'm very happy about it. But yeah, thank you all for watching and hanging out. It's a good time. What's up, Naru? Naru in chat. Oh, I saw this. Do I have a crush on sugar? Listen. That would be caster bias. I mean, of course, yes, but thoughts on Frog Wide? That's a great about. Big fan. Maybe I'll do it one day if we, $10,000 donation, $10,000 prize pool. If we get to 10K, which would be a lot of money, then maybe I'll do Frog Wide.
So you're Frog Wide if we get 10K. You're committing to that.
I will attempt to. Also, I will say this. This is not an excuse. My calf is torn right now. So if trying to do Frog Wide is at any risk to my calf, I will have to wait until it fully heals.
Don't do that yet.
I will commit to doing it at some point. If we get 10K, I will 100% do Frog Wide, but it may take a little time because I have to wait for my calf to fully heal. I don't know if it'll affect it. But yeah. Also, I might just simply not be flexible enough to do it, but I will attempt. An attempt will be made.
Attempt will be made.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, have we
it
started
might kill me, but an attempt will be made.
Wait, am I in the right arena? Wait, where am I actually?
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, I'm in Moto 1. I'm in Moto 1 now on NA.
Okay. Okay.
Let's get to work.
Yeah.
Ooh.
All right. Getting the gamers in here. Okay. Who do main? What does that mean?
What? What is that?
Oh, what's up, mice? I don't know. Someone added me and said, "Who do main?" Maybe who do I main?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. That maybe some potential.
He has always been with bald. No, I've not. Up until yesterday at like 8 p.m. my time, I was not bald. Yeah.
All right, I'm taking us over. I got 10 mystic coins from Cactus, by the way. Thank you very much, Cactus.
Oh, nice.
Oh, hold on.
Thank you very much, Cactus. Yeah, also just a reminder, guys, if we do get to $5,000 for the prize pool, I will donate $500 of my own hard-earned ArenaNet bucks and a Queen Bee infusion to the gold prize pool again.
That's big. That is pretty big stuff. I think our teams are starting to load in. Have we done the bands, by the way?
Go ahead.
Have we got the bands?
No, they're just getting it now.
Oh, okay.
No, not doing that.
Good, I can actually use my own
After this lower bracket game and the other lower bracket games happening at the same time, are we staying in the lower bracket or are we going to the upper bracket?
I think we go upper again because Snowfall hasn't played for a while. So we're going to do these two. So the plan is we're going to do lower bracket now. So half zeros and driven by time versus zero, and then zero pulse versus 8bet. And then we're going to go up again to Team USA versus Snowfall, rank 55 Dragons versus the French Worms. And we are going to conclude with the final lower bracket matches, which will be something, right, in match 16, and then Exalted Quack Lords versus Sugar Crush.
Yeah. Very good.
Yeah, it's big.
I like that.
I mean, I do too. It'd be weird if we didn't like it. Like, I hate that. I don't like that. I don't like the order we're doing this.
I like it a lot.
It's our tournament. We can do it however we want. But, maybe.
I do like it, though.
Yeah. Okay. Have they started to actually exist?
Yes.
That's good. That's a good start. In general, I find that's a good place to be.
Oh, and it looks like we see the only Best playing.
Oh.
We didn't see him before. They're bringing in the big guns for this lower bracket game.
That's powerful stuff. Okay. What map do they want though? That's the question.
Well, they have to wish me their comps. They still haven't done that.
What are these guys doing? How long have we been waiting?
I don't know.
10 years, no?
Yeah, they're a little slow.
Yeah, they are slow.
Half AFK.
The hell is this?
Oh, wait. Maybe they subbed half out for moobs. Oh, they did.
Oh.
Zan is whispering me and telling me that he hasn't slept or eaten for over 24 hours.
Huh. Okay. That's an
And then I told him to get some food. And people playing is bad. Puts you in coma. It's interesting.
That is pretty interesting.
We are ready to get the bands going. Okay, so
beautiful.
Heroes. Pick first map. Also, I just want to confirm because I think I said Jester doing this differently. It's pick for top seed picks, second seed bands.
Yep.
Top seed bands.
Yep.
Second seed bans again.
No, they
then
pick.
picks.
No, the second seed picks.
Okay.
Fourth. Yeah.
Okay. But they pick then ban one after another, like back to back.
Wait, it's basically it goes pick, ban, ban, pick, ban, ban. That's how it goes. So okay,
ban.
it's halves heroes picks, then driven by time bans, then halves heroes bans, then driven by time picks, then halves heroes bans, then driven by time bans, and then that's how it works.
Okay. Okay. Good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
What are they picking? What's it going to be?
Kylo's first map.
Okay, Kylo. What's next? What's banned? What's illegal?
Temple's banned.
Temple's banned. Okay. What's half heroes banning?
Drumroll.
Yeah, I'm ready. You know what? And look, I guess we've got to talk about this a little bit, guys. But bear in mind, we're in the elimination stage here. Like, there's actually a lot on the line here.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Still waiting on the ban from Capricorn. Capricorn is banned.
Capricorn is banned. Okay, good.
So now we have another ban, I believe, right?
Yep. No, it's a pick for driven by time.
Oh, sorry, pick. Yeah. Pick. And then half ban. Okay, they pick Skyhammer. A lot of teams picking Skyhammer for second map. That's very interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting, actually. Because I feel like it's usually relatively unpopular. Right? Or at least it feels that way.
Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting to me.
It is.
I guess people just want to play it. I don't know.
They just love Skyhammer. It's their favorite map.
Yeah.
They just.
I mean, again, I
think. Do you think they like the
French,
jump pads, or maybe like the the platforms that break? What if half heroes banned?
Yeah, I mean, jumping is fun. They banned Legacy. The final ban is Coliseum. All right, so the games are Kylo, then Skyhammer. We got Temple ban, Capricorn ban,
Forest.
Legacy, Forest. Yeah.
Kylo. Right. Skyhammer.
So Kylo, Temple, Forest.
And then Forest.
Or Skyhammer, sorry.
Yeah. Kylo, Skyhammer, and then Forest. All right. Okay. I'm sorting it up.
Very good.
All right. It should be going through now. To Kylo we go. And into the game. Show the bracket. We do show the bracket sometimes in tricks, but people can also look at the bracket themselves. That's what it's there for. But yeah, we try to keep everyone up to date. Okay. We're in. Are the teams mentally prepared? Are they psychologically prepared? It's a good question.
Let's see.
I mean, we
what do you
are
think
about
about
to
the
find
fact
out.
that Half has subbed himself out as team captain for moves?
Well, look, you got to do what you got to do. Maybe he wants to be. Maybe he's going to lead, right? He's going to lead instead.
Oh, true. 6-man.
The commander.
Yeah, I mean, do you think that is the mark of a stronger leader because they're willing to sacrifice themselves for the betterment of the team, or a weaker leader because they're not strong enough to be in the team?
Well, I mean, I guess. I would say there's no ego, right? At the end of the day, there's no ego there. It's like, okay, we need something different. We want to win. We want to push forwards. And clearly, moves is what's required for half heroes. And also, bear in mind, like, it's half heroes. That doesn't necessarily imply that half is playing. It's the heroes that are, under the umbrella of half.
Yeah. Someone said his audio cooked. I don't know if...
I don't think so.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Chat, is the audio cooked?
Well, we'll know in 30 seconds.
Yeah. Well, look. Maybe I was lying about the delay, though. Maybe that was it was a bluff.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Another 10 mystic coins from a cactus butt plug.
What the heck?
Look, okay, guys, we will... hold on, let me fix these command, okay? Because that command has clearly not worked. Like, we need half heroes, but it's not pacing the... Like, emote properly. Hold on.
We see another support Luminary here from Moobs. I don't think Half was playing support Luminary. I think he was only playing DPS Luminary, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so, yeah.
I know he swapped to it, yeah. So it's interesting they now go support Luminary now. Yeah, because Mur, I believe, was playing support Troubadour before. He's now on the Evoker. Murph going to be on the Conduit still. So it's interesting that they've swapped that up. I mean, I like the fact that Murr feels confident enough that he can go from playing support to DPS. But I also think, it's interesting. I mean, that might be the reason that we see Moobs coming in for Half, because maybe Moobs is just more practice on the support. Half is more of a DPS player. I think that checks out. Obviously Moobs has a ton of experience, as a long-time PvP player, even went to a LAN tournament, believe it or not. So interesting to see how this change comes up. We did see DT. I think they were our first game that we spectated today. Now it's nice that we get to see them here. Potentially on their way out, potentially on their way forward into the rest of the lower bracket games. But either way, here we go. DT Manta, taking some pressure here on the Ritualist over at the Mansion node. Windmill going to be picked up on the other side of the map here by Red Team already, but a lot of pressure coming out here as Red Team really looking for this kill onto the Ritualist. Seacod, not really a lot of pressure answered back to him. And the downstate already coming out here for this Ritualist. I don't think there's any chance of a res here coming out. No, they're immediately just going to leave. And the first kill picked up very easily, very quickly there by Red Team. Looking good. Seacod and Mermentalist bringing a ton of damage in that fight.
Yeah, it's just the Evokers, right? Like, it really comes down to, like, these Evokers. And that does kind of concern me, but we don't have an Evoker for the blue team. And I feel like in the first match that we saw, we did see potentially some problems with DT not quite having the damage to break through a couple of times. And that's what that Evoker is for, right? I think we've basically seen more or less every team go with one of those Elementalists because of how much throughput it has. However, we do actually see Traumatics go down. Say, will that get cleaved out? No, the revive does come through using the Signet of Mercy. Does activate there from the captain. And Orbit Trevor is still taking a beat. The Condis are absolutely insane.
Yeah. I mean, I will say one big sort of almost disadvantage between the Luminary and the Troubadour support there is when you use that Renewed Focus for the invuln, you can't cast, you can use your Virtue skills, but you can't really use other skills. So your support effects are a little bit limited there. And unfortunately, Bess had to go into that Renewed Focus while Trauma was still taking a lot of pressure. He didn't have the heals. Might not have mattered anyways. He was going to be probably taken out either way. But nonetheless, that's going to be a kill picked up here for Blue Team. A little bit of an answer. They're going to be holding on to that middle node. Now we see DT Crafty K on the Renewed Focus himself. DPS Luminary instead of the support, though, as we see on Red Team. And the fight continues here on mid. Merp looking like potentially the target. The Conduit here for Red Team. A lot of condition pressure coming out from that Conduit, though, onto DT Crafty K, who's currently the target here for Red Team. He doesn't have his invuln anymore, but a little bit of pressure turned on to Captain Best, the Luminary for Red Team. You now see huge pull coming together there, and that's going to kill the Luminary there from that Blue Team, and he is going to go to downstate. No res available. DT Ellie potentially going to be next onto the chopping board, and yes, they are. Downstate comes out for the Conduit as well for Blue Team. Freya just next up here, and that's 3 kills picked up very quickly by Red Team.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really scary moment there. I just saw all of a sudden, all of the damage from Red Team just converged onto the Luminary. It looked very cinematic, actually. The elite skill was used, the Flux State, and all the ooze seemed to just like batter Crafty K down to the ground. There was some insane damage. However, of course, I think we do see a good attempt to recover here from the blue team. From Driven by Time. They've got to be a little bit careful they don't have their support on the board, at least for now. And they're also quite extended across the map, so I'm a little bit spooked for them. They're going to have to hold on without reinforcements for a little while longer. Let's see if they're able to do that. But Half's Heroes looking aggressive here. They're looking to find some more kills to kind of get a bit of a stagger going on. Still no support in the battle, by the way. And that's just a massive burst. Look, they got caught on the stairs going up there and 2 kills secured almost immediately. And yeah, look, no Troubadour. The Troubadour kind of getting distracted by Traumatics, I feel like, almost. Wasn't able to get into that fight in time.
Yeah, really got to have your support there. I think it's really interesting, the positioning for some of these teams in these team fights. Again, I think it shows a little bit of just like that sort of veteran mentality and like how practiced you are, because we saw Crafty K and Manta just standing on top of each other and they died at the exact same time. They both went down the exact same spot. You got to be really careful about that, especially when there's a lot of pressure coming out onto one target. It can be helpful to try to like block for your teammate, but that wasn't really the case there. That was just the case of both of them players going into downstate on top of each other. And you got to be a little bit careful about that. Trauma with a nice leap there to stop the decap coming out on the middle node. Freyr trying to get that out, but unfortunately taking a lot of pressure from that Amalgam. They're gonna die for that, and that is not a kill you need. Oh, and Ellie goes down right after that. Unfortunately, it's 2 more kills picked up, potentially 3 as DT Crafty K comes in, but ooh, yeah, kind of jump scares themselves there, I think, and they are going to be taking out 3 kills picked up, and this is a very dominant showing from Half Zeros, even without Half himself.
Yeah, that's obviously very, very tough indeed. Maybe Half was the problem, right? We consider that. Like, that might be something that you have to consider there. But, yeah, very strong performance here by Half Zeros. They're looking to go to EU after this and continue their advance in this set. And, well, Driven by Time are going to have to sort this out. Like, I think that, I don't know, what do you make of this? I feel like they don't feel that decisive. They're almost getting pushed around a little bit, I feel like, by their opponents in this game. Like, the tempo, the control is firmly in the hands of our NA team. Of course, we're on home ground here, so there's obviously going to be a slight ping advantage. But, everyone's got the expansion, at least, for Driven by Time, at least. So that's something. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think certainly being on EU is going to give them some help there. I'm sure that the ping differences are going to come into play a little bit, but yeah, I mean overall it's just Seacod going to downstate. Although we're going to see the Signet here from Captain Best. Yeah, again just the power of that Signet coming in. You get a downstate, you put a lot of cooldowns into it, you commit a lot to it, and then the Signet comes out and it kind of invalidates that. But yeah, I definitely think the rotations are just, we're not seeing it there. I think Freya coming in a little bit later to some of these fights, as you mentioned earlier, as the support Troubadour on the team. They need to position themselves a little bit faster, a little bit better into some of these fights a little bit sooner before all the damage is done. Unfortunately, Crafty K getting caught out there. But yeah, I mean, I think also just, I don't know, I mean, we're just seeing more damage coming out from the red team. We're seeing them able to get kills here. 1 versus 1, Traumanex on Windmill versus DT Rusk is actually going the way of Rusk, it looks like. He's about to take that node almost. So a little bit of a shining light there, silver lining potentially for Blue Team, but he's not going to get any help from the rest of his team or just getting battered about on the other half of this map.
Yeah, 100%. And, well, Rusk is going to have some company pretty soon as the Conduit's looking to go in. Can Rusk take this 1v1? Actually, yes! Does take the 1v1 over Travis. Oh, he burns to death, though. The 2 burns killed him on the last tick. Wait, could he somehow win this rally war? I don't think the downstate damage is going to be enough. Oh, that's so unfortunate for Rusk. Oh, that's tragic.
Damn. Merp truly was Trauma's hero in that time.
Yeah, very much so.
Also, yeah, Rusk shout-outs to him. That was a great 1v1 that he won into Trauma. So nicely done to him. But yeah, I think this game is looking like we probably are going over to EU with Half Zeros a 1-0 in hand. And that would mean that they'd be going on to face Zero Pulse, which would be a pretty strong game. Oh, sorry, that game hasn't been decided yet. It just looks like that. But if Zero Pulse takes another game, they're up a 1-0 against Hypebet at the moment. Yeah, I think overall, Half Zero is definitely looking a little bit more concrete here. I think, I'm wondering if it is just to support Luminary. I wonder if that's just an easier thing to sort of to center around than the Troubadour in some cases. Again, obviously it could just be a case of Moob just being very, very comfortable on this spec versus, Moob maybe not having played it as much since he's only had a couple of weeks to play it really. But yeah, either way, whatever the difference is, they are looking a lot better than when we first saw them, and a lot more, I'd say, synergistic, if you will, for this team.
Yeah, very much so. And, well, they've got a little bit of time to prove it as well, as we're going to go into the next match pretty soon over on EU. But, yeah, this game is well and truly over. I'm afraid, as the entirety of the red team is just pushing forwards onto the mansion. But look at the points. We're to 475 to only 100 to Driven by Time. The progress bar tells no lies, guys. In fact, like the little mini trophy on the progress bar is basically clipping into the overlay. That's how much this game is over, I'm afraid. And we are going to be going to game number 2 in just a couple of moments, as there's a massive wipe as Half Heroes collapse onto the mansion and win the game. What do you make of that?
Huh?
Oh? I was saying, what do you make of that? Or what do you make of that game?
What?
Huh? Wait.
I think it was a very strong game for F-Zeros. But I also said I'm going to take a quick bathroom break while we transfer to.
Oh, I think our voice communication like imploded right as you said that. I didn't hear any of that. That's okay. No. That's all good. Wait, it's not the delay again, is it? We still.
That's fine. But you can hear me now, right?
Oh, I think.
I don't believe there's delay. Hello.
Oh, I think there is delay.
Oh, let me leave the call and rejoin.
Yeah. We had this issue before, guys. A little bit of internet shenanigans. You guys know how it is. I think we've got some donations for in-game stuff here as well.
Hello.
Hello. Handle Thief. Thank you very much for the wonderful 250. 500, sorry. Globs of ectoplasm. Very, very good.
Sounds like we're good, I think, on audio, yes?
Wait, say something.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, we're good. We're good. I don't know what happened there, but you sounded like incredibly sped up, like for a few seconds. But I think it's good now.
Interesting.
Yeah, we're good. Okay. We're good.
Anyways, now I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a moment when we transfer. Yeah, be right back.
Yeah. And Invoku starts with the 500 Mystic Coins and 2 pristine feathers. Thank you very much. I'm going to hop over to the EU server, and we're going to be playing the next game. Bear with me, guys. Bear with us. Oh, dude, I just closed the game without transferring. What am I doing? No. Hold on. I trolled, guys. I'm stalling the tournament, guys. Hopefully everyone is enjoying the show so far. By the way, gamers, I think we've had some really cool games so far. And of course, a lot more where that came from. And a quick update on the prize pool. We are up to nearly $3,500 and 82,000 gold. Goodness me. Some players are getting rich, huh? Very, very nice. Okay. Let me reload in. Let's make it happen. And we're going to get this going in just a moment. We've still got plenty of games to go, so we want to keep up the pace. We're probably going to be going for about another 3 hours, I think. Ish. Something like that anyway. So don't worry, gamers. There's still plenty of content left over. And, of course, that means there's plenty of time for you to donate to Masters of the Arena. Do check out !mota and !CRD. We're doing some charity operations for Cure Rare Disease while we're at it, because why the hell not? 1/3 of the prize pool is going to charity. Do it. Get in the mix. Welcome back, Roy. I have made it to the EU servers. We did make it. Feels good. I believe we're playing on Skyhammer, so let me get that set up.
I'll be there soon.
Let's do it. Yep. Resetting the map. And to Skyhammer we go. All right. But thank you very much to everyone, by the way, who has donated, both to the match arena and, of course, also in-game as well. You know, like this simply it would be literally impossible without us being powered by the community. Otherwise, like, what's going to happen? There's no way. I can't farm all that gold.
I feel like the community just like fully powers, like they're always fully powering, you know?
Oh yeah. They're at maximum potential. The PvP community is known to be very strong. Very juiced.
Yeah, very a tight-knit community who support each other.
Very supportive of new players as well. Like a lot of new people coming onto the scene.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of new players coming into the monthlies. Not as many of those players in this tournament for some reason. But, you know, whether that's a good thing or not. But, all right, getting the... oh, wait a minute. Is Half back in?
Oh, we actually have a bit of a switcheroo then.
Oh, no, Moobs is here. Oh, but Half... Oh, so they're both in. Interesting.
Oh, okay.
So Trauma's not playing, it looks like.
Interesting. So maybe they're not filling the amalgam? Wait, in that case, how is this going to go then? What is Half going to go for? That's the big question that we're going to find out very soon, of course.
I like Merp's name. Merp Mota 3. That's good.
I mean, look, it's descriptive, is it not? Like, that's exactly what it says on the tin.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are now loading in, I believe. And let's see what it's going to be. It's going to be Moobs on the Luminary and half on the Holosmith. Very exciting. Take all my world versus world savings, and is Roy wearing pants? If he's not, what a dirty dog. 100 Mystic Coins from Mr. Mental.
Oh, nice. What's up, Mr. Mental? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I am wearing pants. They are pajama pants. They're very comfy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, this is bad. Guys, my inventory is absolutely vile. Look, I'm actually I'm showing it on stream right now just so you guys can all admire it. Look at that.
Thank God I can't see stream.
Yeah. Oh, that is just beautiful, guys.
Your inventory is disgusting.
I'm going to have this. I'm not going to show the game. I'm going to show this instead. Like, this is what you guys need to see for the entirety of this match, I think. You don't need to see the gameplay. You just need to embrace my inventory.
I think everyone should unsub and undonate to you.
Yeah?
For this,
you're saying the people should undonate to charity? That's a bit messed up, dude.
No. They should donate directly to the charity.
Ah, okay, yeah. Okay, that does make sense. But anyway, thank you very much, by the way, for Sparkchi for the 250 Mystic Coins and 500 Ectos. And Once Mortal is actually back again with another donation with 250 Ectos and 100 Mystic Coins. Thank you very much indeed.
You have 9 research kits?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
Don't you have a permanent bank access?
I do, yeah. Look, I don't know what mind state I was in when I bought this. I don't know why I did this. Like, why didn't I need 9 research kits? I have no idea.
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you. It's your inventory.
Yeah.
It's not like you let someone else on your account who bought them, right?
That's true. I would never do that. I would never account share. I wouldn't do that. Would you?
Honorable man. No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So I guess we're ready to go. And yeah, we do have a couple of swaps coming through. And well, driven by time, this is their elimination match. They have to win.
Yeah.
Or unfortunately, again, guys, we are in the lower bracket right now. That means these games are elimination games. Like, both of these teams are fighting for their life right now in this tournament.
Heroes now, they've got a game in the hand. So if they lose this, they still have a chance.
That's true.
But yeah, this is potentially the final game for DT. You know, fortunately, it's their pick. They're on EU. This is, pretty much like the best position they could be in for this position that they're in. Yeah, I think, we'll have to see if they can come up with anything. I think this is pretty much the same. Oh, I mean, again, we see the Tempest swap, right? We've seen this before. It is a comfort pick for Freya. But I will be honest, I feel like I didn't see it have too much success before. However, I will notice there is a slight difference here. That he is going for Armor of Earth instead of Lightning Flash, which I like, because I think a big part of the problem is just getting locked down. Didn't have Stun Break, which the Luminary wasn't running stability. So yeah, much easier to avoid that lockdown here. And so far, kiting out, looks like they are going to be focusing the Tempest there. Is half Sierras. They come into middle node. This is a outnumbered fight for DT. They are going to be 3 versus 4 currently as side nodes against some pressure. And we already see that coming out as the downstate comes through for the Troubadour, immediately taken out there. And I don't believe the Tempest was able to glyph that. No, he does still have glyph though. Didn't burn it, but he was not able to get it in time. Water Overload so far keeping him alive for now, washing the pain away as well is going to keep him up. But a first kill of the game going the way of Half Hero. However, Half, he's going to be in downstate. Does get taken out, does get res though by moves.
Yeah, and this is one of those things. I really do feel like Blue Team's missing that Evoker. I think they are. I think they are, Roy. Like, that Elementalist is just contributing so much DPS that just seems almost irresistible right now. For driven by. Oh, wait, they do have one. Okay, never mind. I lied.
Yes.
For some reason, I hallucinated. Well, never mind. They do now. Okay. Well, listen.
In a way, you were right though, because I
he wasn't in the fight, right?
Was in that team fight.
Yeah,
he wasn't in the fight. You are correct. That's what you were saying.
That is what I was saying. Thanks, Roy. In fact, look, now the Evoker said, look, Moves is nearly dead. I told you, Moves is going to get nuked here. Has to go into the renewed focus. DT, unfortunate, trying to get damage, but the Troubadour gets shut down hard.
Yeah, the Troubadour are having so much trouble surviving, and it's interesting because they are running a support. They are going to be dinky, and unfortunately, it is also taken out off the back end of that fight. They had good pressure and moves. There was a really good avenue into that fight, but yeah, the Troubadour dying kind of broke them apart. And this is interesting because they have the double support, right? So they are going to have a little bit more healing. Potentially, they're going to have a little bit more chance to kind of sustain through these fights, but that does mean they have a little bit less damage. And I think if they just get bursted down like that, it means the fight is basically just over. There's no chance for them to come back with, down to DPS player already. So they really need to find a way, I think, to peel for that Troubadour a little bit better. The Troubadour maybe just needs to, work a little bit on positioning, just, surviving, kiting in those fights a little bit better. If they can sustain those fights a little bit longer, I think they have a very good chance to come into this. And so far, this game is still pretty close. They have not gotten completely shut out yet, a few minutes into this game.
Yeah, 100%. They just need to find a way to win these team fights, right? They've packaged in that second support. They have the double support. I'm not the biggest fan of them trying to play 3 nodes here. To us, they're kind of doing that, but I feel like with the way that their comp works, they just want to try and take big fights and then try to win that as much as possible. And this is a map where I feel like that style can kind of work. We've seen it in the past where you can kind of just lock down the map and go from there. But that's what they got to do, I think. They just have to find a way to win these fights. But I have to say, Halves Heroes just looks good in these fights. They are super aggressive and just like picking these targets, focusing them down. C got in trouble, down to the Conduit actually. Said that couldn't get rid of that Torment. 17 stacks of Torment coming up from the Conduit, and Mer may be in trouble too.
Yeah, nice job there from DT Ellie to find that kill. Mer getting chased down here by DT, unfortunate, but they just don't quite seem to have the chase down. It does get into that nice, very, very convenient for him that the Skyhammer was still up. And Half actually got that for free. Didn't look like there was any contest there. Excuse me, the last time we were on this map, we saw, one team basically just give away hammers for free. And I think it was, I can't remember exactly who we were watching, but whichever team it was, I think it was Worms, I believe. They got all 4 hammers.
Yeah.
And yeah, they won very hard. Mer, though, coming back in this fight, maybe a little bit early. 1 HP, just barely surviving with Arcane Shield, but he's going to be taken out by a stray Lightning Beam from DT Unfortunate there, who was also extremely low, half doing a lot of damage there, but DT Unfortunate going to go down. Moobs, though, is here. Vapor Form comes off. He has Signet available. Can they get an interrupt on it? They can. Oh, they cannot. No, unfortunately. So that's going to be the Signet burned, Mer back up. But that's a very big utility burned. I think forcing a team fight here would be really, really smart. Unfortunately, though, again, going to get taken out there. Mer just pushing so much pressure in that. DT, Kanoa, probably not going to be able to peel for them. No res utility on their side. They're not going to be able to get that back up like Moobs did. And Ellie, unfortunately, as well on the other side of the map, getting taken out here. A little bit of revenge there for Seacon.
Yeah, you can really see the power of that Signet, right, coming through there from Moobs, getting that revive, and then bringing the player back up into the mix after that, and then turning that fight. That res utility, super, super strong. Of course, to have that within the game there. But yeah, and again, we're just in this weird situation. The points are not that far apart, Roy, but I do think that Driven by Time is kind of in trouble here because it just seems that Halves Heroes, they are just finding these kills. They are winning the fights. We've got a big fight brewing here. This is an opportunity now for Driven by Time. I think they have both of their supports in it. They absolutely do. So if there's ever going to be a time where they can win, it's going to be here. Let's see if they can make it happen.
Big heals coming out here for Blue Team, definitely. Health bar is just getting pumped up there, and Mer actually quite low now, taking a lot of pressure, burning through the utilities. No more hair, no more Arcane Shield, but so much pressure back onto DTL. Oh, that's it. On that fight, unfortunately, that's going to be a 1-1 off to the side, and they actually do find the kill onto Mer. However, Signet? No, that's Vapor Form.
It's Vapor, yeah.
He's back, up, pull down. He's going to go into the hand res. 40 seconds still on that Signet. Can they get the cleave? Crafty K on top of it. We've seen him do this before. The cleave is going to be good. Move's not able to get that, so they find a way back into this fight. They get a kill. They're going to be able to get that node. Unfortunately, Ellie's still being bled off to the side, so it is going to be an advantage for Red Team, or at least an even fight on the map. And Kanoa getting taken out here. Again, this Troubadour just getting picked off and picked apart. You really hate to see this. The Tempest potentially getting next. He's going to get chased down now away from this. Comrade Half. Oh, but he gets the glyph on Ellie. It was still a downstate. Oh my god, what an amazing res there from Freya. I can't believe that they let her bleed there and let her self-res to get glyphed. And Moobs actually dies as well.
Yeah, Moobs is down as well. If Merp falls too, we could be in a spicy situation. Crafty K looking for the kill alongside. Unfortunately, I don't think Merp's living this, or shouldn't do, I think. Is in Jalis, so has some defensive potential. Tries to get the healer, but no, it's not going to happen. There's an opportunity here. Oh, but Freya is actually downstate there. The Hollowsmith and Mer were able to find that kill. Can he somehow get res? I don't think that's possible. He's just going to go on there to stall it and just get cleaved out as quickly as possible. We do still have a kill on either side because Merp is now dying at basically the exact same time as the Tempest Tempest from Driven by Time. So some potential. It's not outnumbered yet, but they've got to figure out if they're actually going to handle, if they're going to go for the hammer or not. Maybe some indecisiveness there from Driven by Time, and they lose their Luminary after a bit of a bounce back. I think a bit of a stumble here, to be frank, from Driven by Time.
Yeah, I think, we saw a couple of sort of individual wins there. They got the kill on the Evoker in the team fight. They were able to get that hero glyph onto Ellie there, but I think that was almost maybe just like a misplay from Red Team more than it was, a big play from Blue Team. And as you said, they kind of stumbled with the wins that they found. They didn't get Hammer. They started losing players around the map. Freyr got picked up. He was kind of alone there on Hammer. Just maybe some miscommunication from the team. The Troubadour getting picked up right before that as well. Yeah, they do feel like they are a little bit scattered here. And, we've seen them gain a couple points. We've seen them get a kill or two, but they're not really turning it into any sort of lead. Mur is going to go down again. I think Moobs will have Signet for this if he can get in range of it, but I'm not. Oh, yeah, Vaporform's going to bring him there. Easy Signet here. He's not going to get interrupted. Really nice job, again. I mean, Moobs isn't coming in time to save Mur from going into downstate, but he is getting the Signet every single time, which is obviously, still, perfectly fine for what you want from your support. Doing a good job there. So nice heads-up play from Moobs, to get there. Freya, unfortunately, downstate again. The Tempest just not getting the peel from the rest of his team. Is going to Vaporform over the node, so he's going to be forced to get cleaved out here if they want to be able to cap that. But yeah, overall, this is looking like it might be a win confirmed for Halves Heroes. A little bit of cleave there on that hand res, but Moob's going to be able to get that power off and keep himself up and healthy.
Yeah, I think the Conduit is just such a big problem for the Tempest, right? I think that when the Conduit just sticks to the Tempest and just runs at you, it's hard to resist, right? There's just so much condition pressure coming out from that Revenant. And Ellie's kind of interesting, right? You almost have to pick if you want to be good against Condi or good against Power. To an extent, we see a little bit of both here. We've got Stoneheart and Cleansing Water being used here. Ooh, Crafty K in trouble, just get healed up quite a bit. Wait, what's the 1v1 going on?
Merp lost the 1v1 to Ellie on middle node.
Merp exposed? DTL getting the stomp there, locking down this node, but we're in a very desperate situation. Like, the team fight is really not going the way of Driven by Time either. DT, unfortunate, did get finished off there. They need that Evoker to be in this fight to bring the DPS. They're going to have to hold on. They've got both of their support, so maybe they can make it happen. Crafty K under massive pressure. Is there a glyph maybe from Freya? There is not. So they've got to actually sustain. They must find the heals here and hold on just a little bit longer. The Evoker is now running back. Heal skill on the Luminary is back. Could DT actually hold this? They might be able to. I think they've done it, but now they've got to actually try and play this fight.
Separated.
They're going for C-Cod.
Yeah, he's very separated from the rest of the fight. Our Moob's actually going to take a lot of pressure. But, Crafty K gets blown up, and Kanoa so very low as well. Can they hand res this? They do! They get the hand res! Moob's coming in here. He's going to be very, very low. Not sure how much he can really contest. His renewed focus is gone. They're trying to kill him. They get up on the jump pad. Vaporform for Freya, though, and that's going to be the downstate. But Moobs is down as well. Could be a bit of a rally war. It's so much damage on top of the node. The health bars are so very low, but Moobs wins the rally war. Red team able to cleave the Tempest out, and the health bar is just way too low from Blue team to continue this fight. They're going to get chased down there, going to get taken out. 3 kills, maybe even 4. Merp does go down here on the other side against Ellie.
It's a draw. Wait, who's going to win? It's actually a tie. I'm not sure who's ahead. I think it's actually Merp who's ahead this time. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, looking at the auto attack hit points.
Did you see that?
But I guess we'll see how this one's going to go. Oh, and C-Cod arrives as well to save the day, guaranteeing the victory. And I think that's going to lock in the game at this stage. Very impressive, though. DTL doing really well in these Conduit 1v1s, right? I think towards the end of this game. But I think, unfortunately, it's not going to be quite enough. And Halves Heroes are going to continue their tournament journey. And I believe we are approaching the end for, well, we've reached the end. We're not approaching it. We've reached it. As Halves Heroes are going to secure a 2-0, and they will continue on to face the winner of Zero Pulse and I Bet, which we could go ahead and quickly spectate, by the way, because that has gone to a 3rd game, incidentally.
Are they on EU?
I
think they're...
They are, actually, if I'm not mistaken. Yes.
I don't know if is I Bet EU. I think they're.
I Bet is NA. Zero Pulse is EU. In the first game. Oh no, I think it's on NA. I think it should be on NA actually because it's on NA. It's on NA. So we can quickly take a look at that.
Which we might have to go to anyways because we are going to be seeing Team USA versus Snowfall. And Team USA might want to go. So
we might as well go to NA because they're going to start on NA. So we might as well.
I'll ask.
Yeah. But we can get that match started to get prepped so we can keep things moving on.
And we haven't seen Snowfall yet, have we?
We have not. No, we have not seen Snowfall or iBet, so we can actually get to see some new teams there, which is always exciting.
Oh, yeah, we are going NA first.
Yep, I'm transferring to NA now. But yeah, obviously really well played there. To Driven by Time. Like, I'm familiar with this team. They're a team that plays the EU monthly quite a bit, actually. And I think the most famous player on that team, definitely Freya, famous for his Tempest gameplay. Wait, Jester is saying it's EU, actually.
Maybe swapped over.
Wait, am I cooked? Wait, okay, I'm just dumb, apparently. Okay, it's EU. Don't go anywhere. I'm stupid. Hold on. I will come back.
Yeah. I mean, we do have to go NA for Snowfall versus USA, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that will be after. We will descend upon the NA server. But yeah, I guess we can have a quick update on the bracket while we wait for some transfers to go on. Ooh, and we do have some donations that have come through. Skitmanher with the Frogwide contribution, $200 on Match Arena. So we're up to 3.6K now. We are absolutely cooking with gas right now, 100%. Moving ever closer to the Frogwide goal.
Oh, yeah.
Let me see if my transfer's gone through. Awesomeness! Transfer my character.
Damn.
That guy. I
awesome.
don't know what he's getting paid for. I don't know what that guy's doing, but...
Yeah. Yeah, all right, so Snowfall... I mean, I guess we're not there yet, actually. No, we have one more game, Zero Pulse versus iBet. iBet... What do we know about these guys? I don't think I really got any information about them.
Yeah, I honestly, like, iBet to me is a mystery. What's the intel? Give me the intelligence. Let's
see, where is my information for them? Yeah, so Ferret. Okay, so I spoke to Ferret, the team captain for iBet. He told me that the team was, even though he's the team leader listed, it's actually someone named Neppy who is the team. He said it's his team. He kind of said it. So him, as well as Joey Slayer, another team there. They're from Icon, which I believe is a guild. Frosty is actually, so one of these players is actually from Australia. We've got an Australian PvP gamer here. And then Made in Heaven is sometimes known as Torben. Maybe not the Torben you're thinking of. Another Torben. Sometimes
fake Torben, you could say.
Different Torben. Oh, fake Torben, yes. So he's an EU player. He's a guard player, but he's playing Ranger, apparently, is what he's been told. I don't know if that's what we're going to see here. We haven't really seen Rangers before. But they've got 2 NA players subbing for them, D and Salos. Frosty's an Ellie main. Ferret is a Mesmer main. Frosty is mostly a support Tempest main, and he's mostly a Greatsword Mirage main. Neppy and Slayer are multi-class players. Slayer plays a lot of Rev. The team is kind of like an international team from all over. And then only him and Slayer, Ferret, are from the U.S. And he also told me where specifically in the U.S. they're from. I don't think I'm going to say that on stream, but I appreciate the enthusiasm.
It's time.
Yeah, but yeah, so it's just kind of like a group of friends, international group of friends coming over. It's cool to see. I like that. And they've already taken one of the games in this set against Zero Pulse. So I think, clearly a pretty strong showing for them. However, I will note, I think probably one of the games was on NA, and we did see Zero Pulse lose to an NA team because they did not have the expansions. So it's possible that's what happened here. And this final game is on EU, so.
Yeah. And it is a hazard. It is the hazard of the cross-region tournament. You got to watch out for that, guys. Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's really funny because clearly whatever expansions they have, it's just they can't get a good enough selection of classes. Because I could, if you don't VOE, I could kind of understand, but there's no way they have 0 expansions, right? There's no way they're only playing core specs.
That would be content though if they did that.
Yeah, unless it's free to play accounts or something.
Yeah, it'd be pretty high tier. But yeah. I mean, the thing is, it's actually one of the things that is interesting about cross-region tournaments is that, of course, each expansion does have really good combat features. Soto has weapon mastery, the spear with Janthir Wilds, which pops up on a lot of builds. So you do kind of want them all if you want to play a lot of the strongest builds in the game, which I think is pretty interesting. But anyway, I think we are actually basically getting ready to go. So let's get over to the viewer. And yeah, the teams are joining up. Here they go.
Nice.
Good role play here. It's Dre. It's Torben.
This is great role play for both teams. This might be these two teams.
They're very well behaved.
As well.
They're very well
behaved. From all the
teams
we've seen, these two teams in DET, I think, have the best role play.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big fans. I mean, you know, I will say some credit to Draza. He tried to get his team to role play with him. Two of his players wouldn't. Bit cringe, Sin and Sin, but yeah, in general, I will say as well, I think the teams overall have been doing a good job of sticking to the role play and getting, you know, getting accurate names. But definitely, these teams in DT are the best for sure. Like, it's not close. I mean, every one of these players is ZP. Every one of these players is actually, everyone except Torben is and Slayer. Excuse me, but still, very good. Really big fan of these teams here. But yeah, this is nice. I'm glad we get to see Bet at least play one match since we didn't get to see them prior. ZP we've seen a little bit already.
And
again, I think a pretty strong contender, but yeah, have to see how Ait.
Let's see what we have got going on here. The match is now starting. Compositions, again, pretty similar. There's a couple of running themes that we've seen in a lot of the teams. We've got the Troubadour, the Conduit, and of course the Evoker. Thief versus no Thief, though. It's the Spectre for 0 pulse, no Thief on the blue team. We've got the Luminary from Kira on 0 pulse, and of course from the Turbinator on blue team. Then a Holosmith as well. For I bet.
Yeah, blue team hiding behind the tree there.
Sneaky.
They kind of surprise. Yeah, jump scare red team a little bit, but they're not able to find a kill yet. Lucci going to be separated from the rest of their team, but with the ports, they are out of danger, no problem. And side notes just get picked up here by other team. No kills as of yet. Looks like we might be looking to 5 versus 5 here. We're going to have the Conduit from red team coming over a little bit slower, so it's actually a disadvantage for red team at the moment. Benny trying to rotate over to the rest of his team. Nice job. I really like that he was moving towards the rest of his team instead of away from them. Really good communication there from red team. And so far, no one dying. I hit straight. Conduit on blue team taking a little bit of pressure, but he's going to get healed up. And so far, this 5 versus 5 has not shed any blood. Both teams looking to find a kill. Red team disengaging slightly back through this, but that's just because Kira, the Luminary from red team, has gotten the decap. So nice sneaky decap there. Taking advantage of the confusion from blue team in the middle of that. And so far, red team with a slight lead.
Yeah, there's just a couple of low health bars here from I bet there. They're kiting away, trying to disengage, get supported. There's but the Troubadour gets caught. That might be a kill. It absolutely is a kill. And that's going to be an issue here for I bet because that's no support. That is going to signal them having to try to find a way to disengage this fight. They don't want to give away too many kills. The Conduit does go down, but the question is, can the Turbinator and Slayer manage to disengage? I think it's not looking super good for the Luminary here. Does have renewed focus. Is there enough mobility to get away here? Yeah, I think that's very debatable. The Troubadour is back. Wait, goes for a portal. Can they get to look at that technology? Portals them into the spawn.
That was actually 5-head. Oh man, that's pretty awesome. All right, well done to them. And blue team have actually decapped the rest of the map. So they did lose 2 players. And Slayer unfortunately just getting blown up by Kira there, the Luminary from red team. That was a quick kill. My God, blink and you missed it. But blue team does a good job of disengaging without losing too much. They get into the rest of the map. They neutralize it. Good job there. Stumble a little bit with losing that player on middle node. But if they can regroup over here and maybe find a kill, that'd be pretty good. And that starts with Lucci, the Spectre being very low. But the pressure turns back onto Frosty with the rest of the team showing up. And blue team just cannot seem to catch a break here.
No, they can't. They're having a bit of difficulty here. 0 pulse is keeping up the aggression. They're looking for Ferret. They find Ferret again. The support goes down once more. And, well, look, I have to remind everyone, this is an elimination match, guys. Whoever loses here is out. Whoever wins is moving forwards. Yep. It is a 1-1. We are even in this game. So blue team is going to have to find something. They've got to find a way to actually peel out their teammates. But it seems like the aggression of red team, it's a precision weapon. It's a precision strike. They're finding the gaps in the defenses of their opponents and getting those kills. And the support just can't survive. They've got to keep this Troubadour alive.
Red team wins a capture point.
Having a lot of trouble in these fights. I think we're seeing decent rotations. We're seeing good heads-up plays from this blue team, but they are just behind in these fights. They need to find kills. They need to find picks. They need to do a better job of sustaining and finding these targets and locking them down in these fights. Turbinator currently locked away from the rest of the fight by Kira, doing a really nice job of zoning that Luminary off, taking a lot of damage out of the fight. On the other side of the map, though, Frosty winning a 1v1 very convincingly into this conduit of Jingado on this node. And that should be... Oh, wow. He actually gets... really nice nice damage turnaround there, and Frosty almost going down to the conditions. Other side of the map, though, in the team fight, Slayer is going to be taken out here, and blue team, again, going to be behind in this team fight, down a player. Decap going to be starting to get forced here now. Blue team forced to rotate onto this node if they want to try to sustain it, but that just means it's easier to connect the damage to them. Ferret going to be going down, the Troubadour, even as the respawn comes in from Slayer. And yeah, blue team just getting picked apart across the map.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Like, this 1v1 is continuing. If Frosty can win that, they could potentially get some momentum. But, well, look, not with 2 players dead, it's not going to. And red team looking very confident right now. Looking at the kills, it's currently 6-0. So that kind of tells the story here a little bit, I feel like. In this particular matchup, Beach. Look, it's not 1v1, okay? As far as, dude, Beach reminds me of... There was... That's a meme. There was a Torben versus Bazil 1v1, I believe, actually. If you recall that name, Roy. Okay, that happened here on the beach on Forest. That was hyped up. I think I cast it, actually. It was quite interesting. But anyway, back to the actual game at hand.
Oh, there's a kill.
Oh, there is a kill. Yeah, we do have actually the conduit get taken out there by, it was I guess the Hollow
Frosty,
Smith.
I think.
By Frosty, and the Hollow was also coincidentally there.
Yeah. Hollow Smith plussed into that, and they get the kill there. And I wanted to call that out. I think Slayer, the Hollow Smith there from blue team, instead of going into what he perceived as an already lost team fight onto Henge and trying to support that, went over to the other side of the map. They pick up a kill. They pick up a node, and I really like that. But again, the problem is the other 2 nodes are in a lost state for them. They're not finding a way to sustain either of those other nodes, and again, they just keep losing these players. So, you know, I think, again, I really do like what blue team is trying to do. They're changing their game plan throughout the game. They're adapting to what they're doing. They are playing together, but they're just behind in these fights. And again, I like the rotations. I like them trying different things. They're finding some kills, even though they are very, very far behind, but it's just too slow. It's not enough. And when the fights converge, they're basically always losing. So, you know, I think this blue team, they're showing a lot of potential here. They're just a little bit behind where ZP is. But, you know, again, I think ZP is a very, very excellent team. That's not really a surprise to me. They are playing very well right now.
Yeah, they are. They're playing it clean. They've got control of the map right now. That conduit just... Bit of a brick wall here. It does almost feel like there's not the best answer to this conduit. Like, of course, we saw a lot of, you know, conduit 1v1s, right? Where it's actually a mirror matchup. That's not really the case here. It's been like the Evoker playing into it, which I'm not sure if that's really what you want. You kind of want that in the team fight a couple of times, like being plus with the Hollow Smith. So I think they need to kind of consider how they want to rotate around that. And, well, if they want to change something, they've got a couple of minutes to do it, because we're getting to 300 points right now, so that's where things are getting a little bit sweaty. If we see even a couple of kills, like 2 or 3 more deaths, I think that's going to be almost impossible to recover from.
Yeah, that might start with Slayer going down in this fight. And again, no res utility on the side of blue team. The health bar is not looking very good either. Ferret, the Troubadour, going to be taken out right after the Hollow Smith. Frosty doing what he can to try and disengage. Has some utilities to get out, but and yeah, looks like red team not going to chase that. So he's going to rotate into the Luminary, who's currently 1 versus 1 against the Conduit. But red team, because of those 2 kills they just picked up on mid, they can put their players wherever they want. And we're going to see the Spectre coming to plus this now and making this 2 versus 1, a 2 versus 2. Jingado getting CC'd here. Node might get decapped, but again, you know, we see these small wins from blue team, but usually they're off the backside of an already lost team fight. They're usually finding them, you know, because they rotate out a little bit faster maybe than red team does after they win that fight. And it just isn't enough to carry this game, you know. And again, I think they're making some good plays. I think they're making some smart plays, but it's just not enough. It's not enough to contend with red team just farming kills on this map right now in this game.
They're just getting staggered. We have, when was the last time it was actually 5 players alive on both teams? I think it's been a little while at this stage. Another kill coming through that's going to extend the stagger. Turbinator in a little bit of trouble. Ferret also getting locked down. They're getting killed very close to their own spawn. The revive was attempted, but it's not going to happen. Ferret goes down. Only Torben stands tall left on the blue team. And yeah, I think that, tough spot. In fact, I think this probably is going to end up wrapping up this game. The Conduit securing the 3rd node. Triple cap secured now for Zero Pulse. They're going for the Beast for the extra points. And I believe that is going to be a GG call. Essentially, as the game is ending.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate we're gonna have to be saying goodbye to iBet. It's kind of unfortunate we didn't get to see more of their games so far today. This is them getting knocked into the tournament. But again, I really liked what I saw this game. I think this is honestly a really competent team. I think they're just maybe a little bit outclassed in some of these fights and getting some of these kills compared to ZP. But yeah, ZP are staying alive. Their tournament run is not over yet. They will be moving on to face Half Zero later on, after we go up to the upper bracket. We were going to be moving over to NA now to see Team USA versus Snowfall. Snowfall.
Yeah, that
that'll be on
exciting
for our first game.
Yeah, and that's going to wrap it up. And of course, this does mean we are going to be saying goodbye to iBet. I just want to give them a really big well played. And thank you very much for participating in the tournament. Some really cool matches along the way there. Really exciting to see all these teams come together, from a wide variety of experience levels, right? And kind of get into the game and play there as well. Zero Pulse, of course, will be continuing their journey in the tournament. But iBet, they are out. So well played to them, of course. And yeah, on with the next tournament. We're going to be going to Team USA versus Snowfall in just a moment. It's going to transfer over real quick, and well, we will make it happen.
And obviously, okay. So I will say, I think rank 55 versus French Worms is maybe a little bit more of a not necessarily exciting, but sort of, I think there's more expectations for that semifinal than this one. But I am still excited about this. I think Snowfall is a very strong team. A lot of really strong EU teams, by the way. I've been saying this all day. Zero Pulse, Sugar Crush, Snowfall. I think there's a lot of really strong PvP players on EU, and I think this is showing with just the amount of really good teams that are showing up. But again, we saw USA absolutely dominate in their match against Sugar Crush before, who I would consider one of the best sort of secondary EU teams. And they are looking very clean. So I am excited for this match. I think USA are definitely going to be the favorites. We're starting off on an A. We're going to EU next. But even when they were on an EU before, when they were fighting Sugar Crush, they dominated. I expect to see kind of more of the same with this game or with this set. But still looking forward to it. This is where we're starting to potentially get to some more of the really competitive, sort of closer matched teams in these upper bracket finals. But yeah, definitely looking forward to the next one as well, 55 versus French Worms. But before we get there, yeah, I think this semifinal should definitely prove to be a little bit more of a test for USA, and I think that'll be really interesting to see. If they have to make any sort of adaptations versus what they did before versus Sugar Crush.
Yeah, 100%. We're really getting into the heat, the meat, you could say, even of the tournament now. Both of these matches coming up, I think, are going to be really, really exciting. And of course, a couple more lower bracket matches there at the end of the day to round things off before we go to the grand finals tomorrow. And well, we are going to be basically these matches coming up here are going to be who's going to be playing in the upper bracket final, which is going to be our first best of 5, by the way. So definitely stay tuned for that as well, because that's going to be a big one. Getting to best of 5s is pretty exciting. But before we actually get into this match, guys, and we start talking about the picks and the bans, I actually want to say a big shout out for the raid, by the way, from Arrow. The big raid, massive raid, new to the game, playing some PvP alongside some of the other gamers joining on. We've had a lot of new faces around these parts. Thank you very much indeed. If you want to learn about the tournament, you can do !mota. Boom. We're also raising money for charity as well, because why the hell not? So yeah, that's basically the situation. Yep. Let's get ready for let's get down to business in just a moment.
Absolutely. Yeah, once you get the arena set up, I will let the teams know. We're in Mota 1, right? Yeah.
Yep, Mota 1. That. And the arena now exists.
I'll put the password in without leaking it on stream. It's very good. So
we have some in-game gold memes. We can, yeah. Okay, we can. Hold on.
Alrighty, I need the NA account names for the Snowfall team. I don't know if I have them.
I don't. We may not have them, but do we have just get them in here? Right. While we're talking about this, guys, we have a couple of donations while we're kind of corralling the teams into the arena. Nenpai-kun, thanks for the 250 ectos and 100 gold. Shout out to Bradley. So there you go. There's your shout out, I guess. Enjoy.
True.
Yeah, Roy looks better than ever today. I mean, that is true, actually. Roy is looking good.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
I think, you know, Roy without eyebrows is pretty optimal.
I don't know about that. Anyways, if someone from Snowfall is watching the stream, what are your NA account names? Dude, it's actually crazy that people just didn't list both. Like, there's like one team that listed account names for both regions.
Yeah.
And shouts out to them. There's a couple.
Big shout out to them, guys.
Not Snowfall. All right, let's see. Helio's asking if you can play a character named Dracovish, which is not Helio. That's I think that's a no. I think that's cringe.
It's a no.
Yeah.
Play your character.
How about you just yeah. What the heck? Oh, here.
Yeah. And is there an estimate on how long it will take to the final match of the day? We have got this match, then Worms versus 55.
4.
Yeah, we've got 4 games in total left. I'll just take a look at the bracket while we get the administration here. So we're on Team USA versus Snowfall. Then we're going to play Rank 55 versus the French Worms. Then we'll do Halves Heroes versus Zero Pulse and Exalted Quacklords versus Sugar Crush. If we're feeling tight on time, we can run those at the same time. I don't want to run for too much longer. I would only want to go for like a maximum of like 2.5 hours, basically. From now, I think we can fit all of that in within 2.5 hours, guys. So that should be like the time limit there. But if we're slow, like these games take a while for whatever reason, then we may run the lower bracket in parallel. I don't want to. And in fact, guys, if it was up to me, I would literally run this tournament for a week straight and I'd watch every game. I love watching every single team. I wish I could watch every single game, but obviously we've got a lot to get done, you know, in just 2 days. So we do actually have to try to be a little bit time conservative because obviously I'm aware that, look, you got to give some shout out to the Aussie, by the way, who got up at 3 a.m. to play this tournament, by the way. That is, you got to respect that, that's for sure. But yeah, I'm obviously aware that, you know, time zones are a thing, right? It's getting pretty late. It's kind of early as well if you're on the, you know, on the other side there. But yeah, we'll try to make it work as much as possible. But yeah, that is the situation. Yeah, look, check this out. Sugar Crush is playing daily AT while they wait. I actually respect that. That is big. They're farming some cash, getting some gold going. At the same time, I mean, you might as well, I guess.
Yeah.
Right then. So the teams are starting to get in. Have we located Snowfall?
No, I messaged.
I've got a contact for you. There you go. Boom.
Oh, thank you. Yeah,
I found.
I'm like looking through the Welcome to PvP Discord. Because you know one of the guys' names is Alex on their team, so at Alex, there's like 20 of them. It's like just 20 Alex.
Alex is easy to find because his Discord name is his in-game name with the numbers.
Interesting.
Yeah. While we're waiting, guys, to figure out, well, we're trying to locate Snowfall currently, guys. Like, that's our current mission, our current predicament. Okay, I think we have actually made some progress with that. We also have a couple of in-game donations to talk about. Collider actually drops a pretty big bomb here, back in the mix with 500 globs of ectoplasm, 250 mystic coins, 250 antique summoning stones. And then after that, 250 jade rune stones as well. That's so pretty fat coming through from Collider. Really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Keep up that energy, guys. We're getting towards that 100K. I want to see 100K gold, guys. Oh, I just DC'd. Okay, that's weird.
Whoa.
Surely my internet's fine. Hello? Oh, no, we're good.
You're good. Yeah. We got time. We're chilling.
Yeah.
We're getting the comps from both teams. Then we'll get the maps underway, and then we will get this semifinal, upper bracket semifinal going. But yeah, guys, thank you very much for tuning in. Really appreciate everyone coming and supporting the stream. It's great to be back here casting some PvP in a tournament with my boy Teapot. And shout out to all the teams that joined up. Shout out to all the viewers, all the donators. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right.
It's cool to see so many people here for PvP. Still at this time of day here in Guild Wars 2, and indeed, like in this time in the game's life cycle, right? Like we're still going strong. Here, it's pretty good.
All right, Legacy will be first map.
Ooh.
USA keeps on picking Legacy. Nice.
I think they just like the brutality of these team fights. I think that's what they like. They want to fight. They just want to go crazy. So Legacy is going to be first.
Yep, and then Snowfall banned Coliseum. USA immediately banned a Temple.
Ooh.
Do you think we're going to see a single Temple game in this entire tournament?
I think 55 might go for it at some point because I think that this is going to get interesting. Well, we might see it in the grand finals, right? Because it's going to best of 7. But I mean, Temple is a scary map, to be fair, right? Really scary because it's just so volatile. Like, it can go so bad so fast with this stuff.
Yeah. All right, Kylo will be the second map, which will be on EU.
Okay.
So we've got Forest, I believe, left, Capricorn, and Skyhammer left. So it'll be Legacy, then Kylo. Kylo will be on EU. We'll be going back over there. Skyhammer banned now. So we've got Forest and Capricorn. Snowfall.
What's it going to be?
We'll see.
We're about to find out.
Yeah.
The final map will be.
The Capricorn will be the final map.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. Wait. Have we seen a Capricorn actually exist so far? We actually haven't because a lot of the games haven't made it to the Capricorn game. I think it's been potentially played a couple of times, but it hasn't actually made it. So yeah, there you go. That's going to be the setup here. I will get the arena arranged appropriately. And we will get into it.
Yeah. Now, do we have any information on... I mean, Snowfall, so they 2-0'd Dehydrated and Distraught, who also, unfortunately, got 2-0'd by by Exalted Quacklords. So, maybe not the strongest contenders, into Snowfall. Or, maybe not their hardest matchup. But so we don't really have a lot of information, I think, on this team, and I didn't get a chance to talk to them before the tournament started. So I would say somewhat unknown, although we do definitely know a lot of these players. We're very familiar with them. A lot of AT ranked gamers, so definitely some strong players. But again, I gotta say, I think obviously USA a clear favorite coming into this set. We saw Capricorn should not be first, by the way. That should be last, but that's okay.
Whoops, hold on.
Should be Legacy first.
That's weird. It's actually set as 3, but it just went to Capricorn. Okay. Let me.
I think it's because we were on Kylo.
So it got confused. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let me just reset it again real quick.
Yeah, they really just get a little confused sometimes,
Yeah. Let me reset that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it should go back to Legacy now. Yeah, it should go back to Legacy. It's fine.
Damn, Skelling is mod now. Shouts out.
I modded him because he's making Kobe pastas for the teams, right? So like we're activating here big time, which is we love to see that. Because look, we've got to get some chat spam, right? Like, Skelling is trustworthy. I trust the guy. Like, he knows what he's doing.
Oh, do we have it? We have a prediction. Oh my God, is this Skelling who made this prediction?
I don't know.
Who did this?
Someone did.
That's awesome. Whoever that is, shout out to you.
Yeah.
What is happening?
Oh, guys, I got a couple more donations to talk about here. We actually have a long-time supporter of tournaments back. I have not seen this gamer for a while. It's actually Unterpitz is back with the $100 donation on the Matcherino. And we got a couple of big ones too. Collider. Why is everyone giving Sunrise? Okay, we have another Sunrise here. So, I mean, if you want that, that's good news, I guess. With Sunrise being done, that's another legendary weapon, 1.5k gold in the pocket. And don't know who this is. And actually, I don't want to know the story behind this, guys. We actually have Reformed donating 250 Mystic coins at the same time, saying to execute the script. My inventory is actually full.
I love the script.
Like, this is bad, guys. Like, I can't take all this stuff. My inventory is causing problems. Maybe I'll do live inventory management while we wait for the next teams. Well, hold that thought. The teams are joining.
Let me just make sure the comps look good.
Is anyone trying to pull a fast one?
I'd be shocked if they did, unless they think I can't read. Which is, to be fair, I mean.
Also, why is the tag rock here, by the way? What is this on the blue team?
So their guild name or their name is Snowfall. I wonder. I don't know. Are there EU names Snowfall? I wonder if Rock. I guess because
Oh, DC maybe? Oh.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I don't know what that was.
I believe
anyways,
their full team name, by the way, is Snowfall So Goated I Wanna Abuse.
Right. Yeah. Maybe like, okay, so maybe like the Rock Dog Relic is like the sort of budget version.
Oh.
And this is on an A.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. I don't know. Or maybe they're saying it's like a rock hidden inside a snowball. So they're going to cheat and like, you know, like give their opponents like a concussion when they throw the snowball at them that has a rock in it.
Yeah,
that'd be kind of messed up.
You could do that.
All right, here we go.
You could do that in Guild Wars 1, right? In like the snowball mini game, you had like a hidden rock. I think was one of the abilities you could use.
Oh wow, that would be a deep cut. I doubt that's what they're doing. So that would be a pretty deep cut.
Anyway,
all right, but anyways,
let's get to it.
We go. Second time we're seeing Team USA here. They had a very convincing first set there against Sugar Crush. First time we're seeing Snowfall though, who should be a pretty strong team. This is going to be on North America. They're asking if we can restart the game.
We can. Yeah, we can do that. Yep. Yep, that's fine. We can do that. Yep.
You should probably. I was gonna say you should probably make Legacy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I'll just reset it again. Yeah. Just to be clear, guys, that is allowed in the rules. You are. I can't remember the exact time, but it's within 90 seconds. You are allowed to ask for a reset, guys. It's nothing. Nothing
only
weird
one,
there.
obviously.
Oh yeah, only one. Yeah, you can't just like spam resets, but yeah, you are allowed to ask for a reset.
Yeah.
So that's
but all right, yes.
Just what it is. We'll just quickly.
Obviously, you know.
We'll just cycle through the maps real quick.
Yeah. Yes, appreciate the patience from everyone, bearing with us. That you know, it happens. Sometimes you get a little excited. You know, you put the wrong weapon on, wrong trait or something. It happens. It's all right. You're allowed to ask for it. But anyways, yes. Still a very exciting matchup coming up here. USA versus one of the stronger EU teams for sure. Yeah, I'm excited to see how Snowfall does. You know, I think even if they lose this game, again, they'll be going back to the, you know, their comfort pick, potentially map of Kylo, and then obviously on the region that they are from, Europe. So they might have a little bit of a stronger showing in the second game here. But yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens here on Legacy. And again, USA keep picking this map. And clearly feel very, very good about this map.
Yeah, they like this map. I mean, we just seen them love the team fight, right? We can see their comps really built around that. I feel like you've got this hybrid ritualist in the mix. Of course, the troubadour, the evoker, the conduit, right? And even the SD thief, right? Like if you want a thief build that's able to contribute to these larger fights, that's where the SD can really bring the value, right? Which I think has been a pretty popular pick. It's got that boon removal. It can kind of break through some of the tankier classes, like some of the more defensive abilities. Where's the fifth player for USA?
Ilio's loading.
Okay. But yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how Snowfall approaches that. I think what's interesting here is that Cranel is a very well-known Guardian player. Like I feel like he's really well-known for its Willbender gameplay, but certainly Luminary as well, of course. They've got the Luminary, right, over the Thief. Right, so they've got that almost like a bit of extra team fight punch, I feel like, a bit of survivability. It's got boons, it can, you know, give stability to allies, right? It has some defensive potential. But of course, you don't have that blinding speed of Thief mobility to rotate around the map.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just going to double check that the comps are the same.
Yeah,
since we swapped a couple times there. We want to make sure there's no shenanigans, you know?
Yeah. Also, we're missing Zeromus now. Has he DC'd?
Yes. Yeah, I think he was also restarting. He's right there.
Fair enough.
Yep, there he is. Okay. That is... Conduit, Evoker.
Oh, there we go. We have
Right, cool.
managed to return, which is pretty good. Wait, I feel like Collider's dumping the bank on me here. We actually have Aureen's Bite coming through this. We've got a Gen 3 legendary. We're mixing it up a little bit with that one. And then we've also got another, well, we'll talk about this afterwards. Right, let's get into this game. What do you make of these comps, Roy? Like, do you like the Thief? Or do you think just having this Luminary is actually going to pay off? This could be an exciting game, I feel like.
I think if you're confident on the Thief, and, you know, we've seen really, I think three teams play Daredevil, I believe. I think Lucci was playing Daredevil at least one game. I could be wrong from TV, but obviously Sin going to play Daredevil. Again, I mean, not that, I think we didn't see, like, USA really pressured very much, but I think what we saw from Anya was really good in terms of at least rotations, just to stay very ahead of Sugar Crush when we saw them earlier. So I do like it. Obviously, I think in general, if you can make plays on Thief, if you can make good rotations and force a map state, then I think you can get a lot of effectiveness out of it. But it does depend a little bit on how the blue team, the opposite team, plays around it without having that Thief. So we'll see what happens. Either way, I am a fan of it, but we'll see if that continues to work out for them. We're going to see 3 node splits from both teams here. Anya in a 1 versus 1 over at the quarry. We're going to see Rock Dawid actually in the 2v2 here by Waterfall. Anya Storm actually getting pressured out very hard against the Luminary. I think maybe that was a bit of a plus situation there after rotation to middle node. But blue team going to get the first node here. Red team going to be able to pick up Waterfall. Oh no, that's Graveyard. Sorry, my UI did not update. So they're going to be able to get the middle node first there. And a lot of low health bars there on the blue team, but they're all able to get back into the base for now and survive. Oh, so close on a lot of those kills, but the peels and the rotations coming in out of them. Alex, though, a little bit pressured out here on the Evoker. Doesn't have a lot of cooldowns left. Does have his lead if he wants to try to turn it around, but he also, more importantly, has his team Crannel coming in there, as well as the Troubadour coming to peel him and heal him up.
Yeah, 100%. And so far, teams trading blows. Helio in trouble here, by the way, too. A little bit isolated. Can he get out of this? Romus is here for the support, but there's no res utility. And Helio is actually going to get taken out. And that's going to be first blood for Snowfall here, potentially. They've got to make sure that gets finished. Yeah, it looks like there's not going to be any kind of res potential there, but there's the kill. You're right, though, about that Thief, Roy. Super annoying is Anya, kind of forcing some rotations here, maintaining map control. Even after a slightly rocky start for USA, CJ getting nuked on the other side of the map. Crannel on the warpath, going for big damage. Invol's now coming through. Big defensive potential here from Zeromus. But we actually have like the Ritualist a little bit bullied. Can't really engage right now. Needs to get out of combat. Is CJ going to go down here? Yes, he absolutely is. Snowfall actually winning these fights. Zeromus is going to go down as well. Alex in a lot of trouble in a 1v1 versus Anya, trying to hold on. Has just 1,000 health. Can he actually get it? Does get the win, but Helios coming off respawn. Oh no, this is going to end up going quite badly here for Snowfall, because I don't think we're going to see Denshi going to be capable of getting that revive, maybe with some kind of weird vapor form shenanigans. Was trying to set up some Mesmer portal weirdness, but I think that's not going to be possible. That's going to be too much cleave. Oh,
but wait, Crannel's here. Can they hold on to the res? I think they can, and Anya is almost certainly going to die. Helio doesn't have the cleave for that. Yeah, that's huge rotations from blue team.
Wow.
And right now, Snowfall are taking the fight to USA. Helio actually, I think, is going to die for that overextension as well as Rome's coming in, but he doesn't have res utility. And it was really interesting, that fight at Waterfall where we saw CJ getting picked up right before Zeromus. Overlord, Naru, he was so pressured out of that fight that he felt like he had to leave. He disengaged to try to reset, and the rest of his team ran away from him. And that split, I think, really forced that team fight to go much harder in the way of Snowfall. And right now, Snowfall are running away with this game. Super great start from them. And this is on an A and Team USA's map pick.
And the thing is, Naru's being bled out here as well. He's still not back. He's not reset, right? So USA are actually down a player and they're triple capped. This is not what we want to see here. If you're USA, Snowfall are loving this. That's for sure. USA have got to be careful to engage here. They don't want to push their luck too much. They want to have that Necromancer in these fights, but Snowfall, they're not going to allow them that time. They're already going to pile the pressure on. But of course, Snowfall have got to be a little bit careful. They don't want to overextend. They're playing it smart. We have this Thief 1v1 over here as well. Alex has to be careful. Very volatile matchup over here. I think doesn't want to get taken out by that Thief. Now the team fight is starting to brew. Naru, of course, back in the mix. Snowfall potentially kind of defusing it a little bit, not going too crazy. Akian under a lot of pressure as well, though. Needs to get that heal skill off. Is fairly tanky, of course. Gets the hammer spinning around for the damage reduction. And the team fight, I don't know what's going on. Roy, there's a lot of effects happening here, okay? The Ritualist is summoning the spirits. There's some explosive content over here. Denshi under a lot of pressure here. Needs to blink out of there. Uses the crescendo to survive. And that's going to be no support for Snowfall in that team fight, at least for the time being. CJ under pressure here as well. Snowfall got to be careful, though. Is that Luminary Troubadour going to go back in? But it's actually getting hunted down by the Thief at the same time. Chaos happening right now.
Yeah, no kills until finally Denshi's going to be taken out by Anya off to the side. Really nice pickup there from the Daredevil on the red team. Finally seeing a little bit of action. CJ, though, going to be taken out off to the side by Crannel. He is going to go into Vapor Forms. Roma's trying to come in to support him. We do see downstates on either side there, but I think the bleed is going to be good. The cleave is going to be good, and that's going to be the kill confirmed. And Denshi has gotten back up on his feet. Alex, now the Evoker from blue team. He's self-resing. He's going to Vapor Form back.
Look at this portal! Look at that technology!
Oh, that was a beautiful, beautiful play from blue team. But the cleave isn't going to be too much. Crannel not taking a ton of damage on there. Maybe they portal him into a bad spot, and that's... Oh, but he's going to get up. He gets up.
They do get that res, and they're still holding that 2 cap as well. They absolutely are. Team Snowfall looking stronger now, but Alex is still getting chased down. USA on the warpath. They've got to keep that Evoker alive. Can Snowfall do it? A massive heal comes through from the Troubadour, keeping the Elementalist alive. The cooldowns are not looking great, though, for Alex. Is he going to try and turn around some aggression? Is CJ going to be able to find that kill? But actually, Alex turns it onto CJ, and all of a sudden, he's in a bit of trouble as well there. But the cooldowns are not looking good. Alex is going to fall over. The point differential is increasing at this point. Can we actually see some kind of recovery or disengage right now for Snowfall? Yes, we absolutely can. They're trying to get out, but USA are going to want more from this. Denshi in so much trouble, forced to almost back onto the node once again, and David also goes down here for Team Snowfall. Denshi falls, and so is Alex, and USA get a big victory. But here's the thing, Roy. A lot of points have happened now. USA is now 250 points behind.
That team fight took so long, and it was on a uncapped node while Snowfall had both side nodes. They're going to be able to fully neutralize the map. They get a really good stagger here because they have another player bleeding out. They only have 2 players in the map. Snowfall are kind of having a bit of a role reversal where we saw USA super staggered before. This is going to come up to how they can recover and regroup and come back into this. And now USA, if they can continue to hold the map in a similar state as before with their nodes capped and hold that super long team fight, this is going to be very, very good for them. We saw them win that fight now. That was the biggest team fight we've seen, I think, of this entire tournament so far. Crandall in a really, really tough spot as well. He's out alone with no support. He's at the other team's base. He's used his RF, and he's going to go into down state. This is kind of a free kill and a bit of a misrotation for Crandall. I think he came into the map very aggressively, very far away from the rest of his team when he had down states. Anya doing a nice job of getting across the map, porting onto that middle node, stopping that cap, because USA, they are very far behind. They need to hold on to all 3 of these nodes to come back into it quickly. Waterfall now going to probably be the next point here where there's going to be a bit of a team fight. 3 versus 3. We are going to see players coming in off of middle node now. It's going to be an outnumbered fight here for Snowfall. They got to be careful they don't overextend, but they're pressuring very hard onto Overlord. Narug is going to go to downstate. The Necro being cleaved out. I don't think there's any possibility of a res. We see Denshi going to the node. That's going to be a decap onto Waterfall and a kill confirmed here for Snowfall. They're still about 150 points up. Pressure still going on as this team fight continues. 4 versus 4 now. And I actually, Helio, yes, overextending. I think with Anya in this team fight, USA just needs to leave.
Yeah, they've got to get out. Right, they don't want to push it too far. They've made some good progress getting back into this game. And this is the story of FOFA, right? It can really flip on a dime so quickly. Yeah, and these team fights are just so brutal. Both teams just feeling they just want to go 4v4, 5v5 all day. They wish this was some kind of arena-style game mode. Maybe they wish it was push at this point with how these games are going, because these team fights are absolutely brutal. They are crazy. Every player just, you know, moments away from death. Alex now under a lot of pressure and is going to go down, and USA, they're starting to find their footing in these team fights. Getting that kill, I don't think there's any potential to see Alex get revived here. Try to do some cute portal stuff, not going to work out this time. And yeah, Snowfall, they're going to have to, I mean, they can't stay here. They have to get out.
No, they're looking for potentially a return kill onto CJ, but I think he's going to be able to kite. I think the heal and the peels are there. Aki actually probably going to go to downstate. He is. The conduit picked up here now. Denshi very low. He needs to be careful. He is trying to disengage towards the quarry, but I'm just not sure if he's going to be able to do it. And this, again, is the power of this thief. We saw this thief really isolating Denshi, the Troubadour, earlier in that first fight that USA won, and it was very, very effective. He really was able to get back up. And I think what Snowfall did at the beginning of this long fight, you know, it was good. They got a kill, they isolated a player, and they got a kill onto cap confirmed on the Waterfall. They had kind of a stronghold, a foothold back into this map. But I think they then just overextended. You know, they pushed a little bit too far, even with that kill onto Naru. They were a little bit too slow to find the advantage with that map state, the player advantage of the map. And then they pushed too far into middle node, and it kind of, you know, came back to bite them. So, yeah, we're going to have to see if they can continue to find some kills here. Alex, though, getting chased down. Denshi coming in to hopefully peel for him. He doesn't have Blink. He's getting CC'd. He will have the portal there, and that should confirm, yeah, he's going to be able to get in there no problem with that Vapor Form in that base. So that'll be a res picked up on Alex, but again, it's just slowing them back down, and USA, they were at like a 300-point deficit. They have come back into this game holding that triple cap for so long, and they're almost tying it up. 5 minutes left in the game as Aki gets picked up by Waterfall.
And so does Dowd as well. And I think we're seeing a bit of a crumble here. I almost feel like the rotations kind of fell apart a little bit for Snowfall. Kind of the veterancy of USA really on display here, right? They knew exactly what they needed to do. They had a rough start. It happens, right? Like, team fights are pretty chaotic. Some, you know, things can happen in a team fight that are very unpredictable and very wild. And they were able to recover. They picked themselves up, and now they find themselves in the lead, and they've had a triple cap for a long time. Alex is about to go down here. Cranel gonna try and res, but I don't, oh, is that possible? I'm not totally sure about that, to be honest. It's way too much damage. And I think at this point, I mean, USA just wins, right? Like, more kills picking up. Helio opening the gate here just to make sure there's no, like, escaping through here shenanigans when there's respawns, and I think this is just it. USA have taken complete control.
Yeah, you know, and I think it's really, I mean, that bleed at Waterfall was just brutal. And also, I think trying to force fights over at Quarry, the other side of the map, when they had players dying, is just such a, unfortunately, like a mistake. The respawns are going to take longer to get there. It's, yeah, they just split themselves up over this map too bad. And after that team fight that they lost, they just really, they had a chance to come back. When they got that kill onto, I believe it was Naru, and they captured Waterfall, they had a chance to come back, but they overextended onto middle node, and unfortunately that lost the game. I really want to point out, though, this is USA's pick and region, and Snowfall made them work for this win.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, granted, as you mentioned, Legacy can kind of turn on a dime, it can turn on a flip. We go EU now. But, you know, and I think that's very apparent, you know, with USA, you know, being able to come back after such a huge deficit without really losing, you know, in many points after that point. And now we go to EU. But, you know, if Snowfall can, you know, find wins like they were in the beginning of that game, that they definitely have a chance to take the set. You know, now they have a pretty big advantage coming into this. It'll be on their map pick. It'll be on their region. So, yeah, be very interested to see how the second game goes. Not what I was expecting. I was expecting it to be a good game, or, you know, a closer game. I was not expecting USA to be reeling like that.
Yeah, no, I think that says a lot for Snowfall, right? Like, Snowfall has been a team that has been playing a lot on EU. They've been pretty consistently getting to kind of quarters, finals even, right? Quite a bit on the EU, so very often going up against the French, going up against 55. Of course, they haven't been tested versus USA, because, of course, you know, the monthly AT is not cross-region, so this is kind of like their first foray into that type of gameplay. You know, Cranel, Cranel, of course, a player who's, like, really built up over time, of course, used to play on Quaggins on Duty, right? Like back in the old Mota 1 days, I think, in some of the other tournaments that we ran there. And now on a new team here with Team Snowfall battling Team USA. And, well, we're going to be going back over to EU. And, well, bear in mind, if USA, let's say this goes to a 1-1, right? If USA want to play on NA, they must score more than 362 points. Right, so there's quite a high bar here in order to, you know, essentially guarantee that they play on their home region in the final. So it's going to be a big one.
We're on Kylo, right?
I think so, yeah. Let me actually quickly check.
I will say, I do think that that map, I would be surprised if it's not unless one team is just like super dominant. I think the score should be kind of close. Like, I don't really think Kylo's a map where you just like hard shut out your opponent.
Yeah.
Or like Skyhammer, where like there's a lot of potential to go to timer and the scores are lower. So I do think there's a pretty good chance USA can get a lot of points even if they do lose. But 362 is a lot of points. Like, it is a pretty high amount. It is definitely getting into the upper tiers of the points, the maximum points you can get in the game. So yeah, I definitely think it'll be a bit of a challenge there for USA. But it also, you know, I want to say, like, even though the beginning of that game was super close and it was looking like USA was winning, it's kind of like they really just made a couple of mistakes, and then as soon as they corrected those mistakes, it was all their game. Yeah. Because, again, we saw Snowfall, like, when they lost that team fight, the game was like 350-0, basically, and then USA ended the game at 500-360. So it's kind of like, you know, it was just this huge momentum swing for Snowfall at the beginning, and then it went back over to USA for the rest of the game. So I think USA should still be coming into this game feeling confident, but they need to be aware that they are playing against a team that is very competent, and they have to take them seriously. If they play well, I think they'll be okay, but they have to play well.
Oh, you know, 100%. Like, that's very clearly evident. And you do have to really commend the potential to recover of Team USA there. Very impressive to come back. That was a rough start. They were essentially, what, nearly 350 points down after the kind of like first big fight. It was just held there. They slowly turned it around and locked their opponents out. Not an easy game. And I think, you know, all the other teams, you know, Worms, Rank 55, and of course everyone else is going to be looking at that and going, hold on a minute. We need to think about this team. Like, this team is not going to be going down without a fight. That's for sure. As we are now loaded into Kylo. So let's get down to business, I guess, in just a couple of moments. But meanwhile, look, you guys need to, look, people have sent me a load of stuff here, actually. But we actually have we have some more Matcherino stuff going on. Let's see what's happening. Sealwrath with the $50. Thank you very much. We're now up to 3,829. Oof. We are cooking with gas. We absolutely are. We are blasting right now. And we've got a bunch of stuff that's been sent in game as well. So you guys get to enjoy my inventory again. At this point, I am doing it on purpose, right? Yeah, I am doing it. I enjoy doing it. Neuronuts with the 250 globs of ectoplasm, 125 mystic coins, 125 antique summoning stones, 125 jade rune stones, and 125 chunks of ancient ambergris. Thank you. My inventory is full. That's bad. I should come on another character that maybe has has some inventory space. Hold on, guys. Bear with me. Fortunately, our teams are still in the preliminary phases of actually existing, so we have some time to do some inventory management while we wait for this game. Okay.
Wait for the teams to say they're ready, and then they can join. I whispered me their comps.
Okay. Fifth Forced Rename donates 250 globs of ectoplasm. Thank you very much. And Report All with 500 globs of ectoplasm. Thank you very much indeed. We love to see that. Alrighty then, here we are on Kylo. Team USA 1-0 up against Team Snowfall. Let's see if there's going to be any adjustments. Any comments? Looks like the answer to that is no, by the looks of that. Yep, we can see the teams now joining into the mix here in just a moment. We're missing one player from USA. It's Anya. Maybe still loading. Where's Anya? Okay, there we go. And this is actually a bit of a switch up here, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
It was same comp for Snowfall.
Yep, but no, wait. Also, someone from Snowfall is gone. Are they DC?
Yeah, they crashed. Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
He joined and then immediately crashed.
Yeah. Okay.
And let's see. We got Troubadour. Wait, this is interesting. So yeah, different comp for USA and Zeromus. Are they going support? They are.
Yeah, Zeromus is playing a support guard. And Helio is going to be on the Evoker. And CJ is also on a support Troubadour. So they're just going all in on the team fight here, basically. Yeah. Right?
And also, Anya is no longer a thief. He's
yeah.
going to be on... Yeah,
keeping the conduit.
Yeah.
Of course, with the Demon Queen Relic, right, you just having that extra poison effect is really good for denying revives and just, pressuring the opponents in these fights. Conduit bringing that massive condition pressure that it can. We have now made it into the game, which is a good start. And, well, let's see how this one is going to go. USA fully loading in, fully locking in to the deep team fight. Here, let's see how this one plays out.
Yep, both teams are locked in. Comps are good to go. Is this... Okay, so no, it's a DPS Luminary. I was going to say, are they both on double supports? That'd be interesting. But, yeah, so double support. So this is the second team that we've seen playing this. We actually saw Exalted Quality playing the double support as well. I don't think we've seen any other teams playing it. I could be mistaken, but I believe it's just these two that we've seen so far. What do you make of this? I mean, because obviously, so USA won, but they're the ones swapping comps instead of Snowfall. So what do you make of that comp swap?
I mean, I think what's interesting is that I do think it will maybe force Snowfall to play around this a bit, because if we look at this now, we've got a hybrid Necro, a support Luminary with res potential, of course, which the Snowfall is not going to have, and then the Troubadour, which also heals a lot. I think it's going to be pretty difficult for Snowfall to actually team fight into this. Maybe they can just find that crazy burst damage. They can find enough DPS to make it happen, but I think it's going to be very difficult. And we did see that Snowfall was very team fight oriented in the last game. They might have to adapt here a little bit and try to find a way to kind of out-rotate this, because that looks very scary to me. Like, trying to team fight into USA right now, oof, that looks very scary and very difficult to do.
It's also interesting to me because obviously I think taking the Daredevil, Anya was playing Daredevil, taking the Daredevil out when if you're just trying to really focus on team fighting, it makes sense, right? Maybe Daredevil in the team fights isn't necessarily as strong as a secondary support. Having the conduit. But I also think it was really interesting that Anya was able to pressure out the Troubadour support of David, who now is no longer playing Troubadour support, by the way. It's Denshi on it in the last game. Yeah, and I wonder if that's going to have any sort of effect and allow the support for the Troubadour support of Blue Team to have any better access in this game. But either way, here we go. First team fight coming up. A little bit of pressure onto Crannel over the middle node. Red team putting a little pressure on him, and he's able to peel that out and get healed up by Denshi, no problem. Oh, a nice heads-up play here from Denshi to continue to peel for David off to the side in 1v1 versus Anya. As neither team able to find a complete foothold in this game as of yet. Node early going over here. Windmill getting capped up here by USA. Helio taking a little bit of pressure, but Alex still going to be the one off to the side, getting a lot of pressure out there by Nubu. Crannel a little bit low in the team fight. Still, though, neither team able to find a kill as of yet. Still just back and forth in this team fight.
Yeah, and of course, that's the double support, right? It's going to slow the fight down a bit. Helio, though, does get obliterated. Zeromus going for the res. Is it going to happen, though? It actually does, but Anya does take a lot of damage for that. The poison was not quite there, but actually, we still have Helio in a lot of trouble. Gets his heal skill off, but doesn't almost get that much health back. Does manage to teleport up to the top there. Might be resable there. I'm not sure if they can get that. Denshi gets into the mix. They're going to be able to try to go for that cleave. Now we have Zeromus going for us. Oh, that beautiful knockback, actually. But Crannel now gets into the mix. Can he find that cleave? Looks like he may be able to. Alex did get killed over there. Naru able to start securing that node, but still, this game feels very volatile to me, right? I don't even, it's hard to even say who's winning at this stage. Like, teams really trading blow for blow here.
Yeah, porting back in onto the node to try to pressure out CJ. He's going to be able to get healed back up, though. And it's interesting that we see the first kill in this team fight going the way of Snowfall, considering that they are into this double support comp. But either way, Snowfall playing around it really, really well. I like how compact Snowfall's been playing as well. They're doing a good job of splitting up USA a little bit around this node. But they are having, a little bit of a deficit here, as USA had a point cap for a while. Finally, we are going to see Mansion going the way of Snowfall. But David now going to be a little bit low. CJ as well going to be a little bit low. The secondary support for USA, he's going to be taken out. There isn't going to be a Signet available, but huge knockback from Stroms coming into that. David a little bit too low to cleave that, and that's going to be the hand res coming out there. Should be able to get this hand res. There's 3 players on it, but no, the cleave from USA is great, and that's probably going to force them off that. David not going to be able to get held, and he's going to go back down. He's going to get cleaved out. Naru, though, very, very low. Does have the Shroud to support himself for now, but he's going to be still under a lot of pressure. They are fighting this outnumbered, though, and Aki going to fall, and I think that might be Snowfall crumbling. They need to try to disengage without losing too many more players. Alex still going to get picked up, and he's going to be taken out, and 3 kills picked up here for USA, and they are striking back around Clock Tower.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Devastating team fight there from Team USA, securing that that fight very effectively. And yeah, like, this comp is certainly working out for them. And you just really have to point out that the gameplay there from Zeromus, getting 2 knockbacks, securing 2 reses, basically, right? Throughout this, or doing a lot of work there. He only got 1 of the reses, actually. But still, that's 50% win rate on getting a res using a knockback there. Very, very clean from the support of Team USA, 100% over there. And, well, it looks like this is a bit of a problem for Snowfall. They've got to try and find a way to crack the team fight. It's certainly not going to be easy, though. And they're already getting shoved back a little bit. They've got to wait for their 5th player. I mean, here we go. It's 5v5. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, Crannel already starting this fight off dead, so that's not going to be 5v5 for very long. 5 versus 4 now for USA. I mean, Snowfall, I don't know, they just went in there. Crannel got picked out. He died. That's all you can really say about it. Denshi now going to be taken out here, potentially. He's getting chased down. They have to just try and sustain and, cut their losses. But, yeah, I was hoping for maybe a little bit more back and forth there, but Crannel just got exploded. He probably wasn't expecting that either. He actually is going to go for the res on Denshi, but, he should get that. Aki, though, probably not going to happen. Yeah, the cleave is going to be good there. And we're probably going to just see a little bit more of a stagger here for blue team now before they can get back into the map. I will say, as soon as Crandall died, David went to middle node and decap, and that and we see the evoker as well. Alex getting the decap on a windmill. So really nice job from them to just spread out as soon as they lose a player, get decaps, neutralize the map state. Actually holding on to windmill, it could potentially cost him the kill to David. Nice line from Zeromus. He's going to get him out. There's a portal there available for him. Aki trying to peel for him. Can he get him? No, unfortunately. That's going to be the downstate for the Ritualist, and I don't think that's resable. So they do get a node on the other side of the map, but it almost costs them that kill and continues this stagger, and we really need to see them regroup and find a fight without immediately losing a player. They won that first team fight that we saw. They lost the second one a lot harder. So I do think the team fight comp for USA probably working out for them, in their favor. But there's still a chance for Snowfall, I think, to take these fights. They just have to play around it a little bit better and a little bit smarter. Aki getting pulled away from his support. He's going to be taken out here almost certainly, and that'll be another kill picked up. And again, the stagger for Snowfall continues.
I do think that USA has found a good answer here, right? Like that second support, it just enables the DPS so much, right? That evoker is just so much more comfortable, right? Way more comfortable. Yeah. The conduit just juiced to the gills on all the boons, right? Like just constantly able to pump out the damage. Same with the Ritualist, of course. It just enables, it's a force multiplier to just bring that to the table. And of course, we've seen how powerful the Revivers, right? Like the Signet of Mercy, it just allows you to have that lifeline. Because of course, when you get a downstate, the team invests resources into that. They're using the cooldowns on you to get you into downstate. When you have that Signet of Mercy, you can say, oh yeah, those cooldowns, nice cooldowns. They didn't do anything. You get that recovery, and then you can reset the fight and play it from there. And USA just putting on a clinic on how to team fight. They really, really are. Very, very hard for Snowfall to engage into this. And I feel like they're being a bit overeager here, to be honest, right? They're going in without their full force here. They're going to be finding outnumbered here. They're, of course, 4v4 right now, but here comes Naru, the Ritualist, and that means they're going to be very pressured by the time that their Evoker is here. And that's where the damage is. They haven't got the damage to break through the double support right now. All they're doing is burning cooldowns. Now Alex moves in, but I feel like USA is going to be very happy about how this fight is going, and Crandall already goes down.
Yeah, I mean, this is the second time now we've seen a 5v5 start up, and obviously, this time, wait a minute, hold on, the hand res coming through, they actually get that against all odds. David, though, going to be very, very low. The heals are coming through to try and peel them out. They're going to try to put some pressure back onto Helio. He's going to get forced away from this fight, but the heals are good for him. The peels are good for him. Crandall, once again, so very low, does have renewed focus. He's going to burn it, so he's going to be okay for the time being. He's almost, he was actually starting to cast his Signet maybe a little bit preemptively, so not going to be needed as of yet, but Helio is still going to be the target here for blue team. They are actually forcing them away from the node. The pressure is going to be good here for blue team for Snowfall. They are starting to win this, but again, Crandall isolated now from the rest of his team. He's getting taken out by Naru, by Anya. The damage is going to be good there. The counter pressure, though, from Snowfall does save that Luminary, so for now he's okay. Almost overextends here, is able to dash away, is able to get his heal off. He's okay for now, but now the pressure has turned. The tide is coming back onto this point. They are forcing Crandall back to the node. They are going to find him. They are going to go to downstate, but so is Helio. It's a rally war. It should be favorable for USA. He has Vapor Form. The hand res is there. David on top of the hand res. No, that's 2 players down now for USA. It might be 3 as CJ almost overextends, but he ports away at the last second, but the cleave is good for Snowfall. Nubu is about to fall. Helio has been killed. Anya very low, and Snowfall finding a last breath in this game.
Yeah, it's still not going to be easy, though, let me tell you that, as USA nearly have 400 points, but look, they're going to have to try and put on a repeat of what we saw in Game 1 with that massive comeback, and, well, this is how it can potentially begin. Anya does go down, say Aki going for the kill there, no Signet available. It's going to be Zeromus falling now as well. At the same time, CJ also in trouble. It's going to go down, say there, at the same time, but now we do need to see an attempted Saga. Snowfall, they cannot give USA any room to breathe. They need to be looking to take out Helio, to take out Naru before those respawns happen, so they can get that stagger and control this map for the rest of the game. Because USA have 413 points. That's going to be very, very hard to overcome. Snowfall need to essentially hold a triple cap for the rest of the game, and that's going to require some very aggressive, very risky play from Snowfall. They're going to have to really risk overextending it. They've got to win this fight, but actually, look, I feel like they're going for the cap. They've already engaged, but they're still capping the node. This is unhinged gameplay here from Snowfall, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, I respect having to play super aggressively, and they got basically the absolute best swing they could, but if they lose this fight, USA is basically on the precipice of winning this game. They have to be so careful here. They are in a triple map state, but now Aki going to be very, very pressured out. USA looking for the kill. They can smell the blood in the water. One kill could basically mean the end of this game if they can crack the armor of Snowfall. So far, though, they haven't lost any players. They are going to be pressuring back in. Nice CC from Zeromus, knocking around the players of Snowfall, stopping them from getting that damage. Helio, though, is still going to be the target here. He doesn't have a lot of cooldowns left. The heals are coming through. The supports are coming through, but Crannel is going to be very low. Gets into the renewed focus. He has some sustain, but is it going to be enough? Heals just coming out for him just in time, but Alex is going to go down before he does, and that's going to be the kill. Almost certainly confirmed. I don't think they can res that, but when Helio goes down, is there going to be a rally? If Helio goes into Vapor form, the hand res coming through. They almost have it, but it's just not enough, and the Signet comes through from Zeromus onto Helio, but he goes back down anyways. Alex, though, is almost certainly going to rally him. The cleave comes through, low health bars on the side of Snowfall, and I think it's going to be a wipe. I think this might be the final fight of this set, and I think USA have taken it.
Yeah, USA have done it here. Brutal team fights the entire way. Snowfall with an incredible performance. They're trying to push it back across the map, but Team USA, they are looking commanding. They take back the windmill. They take back the clock tower. They're going to find the mansion as well. And Snowfall, I think they know that's game over. They're, of course, going to be respawning soon. They can go for a last-ditch push to try and make it work. But I think they're going to have to fight their way through the lower bracket because I certainly don't think there's any realistic prospect of winning this game at this stage. They simply don't have the time.
Yeah. I mean, a couple of really nice moments there for Snowfall in this game, but unfortunately, USA, I think, you know, they were the shining star. And, you know, obviously the first game, super impressive start from Snowfall. Some really great fights here, some very exciting moments, but overall, USA came through, whether it was because of the double support team fighting comp or just the outplays from them. But yeah, that's going to be Snowfall taking out 2-0. Couple of very good games. They are going to be going down to the lower bracket. USA are going to be our first team confirmed for tomorrow's upper bracket finals. And we're about to find out their opponent in our next set for 55 versus Worms.
Yeah, things are about to heat up here, guys. It's going to be rank 55 Dragons versus the French Worms coming up very soon. That is the end game. Very long name from Helio, slightly disrupting the overlay, but listen, we like that. Helio was still top deaths, by the way. Just want to point that out. That might be information that people might care about. No, not Naru. Naru was, he didn't get any top stats, actually. Unlucky. You hate to see it.
Do you think Helio wanted top deaths because he's like chases the top stats? He's
yeah,
like,
yeah. He wants the. We don't get any points though.
Yeah.
You don't get any points here, so it wouldn't really do anything.
That's fair.
But yeah, I mean, what an incredible game, and Snowfall really putting in the work there, right? Like they are, you know, I obviously the score in that game wasn't that close, right? But I still felt like a close game, right? It could have gone the other way. There was a lot of potential there for Team Snowfall. So we absolutely love to see that performance. Very impressive indeed from them. And we'll, of course, be seeing more from them tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. So stay tuned for that. It is absolutely not over. We're already on EU, and we're going to go straight into rank 55 Dragons versus the French Worms. We got a monthly AT final coming on right up here, guys. This is a very exciting match indeed. All on EU as well, so no server shenanigans. It's going to be back-to-back gaming on the EU server, which we're going to get set up once again in the Mota 1 arena in just a couple of moments.
Yeah. I'm just asking these teams to leave so we can invite the other two teams in here. Yeah, rank 55 versus French Worms. This is probably one of the matches that a lot of people have really been waiting for. Although I gotta be honest, I mean, after that match, I'm hoping we can at least just get to that level because that was a very good match. It was a very good match, very good set there from Snowfall versus USA. Shout out to Snowfall. I think I was really saying Sugar Crush and ZP were looking like some really strong, maybe like third seed EU teams, but I think Snowfall have kind of proven that they are probably the next best team on EU after 55 and French Worms. At least in my eyes, really bringing USA, I think, to full force there. So I like to see that. But all right, we are going to get these teams in. That's
100%.
Nice.
And just in the intermission, I want to call out the Servial for a $200 donation. Guys, we are at $4,029 in the prize pool. That's going to be split 3 ways with me, the organizer, the players, and of course, Cure Rare Disease at the same time. Really well done to everyone who swiped the card. It takes a very impressive gamer to be doing that. And of course, for sending in all of the stuff there. We're nearly at 100,000 gold for this tournament, which is kind of where we wanted to be. So really happy about that. Keep it up, guys. Let's get some hype for PvP. Let's get some hype for esports here in current year at the start of Visions of Eternity. So check out !mota to learn more about what the hell's going on here. And indeed, again, guys, I do want to just mention that we are going to be donating a big donation to charity to cure rare disease after the tournament is over, which is a fantastic charity that we have worked with before that is on the cutting edge of developing therapies and care for people who have been diagnosed with rare genetic conditions that don't currently have treatment plans right now. So yeah, really cool, amazing cause. Definitely check it out. Definitely check them out, guys, at curerareddisease.org as well to have a look at that. And yeah, keep throwing gold, keep throwing the cash. Let's make some serious content, keep going. And I think that probably means, are we ready to kind of get going?
Teams are coming in, but I'm just going to refill my water real quick while they get in here.
Very, very good. We absolutely love to see that. So yeah, we're going to be hopping into the games momentarily, guys, while our players just show up. We're going to be, of course, we're going to be doing some picks and bans. Very, very good. Very, very, very good indeed. Sorry, guys, just one moment. Got some messages to reply to. Is 50 Eyes Wins the final game? No, we actually have 2 lower bracket games after this. So we've got 3 more sets today, guys. The players with 33. Yeah, everything is split exactly 33%, guys. I believe because of, numbers, I think I gave the players an extra 1% on Match Arena. So it's 34, 33, 33, if I am not mistaken. Let's take a look at the bracket here as well. Oh, let me actually, okay, we did report that. That's good. Yeah, everything's looking good. Oh, that's actually technically incorrect. French Worms versus Half's Heroes is reported as 1-0, but well, I'll fix that later. But yeah, it's going to be Rank 55 Dragons versus the French Worms coming up. We're going to be doing our picks and bans in just a moment for the maps. And then yeah, afterwards we'll be going directly down to the lower bracket for Half's Heroes versus Zero Pulse and then Exalted Quack Lords versus Sugar Crush. I think we'll do that the other way around too, because Sugar Crush and Exalted Quack Lords haven't played for a while. But we will get there when we get there. Before we do that, we must first reach Rank 55 Dragons versus French Worms to see who is going to be joining Team USA in the upper bracket finals. Because bear in mind, guys, the upper bracket finals are a best of 5. Really exciting. Looking forward to that a lot tomorrow. And of course, the winner of that will make it all the way through to the grand finals of Masters of the Arena 3. And of course, we have the lower bracket final where that other team will be found right at the end of the day, which is also a best of 5 too. But anyway, are the teams alive? Oh, we're just getting into the picks and bans right now.
Started, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Can't ban. Not first.
Let me get the setup here.
Damn, 55 wants to ban map first instead of pick.
That is fine. Yep, they can do that. They are able.
They can?
Yeah, they are allowed. Yeah, they are allowed to pick the order if they want. If they want to go second, they can. Yeah. Oh well, no, well, not the. They can't ban first, but they can choose the order. If they want Worms to go first, that's fine, basically.
Yeah, it's not there.
Yep. Hey, wait, how am I confusing you?
Because I said they want to ban first, and you said that's fine.
Okay, I admit that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no. Okay, all right. Yeah, okay. No, that's fair. I'm spreading misinformation about my own tournament. Yeah. Oh, wait, are they going pick? Okay, they're picking. Okay, all right. So rank 55 picked Colosseum. Not a surprise, by the way, to see them go for that. I am really interested to see this pick and ban dynamic, actually. This is exciting. Because I feel like these two teams have I don't think I'd say they have a similar play style, but it's, they obviously do team fight, of course. But I think they have more rotational styles. Like Team USA, they are just looking like a blunt instrument, like the hammer of justice crushing all of their contenders there. Whereas Team USA, I think 55, they don't quite like the team fight as much. They want to play a game that's involving all three of the nodes. They want to play a little bit more of an indirect style there. So, and the Worms, I feel like are kind of like that a little bit too. Oh, so Skyhammer is banned and Kylo's picked. That's not a surprise at all from the Worms.
Yeah, Worms banned Temple. I guess that makes sense.
I think Temple's is scary, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of like a scary map.
Would be okay with Temple.
Yeah.
But yeah, not surprised that Skyhammer gets banned. Not surprised that they pick Kylo as the second map. Yeah, so we got Coliseum first, as you said, makes sense for 55, and then Kylo second map makes sense for Worms. Although we did see 55 do pretty well on Kylo the first time we saw it. So now we're just waiting for the last bans here. Figure out where we're gonna go. Legacy is banned. Okay.
Okay. Wormhammer. Yeah, Wormhammer has been banned, guys. Wormhammer has been banned.
Forest is banned. Okay. So I believe that means Capricorn
right?
will be the final map. So it'll be Coliseum and then Kylo and then Capricorn.
Right.
So
Let me get that set up.
All right. So Coliseum, Kylo, Capricorn. So, yeah, I mean, once again, I wonder if we're going to get to Capricorn. We have not seen a Capricorn game because it keeps on getting, no one wants to pick or ban it, but we don't ever get to it. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we get there. Ooh. Sin. Okay. Sin is on Big Sin. I like that. Yeah.
Okay. I think he just has different builds set up almost like on different thieves. Yeah. Although maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's just like, oh, okay, I want to play on Big Sin this time. Like that's just the way that he wants to go. But anyway, here we are on the Coliseum. I think we can kind of get our teams into the mix if we want to make that happen. Let's do it. Best of 3. And look, I love this. Normally we only see this as a best of 1, of course, in the monthly AT. But we're finally going to see rank 55 dragons in the French Worms get down to business in a best of 3 starting here on the Eternal Coliseum. Get ready for it, gamers. This one is going to get spicy. I'd love to see this go to a best of 3. We've had really close games today. That's the funny thing, but we haven't seen that many games go to a third match or to a third game rather. Because but even though they've been close, right? They have been really close. Like these teams are competitive, but for whatever reason, it just hasn't gone that way. So that's why we just never see Coliseum with this one. But anyway, after we confirm our comps, which may already be done, I guess we can get them in.
Yep, just waiting for 55 to tell us they are ready. Just waiting for them to say ready. All right.
All righty. Oh, Goku's in. That's interesting. Goku is in. All right, and of course the teams can now ready up. The Worms are ready. They're ready to go. They're cooking. 55 kind of preparing themselves. Seeing what the hell's going on. Zan, of course, on the Amalgam. You have Draza, the Heel of Midnight on Evoker. The Master of Disaster on Luminary. That's support Luminary. And the God of Slayers on Ritualist. And then Sin is going to be on that Thief. Big Sin is this time. Is this his Char? And yeah, it is a different build, actually. It is going to be the Dagger Pistol. Instead of that.
Yeah, I mean, Big Sin is the,
Yeah.
ready when you are, go. Yeah, so interesting enough, we are seeing the Thief. I'm not as familiar with this Vryn player, but they obviously, they can multi-class a little bit. We haven't seen them playing Thief before, I don't believe. We saw them playing some other stuff, earlier on. But with Goku playing Paragon,
I think you have to.
This is going to be double support for Worms. Yeah, I mean, you got the Thief. I mean, obviously, yeah, Coliseum.
You have to play Thief. You have to.
I think you have Coliseum.
To. Yeah.
But also to match Sind. I mean, I think Sin is going to bring a lot, on the Thief spec. Also, interesting enough, I talked about this earlier. Sin was, again, I kind of like the proprietor almost of that SD build. He's back on Dagger Pistol. And I do think partially that might be for this this matchup, but also this map specifically. But really interesting build for the Thief on 55. I don't know if you talked about this already when I was looking at the comps there, but that's pistol.
Yeah, the Worms, right? Like, yeah, Vert is playing pistol, Valkyrie Thief, guys. This is some insane French cook.
Yeah. And they're also breaking it out almost early, I would say. Like you said, they kind of sandbag a little bit, to hold off. But I guess they're feeling like they need to pull out some of the builds there for 55. But otherwise, here we go. First game of this set that we've been waiting for pretty much all day, really. 55 versus Team French Worms. So you can take the first game already. 55 with a little bit of a lead. They're going to be able to pick the Dragon node. But on the other side of the map, Vryn probably going to be able to get that cap for free. Double cap, though, as 55 are going to be able to pick up the middle node as well. And already Tuck is going to be taken out, but a banner there from Goku is going to bring him back up. So the 2v2 going the way of 55 for now. The God of Slayers, as well as Misha, the Heel of Midnight, coming through and taking that kill out, getting the res utility burned. It's going to be a big 4 versus 4 fight now on this node as the players are rotating in from middle node. God of Slayers going to be a little bit low here. We do have the Signet, of course, from Misha available as he's on the support Luminary if he needs to use it. Some heals coming out now for Boyce. He's being forced away from the node. The pressure here from the Worms starting to come up. They're really looking for this Ritualist. They want to get this kill. The moment they're not having a good enough job of it, though, he's going to be able to get up on these crates, doing a good job of kiting. The heals are coming through. Worm Riken now is starting to take some pressure. That's going to be the Troubadour here, the support for the Worms. He's under a lot of pressure. There isn't going to be a ban anymore. Invuln comes through. He gets that to store it out. Unfortunately, not a lot of counter pressure coming back in. Misha a little bit low, though. Actually, Heel of Midnight is going to go into downstate. Master Disaster as well. Going to be very, very low. That's going to be the Vapor Form coming out now from Draza.
Can't get the Signet because he
can't.
Yeah, he tried to precast, but Draza vapored, so maybe a slight miscommunication there, just too quick to react even. Ooh. He had to cancel it, and that meant that he couldn't do it after the Vapor Form ended. That's going to be a kill scored by Worms. Misha now in a huge amount of trouble. He's going to go down there as well, and Worms are actually going to take this fight there. We've got a crazy Thief 1v1 going on over here. Pistol Thief versus Sin, how the God of Slayers moving in to actually help out. With this encounter at the same time. Worms, of course, now pushing in. We've got the Evoker versus Ritualist 1v1 starting up there. Keep an eye on that. Thief, unbelievable. And Sind actually finds the kill in stealth and secures that the defeat on the Thief at the same time. There, very big snipe there from Syndrina. However, Misha now just bleeding out, so Worms still have a bit of time where they're going to have this even map state, even maybe even a positive map state if the Thief is able to rotate quickly back into combat. But Worm took in so much trouble. Is about to go down. Say, can Goku get the save with the Paragon? Is the barrier enough to survive the Dragon Tooth? He gets into Shroud at the last second and actually holds on.
That was huge, and the banner is back up for Goku as well, so he's going to have that. That fight just took a little bit of time, and he used the banner very early, so nice save onto Worm Tuck there. A couple of times we've seen him now getting saved, but we do see buffs, both of the buffs going the way of 55, so the next team fight is going to be a little bit easier, I think, for them. But so far, Worms doing a really good job in these fights, even if they are losing some rotations a little bit. But I gotta say, huge shout out to Boyce on the Ritualist, actually rotating across the entire map and +1ing the Thief 1v1 there. No respect there for Boyce, unfortunately. But Worm Riken, going to be a little bit low coming into this fight on the Troubadour. He's actually forced away from the rest of his players, the rest of his team. Worm Tuck coming in now as well. Riken needs to be a little bit careful. He's coming into this about half health. Zan looking to try and put a little bit more pressure on him, but a lot of damage back on a draws like Heel of Midnight, the Evoker, getting pressured away from this fight. He might go into downstate. He is so low, and the heal Signet isn't going to come through. He doesn't Vapor Form this time. Signet is going to be casted. It is going to be good this time, so better communication. But the damage, they go right back onto him, and the Evoker, such a squishy target, goes down and then up and then down again. And once again, we see Worms doing a great job of just cracking through this armor of 55 and taking out this Evoker and just taking out so much of the damage of this team fight.
Yeah, 100%. They're able to eliminate that player there, and they're doing okay in these fights, but I do feel like Worms is struggling to control the map a little bit. Like, they're trying to get value out of this Thief, but it was kind of just, like, stuck into this 1v1 against the God of Slayers, and it didn't really do anything. And this Thief is now got to be so careful not to get picked off by Sin here at the same time. That's going to be a major problem. I don't know. Like, what do you make of this? Like, with this Thief, is this working right? I'm not entirely convinced right now.
It's a little weird because they've been in this 1v2 a couple times, which I think is part of the reason we're seeing the Worms win the fights in the rest of this map. Boyce or Sind are not in these fights, and that's nice, but they're not really getting a ton of value from being over there other than just winning the fights, and the Worms aren't doing a lot with this fight. The fight wins because they kill Draza, and then nothing else really happens. And, you know, Vern is too low to pressure the node. They can't really win it. They can't, you know, hold on to it or anything. So the Worms, they're basically just forced to one node apiece. And because 55 had, I think, just like an earlier start, they had points on the board before the Worms did, they just have the lead straight up, and that's it. They're losing, they haven't won any fights, but they have the early lead, and that's all that really matters because the Worms can't turn any of these fight wins into a lead.
Yeah, and they're still struggling on points. Sin gets the decap too. Like, Vern's still almost like a little bit locked down, trying to just kind of get into that node, but you've got the Necromancer and the Elementalist there at the same time. Worms do manage to find middle, but they need a bit more than this. Oh no! And they leave middle and Sin just gets the decap. Like, he's being a bit of a problem this game, I feel like, Roy. Sin is a menace in this match right now for the Worms.
Yeah, big Sin, a bit of a problem indeed, and yeah, I mean, double caps there on the moment, for a moment, excuse me, for Worms. We actually might see a 1 versus 1. No, Goku probably not. Yeah, he's not going to be able to compete with Sin there. So it's going to be bottom buff going the way of the Worms. So they do at least split the buffs this time. Top buff will be going the way of the red team, 55 yet again. But another team fight now, potentially coming out around middle node, as the Worms are trying to lock this node down. Sind not going for the decap, but Dragon. So it's going to be side nodes apiece here. We do see Vern, though. He's actually rotating that, thinking that Sind might have gone for it. Unfortunately, that's going to be a little bit of waste of time for him there. However, he does meet Sind now. So maybe a Thief 1v1 off to the side. Still the 4v4 coming around middle node, though. Neither team with a very strong advantage yet, but again, Draza, Heal of Midnight, the Evoker, going to be the target here for this blue team. The sustain with the double support, keeping them alive, keeping them healthy so far, is the Worms. Again, Draza going to be locked down. Misha should have the signal available. He is going to have it for now if he needs to use it. So far, though, Draza doing a nice job of kiting. Worms just cannot find the kill onto him. You know, again, with this double I'm going to rephrase that as he does go down. So the banner snub comes through. And Misha burned the signet.
He burned the signet too. That's a massive play. But Worm Tuck is in trouble. There's no banner to res him. The cleave is absolutely colossal. The Worms are actually attempting the res. That's crazy. Are they going to get it? They actually don't. No. The cleave. They do get it, actually. But they take a lot of pressure. Can they restabilize from this?
Oh, absolutely. And this is the big reason, or the big benefit of having two supports. You get so very low, but as soon as you stop getting on that hand res, once you confirm it, you can heal back almost instantly. And they can heal through so much. I mean, that was just a great banner from Goku. Really, really nice job of predicting the downstate and beating out the signet for Misha. And unfortunately, that burns Misha's signet, so now if they get another downstate, he won't have it for another couple of minutes. Great job from the Worms so far. But again, they're winning this team fight, and the entire time, they're losing the map. However, two players going to downstate at the same time, Riken and Tuck, and that is not going to be hand-resable. That's not going to be recoverable. So even though they won the fights earlier, they lost the map state and they lose the later fight. 55 looking very, very confident, very strong so far in this game.
Yeah. Looking really, really good. And I still do feel like that I'm very confused about this Thief build. I feel like we've seen a massive impact from Sin this game. I'm not sure so much about like Vern, right? Like, and you know, I'm not saying that's the player, or maybe I am.
Yeah.
Okay, but obviously not. I think it's to do with the build and how the Thief is being utilized. I'm just not sure if it's finding value, right?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think going Thief to try to match Sin makes sense, especially on this map. But you know, playing this build is definitely very questionable. I don't really think there's a lot of value. He's in a 1 versus 1 against Boyce right now, and you know, Boyce doesn't have the node, but his team has the rest of the map, so it doesn't matter as much. Sin in a little bit of trouble at middle node, but he's going to be able to get his heal off. Zan able to hold on to the node for now. Tuck already a little bit low. Zan actually being left in the 1 versus 2. I'm not 100% sure about this, but probably they're going to have a rotation coming in soon. This should be a kill onto the Amalgam, but I guess maybe he's feeling comfortable into the 1 versus 2 since one of them is support. Yeah, Riken actually going to leave it. But yeah, I mean, overall, just 55, they're just controlling the map state. You know, even if they lose fights, we haven't seen them lose every single fight. I'd say they've probably lost more fights. But it doesn't really matter because they're just controlling the map state. They are rotating better. They're fine. They're holding on to nodes. They're getting more value out of the kills that they get. The kills that they get are being more impactful. And Worms just are feeling, it feels like they're just too far behind.
Yeah, they're very far behind now. And the God of Slayers finally killing the Thief as well. God of Slayers lives up to his name, gets that kill, locks down the node. 55 now with the double cap. And even looking for the third node here as well as Worm Riken, not in a good spot there. Support into a 1v2, into 2 DPS. That is, that's not comfortable. Let me put it like that. That's not where you want to be. And I think we're kind of getting towards the end of this game. Worms, of course, this is not their map pick. Bear that in mind, right? We're going to be going to their map pick, their map pick next. So we have to see how that one plays out. But this is not going to be the last time that they'll have to play Colosseum, and certainly not the last time they're going to have to play 55, you know, if anything, you know, unless something absolutely insane happens. So they are going to have to come up with a solution for this, I think. Like, this is clearly not quite what they need to win.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting because I wonder if, you know, I mentioned at the beginning of this game, you know, that you had said earlier that the Worms do like to sandbag, and I was like, oh, maybe this is them kind of showing their hand a little bit. Maybe this is them trolling. Like, maybe they're feeling very confident about if they go down to the lower bracket, the run back through there. You know, maybe they want to send 55 against USA in the upper bracket finals. You know, maybe they want to kind of hold on to some builds later on. You know, it's possible they just thought that they were going to be able to get value out of this build. Maybe they thought that Sin was going to have a worse time into this build, and they thought they were going to be able to force that 1v1 a little bit more. Maybe they thought the unload build was going to be able to have some impact in team fights. Whatever it was that they thought, unless they are trying to sandbag and hide builds, it's not working out. I agree. They're not getting any value from this pistol thief. And 55, you know, I mean, Boyce is dead here in middle node, but it doesn't matter. They win off of one node in a couple of seconds very easily. So it really doesn't matter. Overall, I think Worms played pretty decently in a lot of these fights we saw, but again, it felt like every single time they won a fight or every single time they got a kill, the map state didn't really change, and a lot of the time it was just in 55's favor anyways.
Yeah.
So yeah, something changed, whether it's rotations, whether it's comp, whether it's builds. But we are going into their map pick, Kylo, a map that we have seen 55 maybe struggle a little bit more on historically. You know, Worms can still potentially be going into this feeling confident. And hopefully we won't see a Valk pistol Daredevil in this next game.
Yeah, that is a fascinating build. And, well, we'll have to see if the Worms are going to change it. I feel like that's pretty likely. They are known to be relatively flexible. They can, you know, they're known to come up with a couple of different cooks, and we'll see if they're going to throw that into action now, essentially. In just a moment. Let's see what's going on.
Indeed we shall. Yeah, just waiting for the comps to come through. It's nice, though. I do like seeing Goku here, since we didn't get to see him earlier. I think he did a very good job on Warrior, or on Paragon support. You know, he did his job. You know, great banner stomp, obviously, and, you know, good banner res early on. You know, I think he was where he needed to be. And I do think that the core of their comp was working out for them. Also, you know, I want to say they did a really good job of pressuring Draza out in these team fights and consistently finding him and killing him. Draza, I feel like, had a very, very difficult time in that game. You know, and he kind of relied on the rest of his team to pull through and, you know, and keep winning the game. Obviously, he did a good job himself of just kiting and sustaining and being the target. But, you know, he wasn't able to get as active in those fights because of the amount of pressure he was receiving. And that's credit to the Worms for just finding that target and locking it down. But, yeah, I think both teams honestly did play pretty well. 55 just were able to do way more with what they did. And, yeah, the Worms, you know, whether they were trying something weird or whether they were trying something they didn't want or didn't care about, yeah, the pistol thief didn't seem to be effective.
Yeah.
Still waiting for comps.
We are indeed waiting to see if there's going to be any swaps again. I think the Worms might switch it up a little bit. Shout out to Sugar Crush, by the way, who are currently in the finals of Lissa's Legion Daily AT with the team name Waiting for Mota. We absolutely love to see that. Very, very cool indeed. And yeah. I honestly can't wait to see if we're going to see an adaptation here from the French. If maybe, because this is like the other thing about this being a 2-day event as well. the two-day event. But of course, the teams are going to have until tomorrow, when the tournament starts again, to maybe theorycraft, to even do potentially some practice against some in-houses, right, to try and figure a couple of things out. So you have that extended period where people can try and figure some stuff out. So we'll have to see how the French are going to approach this, and if they're going to switch anything up now, or if they're potentially going to do it a little bit later. But here we go. The Worms are joining in. Let's see. We have the Evoker. Yeah, the Evoker is being played here instead. So just basically more damage, right? We just want more damage on this team away from the pistol thief. Same thing. Oh, actually, it's interesting. It seems to be like a very conscious pick, right? We have Draza going for the Holo. I feel like didn't he do this on this map previously as well, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes. Yeah. When they got Kylo before, they swapped to the double NG instead of the Evoker. And I think, again, I was saying this, especially given last game how hard he was getting focused. I think it makes sense. I think he probably feels like he can peel for himself a little bit better. He's a little bit tankier. I mean, it's hard to say just because obviously Evoker has so many utilities to keep yourself alive. But I feel like, again, once you run out of those, it's just way easier to be brought down. And maybe you have a little bit more value from the heals that you're getting and a higher health pool on this pick. But either way, yeah, it worked out for them before. This is a different team. And again, I like the adaptations that we're seeing here from the French Worms. A very interesting thing on the French Worms. I'll call this out once the game actually starts, in case we have any 55 members listening to stream. But either way, I think the core of what they're doing is still the same as before, except that, yeah, instead of that odd pistol thief build we saw, we are going to be on the Evoker instead, which is, I'd say, a pretty positive change.
Yeah, let's see. We're waiting on 55 to ready up. A couple of the Worms also preparing themselves at the same time. Let's see what's going down here. And this, again, like we still have there's no thief now for the Worms. And that's going to be interesting to see how that's going to play out. Yeah. Right? Because the thief is going to have a little bit of free roam, right? Down all this. It is a smaller map. Right, so it's almost a bit easier to kind of track that thief and keep up with that thief. So it's not like the worst thing in the universe, but I definitely side with you. I do think thief is good, right? And I like the thief comp quite a bit, especially, of course, as you do have the potential to play that SD thief as well, if you want to have some value in the team fight too, and you still have fantastic mobility, like the ability to manipulate the map in a way that you see fit. Are these players getting ready? Waiting on Zan, Tuck, and Glint.
Yeah, they're shaking the nerves out.
Mm-hmm.
Just getting ready here. Yeah, I think I would be shocked if this was not a closer game in terms of scoreline. And again, I think the Worms, especially with the comp swap, with this being their map pick, should be feeling, we should see them, I think, have a better showing here. But again, I feel as though we're seeing very few mistakes from 55 in general. We did see Misha, unfortunately, have to still cancel that signet, when Draza died in that first fight where we saw him go down. And then there's maybe a little bit of miscommunication there, or maybe Draza was just like, there's no way I can survive this cleave. You can't get the signet fast enough. And that's a little bit of a mistake, but that's more of like a personal sort of, skill mistake there. I think as a team, we're not really seeing mistakes coming out from 55. They have a very strong game plan. I mean, this is what we're used to, right, from 55. They rotate so well as a unit, not just individuals. Obviously, Sind, going to be rotating a lot on the Thief. You see Voice, I think, rotating a lot, going from side node to side node. Misha going in and out of these team fights as a support. But as a unit, I think they are very, very good at rotating around each other and knowing exactly where they need to be as a group, as individuals. And I think that's going to continue to shine through and really, help them, prop them up for these wins, and in these harder matchups. But yeah, I really want to see how the comp that the Worms have potentially cooked up here matches up against them. And yeah.
It really is just going to come down to these team fights now, I feel like. It almost feels like both teams have almost like lent into the team fight even harder now. I guess 55 not so much, like swapping out the Evoker for the Holo. They're like the Holo again. I think you brought this up earlier, right? But the Holo is almost like a bulkier version of the Evoker to an extent. It like kind of does the same thing. It has that massive power damage. It's able to pursue targets and chase things down and secure those kills. But it's got a bit more, a bit more durability to it, a bit more sustain. It can kind of brawl a bit more. You've got Spectrum Shield, right? Like the Photon Wall that can be brought to the table. You've got that massive CC from the Prime Light Beam. as well, so it's able to just stay in there in the mix. But of course, we do have the double support, right? And that's going to help Worm Vern survive a bit better, right? When you have that double support setup, you've got the Paragon in the mix, you've got the Troubadour as well. It's an interesting matchup. I'm going to be very interested to see how these dynamics play out, to be honest. It's going to be a very interesting one. And yeah, Tuck is back, guys. Okay, Tack is back once again, and here we go.
So, did you see what this conduit's running?
Wait, oh, whoa! Power. It's power.
Yeah. And you said that this is the guy who you were like, if I look to see what revs are running, it's this guy.
This is interesting. So I have not seen, I don't think I've seen anyone else do this. I'm not even joking. I think this,
I wonder if this is because they want to match Sind a little bit, because this is Shiro, right? He's running Shiro.
Yeah, he's mobile.
So it's gonna be a little. It's gonna have that potential to rotate a little bit more. They're not really, I think, considering him in the team fights quite as much, because I feel like Conduit's a little bit worse of a team fighter than Herald probably. So I imagine we're gonna see him rotating quite a bit, maybe going in for 2v2s, 3v3s. But either way, here we go. Game number 2 between 55 and French Worms. 55 are coming in this game 1-up. It is Kylo. It is the French Worms pick. They are looking to strike back against 55. So far, the 2v2 on the Mansion actually looking really good for 55 as they take out Vern. Goku is going to go for the banner. Does he get it? Oh, yes, he does. Wow, that Vapor Form was close. A little bit slow there, but he's going to be able to get that banner. But again, the res utility burns so quickly. Voice and Zan doing a great job of pressuring out that player, that evoker, and forcing the res utility very quickly.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, there's almost like Goku is feeling a little bit low on cooldowns as well. I don't think they feel super confident to fight right now with their support. However, now the Worms are starting to push over. They kind of collectivize over here. Everyone now showing up at the same time. Worms are able to also secure the Wimble drone. This is going to force a rotation from the engineer. Well, specifically, Draza actually in this case. And now the big team fight goes. Here we go. I feel like 55 are going to go for the conduit because, as you say, like, compared to the Herald. Oh, wait. Synergy just got caught there. Vern finds that kill. Does get rezzed up there, though. Very good res there by Misha. He's able to somehow kind of like wrangle that at the same time as all this chaos is going on there. But the Worms kind of holding the line here. That double support, keeping them going. But look, that conduit, again, it is quite vulnerable, right? That's the thing, like, because of course, when you're playing a power build, you don't have the defense of that rabid amulet, for example. You have to play a bit more aggressive, and you know, you were mentioning Herald earlier. You don't have the glint heal, for example, that damage inversion ability that lets you survive really well in those team fights. And yeah, that conduit does take some pressure and goes down.
I gotta say also, I think, you know, if the game plan from Worms is for Glint to basically stay on Sin and follow him, which we kind of saw there, right? Sin rotated into the fight, Glint was right behind him, started pressuring on Boys, and then Sin actually gets taken out off to the side. I believe that was by the Evoker, or maybe it was Tuck, but either way, you know, if that res didn't come through, I think that fight definitely, you know, we see maybe going the way of 55, excuse me, of the Worms, but I think having Sin and the conduit on this Shiro power build in the fight at the same time just means, you know, as you said, it's like it's almost weaker for Worms because of that double NG, you know, the damage coming out there. They don't have that target that they can focus as easily, and 55 potentially have an easier target going onto that power conduit. Either way, though, Zan under a ton of pressure, but unfortunately, a little bit of a trap card activated as Glint comes in and is immediately going to be taken out. Is there a banner available? I don't believe so. Actually, Goku's not in this fight, so he's not going to be able to go for that. And once again, Glint taken out, Glint killed. And 55 are looking pretty comfortable here, just farming up kills on this conduit.
Worms are doing a good job of slowing the game down, though. They haven't really fallen that far behind in points, but I do agree. They've got to be feeling the pressure. They need to do something, right? They need to find something. Because, again, the points are close, but Worms are not really doing super hot here, right? Like, it's not going super well, in my opinion, for the Worms. We do have that banner coming through, but I think that's going to be an instant death. Can't get to the distortion in time on the harp, unfortunately. That's going to be a confirmed kill onto Riken. That also puts Tuck in a very, very unfortunate position. He's able to teleport away, but again, with no support on the board, I do think this makes the fights very, very challenging for the Worms.
Goku used the banner on something.
Yeah, he did. He rezzed Riken, but then Riken died again.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed that. I was unfortunately not looking. We are going to see Goku rotating over to the Mansion. Bryn was in a 1 versus 2 versus Big Sin and Draza. And yeah, you know, as you said, I think the Worms, you know, they were doing a pretty good job of not falling too far behind. But, you know, I mean, a kill here, a kill there, and 55, again, we've seen what they can do with just one single kill. They control the map so very well. All they need is one node, because they control the other 2 nodes, keep them neutralized. Tuck getting isolated and taken out there. And once, I mean, this feels very much similar to the first game we just saw. Draza is going to go down. Misha actually forced into the RF, so he's not going to be able to signet even if it has it available. The cleave is very, very good there from Worms. So they finally get a kill onto the board, and we might be able to see them establish a bit of a foothold here. It's going to be a 3 versus 3 now. Excellent kill picked up there. Let's see if they can follow that up with another one. See if they can find a way back into this map. Misha does still have his signet available, though, and now Glint going to be the target here. Tuck just now getting blood out, now coming back off respawn in 10 seconds. Glint probably going to be the same story, just a few seconds behind, and one kill is answered with another. And where 55 started to stumble, I mean, Draza now coming back in off respawn. It's already looking like they're going to be able to control this node yet again. Maybe even turn this into a triple cap situation across the map as Sin already rotating up onto the middle node. And yeah, 55, they're just looking in control.
Yeah, no, they absolutely are. Looking very dominant here. The power conduit is a cool idea, but I'm not totally sure it's really working. It just feels a bit too fragile in these team fights. Like, I clicked onto him to spectate what was going on. He was dead within 2 seconds, right, of that, because he got focused and died, right? And there just didn't seem to be enough way to mitigate that, enough way to survive that level of aggression that's coming out there. Like, very difficult, I think, to survive in these team fights. Yeah, good banner there from Goku. And look, this game certainly isn't over yet. Only a 100-point differential. Let's see if the Worms can make this happen. Massive team fight coming up. And again, I think this is the kind of thing the Worms are looking for, maybe. But unfortunately, they don't have the Necromancer in the fight. What on earth is Tuck doing? Tuck is not in the mix. And as a result of that, we see Wormvern go down. Cinder's now kind of freed up to kind of do whatever he wants to do. At the same time, kind of interfering with the Necromancer at the same time. But the Worms, I think they're going to be crumbling here a little bit. They're trying to disengage it. Worm Glint in a lot of trouble, is going to go down. Say no revives available, of course, for Goku. Already used the banner, isn't back up for another 90 seconds. They cannot possibly res that. That is an insane attempt there to go for that. And yeah, the Worms might be able to get out of this, but they are in big trouble in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying this earlier. I think if you're trying to match Sind and you're not feeling confident in your Thief player or at least playing a Thief build that's similar to his, I think the Power Conduit is not a terrible idea. Although, again, I don't know if it's better than Herald necessarily for that role. But either way, you know, I don't think it's a terrible idea. But again, every time if you know, Glint is following Cinder around, Cinder just jumps into the team fight, and immediately Glint gets focused and taken out. He's basically giving them the easiest target they have in the fight. And they're not locking down Sin. They're not killing Sin. Not that he's necessarily an easy kill in these fights. So yeah, I think it is a very, very clear answer for, you know, for this conduit. And yeah, I think, you know, again, the Worms are trying something different. You know, it's nice to see, but they're just, again, 55 just have an answer for it every time. And they're almost every step of the way. Other than Draza dying once, they basically have not made a mistake in this game. They're playing this map perfectly. They're playing these fights very well. They're forcing the rotations from the Worms very well. They're playing. They have the aggression going for them. Yeah, 55 just looking almost infallible at this point. Draza again, a little bit pressured out here. Support's coming in for him. I don't think Misha's going to have the signet. He had to burn it earlier on Sin, Tuck to take him out. So now pressure turned back onto Glint. He's going to get some POs. He's going to get some distort here. But again, the health bar is just immediately going back in. As 55 continuing that pressure up. Glint again going to be the target in this fight. As always, he's going to try to rotate out, but Sin on the hunt. God of Slayers on the hunt. Draza not far behind. The kill almost certainly going to be confirmed here. Unless Goku can get a banner. He does, but that's going to be the res utility burned, and Glint's still very low, even with the double supports on him. 55 are relentless there, continuing to look for this kill. The conduit, he's trying to kite, he's trying to get away, but he just can't really do anything. Staff 5 through them. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. There's a little bit of counter pressure turned back on to Draza. He is going to go to down state. There isn't going to be a signet yet. That might be a kill confirmed. The Worms finally are going to have another kill onto Draza, but that's the second kill of the game for them. It's the same target, and we saw what happened last time. 55 just recouped. Draza came back in off respawn, and they lost the fight after. We'll have to see if they can find a little bit of a better job doing it here. They find the follow-up kill onto Boyce. Still not going to be a signet available for them, I don't believe. A couple more seconds. So it's 2 kills picked up. This is the best state we've now seen the Worms in on this map. Is it going to be enough? They're 200 points behind. What can they do with these kills?
Yeah, I mean, that was very impressive there, I think, from Glint, and of course the supports working overtime to keep that conduit alive in that fight. But that shows the Worms can do it. They can win a team fight. It looked terrifying the entire way, but if they can somehow keep the pressure up here, they can find themselves in a favorable position. They do need a lot, though. They're in a lot of trouble. 55 are at 400 points, so the Worms essentially need to lock down this map. They need to have, I think, at least 2 nodes and a neutral, or ideally, they need to get a triple cap here, at least for some period of time over the next, couple of minutes. Otherwise, they're just simply not going to have enough time to win. Because even right now, even with a double cap, that's not enough, Roy. They don't win the game. Oh, they do now, actually, after the decap. But never mind. They nearly don't win. It's very close.
Yeah, I mean, again, I just like, draws are clearly the target here for the Worms in these fights. And, we saw there, they could not get Glint down fast enough. Goku has a really great banner. Misha, unfortunately, just didn't have the Signet available in that fight. All that thought there as Draza is going to go down. Signet is available this time, though, and the CC is... Oh, it is just in time! Oh, they interrupt the last second there from Worm Tuck. Great job. And now Misha potentially going to be locked down. He has the RF available, but the CC on top of it, he's not going to be able to get to it. Just barely getting into that RF, but I don't even know if it's worth it because he dies immediately after. 2 kills picked up. This is actually some life here for the Worms. They're looking a lot better than they were finally. Finding a way to come into this game. They burn both the players down here now. Draza into Misha. Sind immediately, though. He's going to leave. He's going to go for Windmill. He's going to pull Worm Tuck over. That's going to be the respawn as well for Draza coming in. So that'll be a 2 versus 2 as Worm Goku comes over here. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a way for the Worms to come back into this game. They're only 150 points now. They are making ground here.
Oh, 100%. And we are going to see that triple cap, by the way. I think Worm Tuck going to be able to pick that up. And we still have Zan being bled out as well. Misha going to be back in a couple of seconds. But that's going to be a very brutal bleed potentially here, actually, on Zan. 55 are going to be outnumbered for a good amount of time. But the Worms need to rotate. They need to make sure that that Thief is not generating value. Zan is self-rezzing. They are going to have to handle that, by the way. He might come back up. And Vern is going to go down. But the God of Slayers is as well. They should be able to get that rally before Syndra and Draza are able to get into the mix. Zan does self-res, but he was still out of the game for a while, so, not the worst thing in the world for the Worms. But now, they are going to have to deal with that Amalgam who's going to be lurking back over at this fight. However, Sin getting chased down a little bit there. The Conduit on the warpath. Ooh, Sin gets a little bit tripped up on the terrain. Does have the Dagger Storm, but is that going to be enough to hold on? He's actually very, very dry. Some very nice kiting there by Sin, though. Teleports back over the wall, and beautifully jukes. Glint, though, is still going for the chase, but I'm not sure he can keep up with an SD Thief. That is looking tough.
This is still, though, I think the most effective we've seen Glint, probably on the map, because he's keeping Sin occupied. Sin can't do anything while he's having to kite Glint. And I think this is where you see value. Oh, when he ports back down, he gets the kill.
And he dies.
On a Sin to overextend the Vern. That's okay. Glint is making up for all the death earlier on. He's coming back into the Worms. Are now only 45 or so points behind. Really, really great job for them to flip the script on this game so far. They are coming back into this. We might be seeing a team fight brewing up around mid, but it doesn't look like 55 want to full commit to this with Sin dead. He's back on the map now.
Boy's in trouble.
Though, he's getting outnumbered. He's going to get taken out. And once Sin is dead, it completely frees the map up there for Worm Glint. And he's able to make a ton of value. Really, really nice job for him. They have almost tied the game up. We have about 2.5 minutes left in this game, and the Worms are about to come back and tie this up. Boys, now just being bled out, Zan going to be going potentially to down state. He's very, very pressured, but Glint, he gets one shot at mid.
Just 100-0. 100-0 right there. Absolutely brutal stuff. But the Worms, I think they're kind of defusing, right? Tuck is able to get the cap as well, I think. Yep. Oh, wait, did he get it? Oh, no, he didn't get it. Sin was able to intercept, I think, before the capture came through. Doesn't get that. Is going to... but actually goes for it. Oh, no. That is really, really bad. And there's no Misha to go for that res. Yeah, the Worms are in a good position. They haven't got that cap yet, though. They've got to keep fighting. Goku is now in the mix. Where is Glint going to rotate? Oh, Tuck taking massive pressure. Glint is going to be reinforcing onto middle. And one-shots Draza with a massive burst. And he'll then be able to push over. Of course, that means the Elementals will not be in the fight for a while. But Glint is now moving in. The Worms are looking good. Sin is maybe looking for decaps on the map, I think. But that will be matched by the Elementals, potentially. Worm Tuck under pressure, shoving away Zan. But the Worms now find themselves in the lead in this game for the first time.
Absolutely. This fight could be pretty impactful, although I'm not sure if the Worms, if they can potentially just disengage if they start to lose it. They have the winning map state. Sind is being hard shut down in the Worms. I love this for them. They're disengaging. They feel like they're at a disadvantage. They're not going to lose any players here. Riken a little bit slowed down. He does need to be careful. Goku doing a nice job appealing for him, though. It could all come down to this middle node fight. There's about a 15-point difference. Sind is going to be able to get that cap. 55 are going to be able to get that cap. And now middle node fight coming through. Glint focused. We've seen him getting targeted down so many times in these fights, but actually it's Misha who might be the target here. He's forced to burn the RF very early on, and I think this is a great play by the Worms to try to focus out the support for 55. However, he does it. The full heals back up. Everyone healthy on both sides. Glint, again, going to be targeted here now by 55. He's trying to kite out. He's trying to get the peels from the rest of his team. Sin taking a little bit of pressure. The Evoker forcing him back off the fight. But again, the heals are going to be good. Tuck back on the node, holding a 1 versus 2. He's probably going to go into downstate. If he does, Goku has the Vanner available, but they really don't want to lose a player for free just like that. He's so very low. He does go into downstate. Goku going for the res. Is he going to be able to get it? No, he's not. Sin interrupts it. And it's a great play by Sin. A great heads-up decision by that thief. Side nodes apiece. It's a 2-point game here so far. Another kill.
They can't concede middle, though.
To put them in the lead. 25 seconds left in the game. I'm not sure if we're even going to get into 500 points, but the Worms are forced to continue to contest this node, and Riken goes into downstate. No res utility. The banner comes through, and he gets him up. He's going to be able to hold on to this just for longer. 15 seconds left in the game. They can't allow middle either.
10 seconds. But wait, Riken is downstate. They can't allow this to go through, and that's going to put 55 into lead. I don't believe it. 55 win by 3 points.
Oh, one more kill, and it would have been the Worms, but 55 find it in the end. What a game!
Wow. Wow. I mean, it's going to be a 2-0 for 55 at the end of the day, but I don't know what to tell you. The score does not represent that whatsoever, how close that really was. Worms show that they're able to actually handle 55 and nearly make it happen, but the Worms have been vanquished this time around. 55 win in a 15-minute game right
crazy.
now. And the God of Slayers, look at that. Misha got all, look at those top stats, okay? Draza top deaths, by the way. And Misha getting top offense, kills, defense, revives, and healing. Goodness me. Wow, what a game.
I gotta say, it's really interesting to me because I don't really feel like the Worms started doing anything until 55. Like, once they came back, I think the Worms were playing really, really well.
Yeah.
But when they came back, it almost felt like 55 just started making mistakes, it was really weird because, again, up until that point, I feel like the entire tournament, I've barely seen them make any mistakes as a team or individuals. And then they just started isolating themselves. Zan got picked off just completely alone. Sind basically just died for no reason twice in a row, alone, like in a 1 versus 2. You know, obviously he felt the need to hold on to a node, and that's very fair, but it allowed them to kind of get a lead. But as soon as 55 started making mistakes, the Worms capitalized on that immensely, and they started playing just out of their minds. Glint got so much value after getting basically just shut down every fight in the beginning of that game. Huge props to the Worms. But again, 55, I mean, if they hadn't started that game out with such a heavy lead, I think the Worms win that. But 55 did hold on at the end. They were able to keep their cool in a very high-pressure situation and win that team fight at the end, so props to them as well. Great game, though, either way. Amazing game. Absolutely the best we've seen so far. I cannot wait to see more. We're not even like, we have all the upper bracket or all the like high-end games tomorrow to see. This is just a precursor.
We have so much ahead of us, guys. And that does, by the way, confirm what our upper bracket final is going to be. I mean, look. Come on, it's a classic, guys. It's going to be Team USA versus Rank 55 Dragons in our upper bracket finals, as we can see here. We're going to be hopping over to NA, I think, now for... Oh, no, wait, no. We're going to do... Oh, yeah, it is NA, actually, because we're doing Exalted Quacklords versus Sugar Crush, because those guys have been waiting for a while. And then after that, we will finish our day with Halves Heroes and Zero Pulse, which is going to be the next part of our lower bracket. So we can determine the winner of Halves Heroes versus Zero Pulse is going to face Snowfall, and then the winner of Exalted Quacklords and Sugar Crush will go on to face the French Worms in the lower bracket tomorrow. So we're going to go ahead, and I think, it's going to be NA, right? Yeah, Halves Heroes, they are the highest seed here. So they are going to pick the server, which will almost certainly be NA. And then, oh wait, no, well, same with Exalted Quacklords, they're NA as well. So yeah, dude, I'm confused. Listen, guys, I've got a cold, all right? Cut me some slack. It's a good excuse. We're going to NA for the next game. It's going to be a big one. Stay tuned for that, guys. And also another donation coming in. El Revo with the $67 for the accurate three-way split, apparently. Thank you very much indeed. And that takes us to over 4,000, by the way. $4,029 for the prize pool with 92,000 gold. Okay, that's a lot of gold, guys.
Damn, that is a lot of gold.
Do you know what really pains me, Roy? Look, I'm going to tell you guys a story.
Also, we're starting an A.
Yep, I'm going to.
If you want to transfer.
Do you know what's painful? I sent 65k gold to Zan after Mota 1. And do you know what he did with it? He ecto-gambled all of it in a week.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Man, thank goodness we put a daily limit on it.
Yeah.
Zan can't do that anymore.
Absolutely unreal. That's why I don't want to give, I don't want to give gold to PvP players. They don't respect it. Like they actually they don't respect it.
You should just give me the gold, because then I can ecto-gamble it.
Yes. Very good. Right, I am going to log in. An East Coast US team could choose EU servers versus a West Coast US team. Nah, we don't mess with that. Like if you're on an A, you're on an A, right? All right, right, we're not doing that.
Which game are we doing first?
We will do Exalted Quacklords versus Sugar Crush because they've been playing for.
We're doing them first. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna do Exalted versus Sugar Crush, and then we'll go Half Heroes, Zero Pulse last, and that should round out our day quite nicely and basically on schedule. Nice, we love it.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh yeah. All right. Wow. So, okay, what is our plan for tomorrow? Like, what are we going to start off with the lower bracket, or are we going to start off with USA versus 55?
We will start off with the lower bracket, yeah, is what we will do. So I'll kind of outline the plan as we're swapping over real quick. So for tomorrow, guys, what we're going to be doing is we're going to start in the lower bracket, round 4, and then we will go up to the upper bracket, and then we'll play Team USA versus Rank 55 Dragons. Then, of course, we're going to finish the lower bracket, and then, of course, then we have our grand finals. So if you're looking at the bracket right now, we're going to play 19 and 20, and then we're going to play 22, then 21, then 23, and then finally 24. So, yeah, that's how it's going to go. And as you can see, the winner of Half Series versus Zero Pulse will face Snowfall tomorrow. The winner of Exalted Quacklords versus Sugar Crush will face the French Worms tomorrow. And then, of course, the winner of those games will continue onwards in the tournament. And, of course, very sadly and tragically, it's always so painful to see these teams go. But, of course, all these lower bracket rounds, they are elimination matches. So if we do see the defeats here, unfortunately, those teams will be leaving the tournament.
Just trying to message the teams now.
Very good. Oh, I have 250 Mystic Coins from Guragashi spamming his favorite emote at me, which is Galago, which sadly got removed, actually. Galago is no longer accessible on 7TV. Not actually sure why. To be completely honest. But anyway, let's go ahead and get into the mix. I will head on into the arena. Okay. And let's get our picks and bans. So we're going to be going pretty soon. All right. Let me actually recalculate the prize pool while we've got a moment of downtime. Oh, wait. Yeah. Yeah, and of course, guys, while we are waiting for our teams to show up, I will encourage all of you to type !mota in the chat right this moment. We're still going to be raising money for the prize pool. I'll probably do it all through next week as well, just for fun, to give people time if they want to donate to the prize pool in cash or indeed in gold at the same time. As you can see, we're nearly at $4,100 in the prize pool and nearly 100k gold. I want to see 100k, guys. Okay, we're going to go big. It's going to be content. Does only top 4 get prizes apart from 100 gold per win? I will cook, Alex. I will make sure that people get stuff. I've got a bunch of spare crap that isn't in the prize pool because it's like my personal stuff. I can figure something out. Because I do want to make sure that teams get stuff. But anyway, get in there. And yeah, as you can see from the !mota message, guys, we are also doing a split with charity, actually. So I am going to be donating 1/3 of what we raise here to cure rare disease. 1/3 of it is going to me, because I love money. I'm basically the sequel to Georges. We're both from the UK. 1/3 is going into the prize pool directly, and of course 1/3 is going to Cure Rare Disease, which is an absolutely amazing charity that we've done work with before. We're not sponsored this time. We're just doing it because I think Cure Rare Disease is incredibly based, because curing rare disease is based. So yeah, definitely go and read about that at cureraedisease.org, and also get swiping for the prize pool. Come on, guys. Let's go. Remember, at 10,000 USD, look, it's going to be hard to get there, but Roy will attempt a frog wide, injury allowing. So that's a serious reward there. You want to get in on that action. But anyway, definitely check that stuff out, guys. Raise some big money for the prize pool. Let's get to 5K. Let's get to 6K. And let's get 100K in the prize pool as well at the same time. So go check it out, guys. Thank you so much to everyone. We have, just today, guys, we've already increased the prize pool by nearly $2,000, I think, and about 15K gold. No, 20K gold, nearly 20K gold, actually. So you guys have been pumping, you guys have been blasted, and it's good. That's just the way it is. ArenaNet can't afford to sponsor this event anyway. They actually are. Like ArenaNet gives us some gems to get to players, and of course they also provide stuff like the title, right? Like the title of winning the tournament and stuff. So all of the special stuff that ArenaNet.
All right, just waiting for these teams to begin the pick and ban process.
Let's do it.
All right.
It's time.
Okay, Temple. We are locked in for a Temple. They've first picked Temple.
At last.
Yeah.
Temple.
All right, yeah, that's that was EQ's first pick. So Temple, that'll be the NA game that we are about to watch, and then
Exciting.
We'll get some bans in, and then Sugar Crush will pick a game for the game that we'll see on EU for number 2. Yeah, interesting options here, and interesting comps.
Oh wow.
Oh, okay, Skyhammer is banned.
Okay.
By Sugar Crush. EQ are now going to ban a map. Colosseum is banned. Okay. Sugar Crush are now going to pick a map. This will be the second map for this set. Capricorn. Wow.
We are guaranteed to see Capricorn. Maybe they're listening to the stream and they're like, okay,
yeah.
we'll pick it. We'll pick it then.
Hell yeah. All right, so we got Forest, Legacy, and what am I forgetting? Kylo. Forest, Legacy, and Kylo left. Okay, so Faux Fire gets banned. Sugar map. We got Forest and Kylo left, so Faux Fire will be banned, so it'll be either Forest or Kylo for a third game if we get there.
Let's see what it's going to be. What map do they want? Or, I guess, not want, to an extent. What's it going to be?
He said Kylo. I assume that means Kylo.
Yeah, I think that means Kylo. So, Forest is last, I assume, in that case, by the looks of that. Temple, Capricorn, Forest. Interesting setup. Let's see what's going on. All right, I will get the map reset, and we can get down to business.
Yeah.
Let's
wow, a
do
Temple game and a Capricorn game confirmed.
Wow. Wait, I believe so we're guaranteed to see 2 new maps today. Well, today, this match. Very exciting. We love to see that. Okay, then. Let's do it. The reset is happening.
All right. So, Exalted Quacklords, excuse me, up against Sugar Crush. We've seen both teams, struggle a little bit. I feel like up until now, obviously, both teams had to beat or win some games to get here to where they are now. All right, okay, both teams are ready.
Are they prepared? I'm ready to see some mech again. Mech is about to happen. I'm ready. Oh, here we go.
You are correct. There's going to be a
there you go. Mech is here. Easy PK.
Godlike the Slayer. Godlike. All right. Interesting. All right, let me just double check these comps are correct.
Once again, we also have the Berserker. This is very funny. Oh. We're seeing some interesting specs here. Wait, what is this? We have Core Thief existing on the
yeah, we saw this guy playing Core Thief before.
Yeah, the
but
axe.
It's interesting because we saw this comp on EU, right? And so I was like, oh, maybe he doesn't have
but no, it's by choice.
But no, he's just a Core Thief main. Oh yes, right. This is the guy who I was told was an axe thief specialist, which I guess is good for core. I don't know. Yeah. All right. Any thoughts on this matchup, Teapot? We haven't seen a ton from these games. I mean, we've seen Sugar Crush a good amount. We've seen EQ a couple times. Again, I think both times we've seen these teams, they've been losing. They've lost the set. But obviously, again, like I said, they had to have won some sets to get here. So yeah, thoughts on these gamers?
Well, it's going to be an interesting one. To be honest, like I feel like both of these teams are a little bit of an unknown quantity. I mean, I'm looking at the specs and I'm thinking, well, we've got a Core Thief, and a mech, but we've also got, on the other hand, a Berserker at the same time. I want to say blue team has the edge here. I think that Sugar Crush has played well. Actually, it's played pretty well overall throughout the tournament, so I would maybe give it to them a little bit, but the compositions here are very unusual, so I have no idea what the hell's going on, basically. Like, it's hard to predict, I think.
Yeah. It's also interesting, there's probably the only time you're going to see this, almost ever, is a Spellbreaker on either side. Oh, and Mamaya's immediately goes into downstate. Wait, what's going on there?
Yeah, it gets taken out there.
I don't believe there's any res potentially. Yeah, there's no banners on either of the Warriors, so neither of them are going to be able to res them up. So first kill of the game actually going the way of red team. And they're going to strike while the iron is hot. However, blue team getting the early node captures, and we also see a nice rotation here from Zintrex over to the altar node. So it is going to be potentially side node pressure, although nice decap coming out from the red team on the temple. Middle node going to be picked up here, and Floor actually pressured out here pretty hard on middle node. Might die, gets all the bulls charged, but then gets CC'd at the end. He's not able to get to his heal in time, so that's going to be another kill, most likely picked up here for red team. And so far, red team actually doing a pretty good job of just kind of grouping up and finding these kills. They're not spreading out too much. The Thief is getting value on the map, getting some decaps. Again, going for another decap here. And yeah, good stuff so far for the red team.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and they're making their slightly unorthodox approach to the game work pretty well here. Although, of course, it is a little bit wacky from the blue team at the same time. So let's see how this one's going to proceed. And I mean, we now have the Warriors starting to spread out here a little bit. Zintrex going for the cap over there on the altar. Does get intercepted by the Axe Thief. Taco Cat fan over here on the Evoker on middle getting chased away there by the swarm of NPCs. So we've got the Reaper and the mech. Like we've got all of the summons being deployed over here at the same time. Taco Cat getting chased down big time now by the Mechanist, is getting supported there by Mamaya's, and blue team has managed to actually wrestle themselves the side nodes at the same time. It's Stealthy Ducky trying to fight into Zintrex, and the Condi Berserker trying to put the work in there. Oh, a massive Skull Grinder does land, forcing the Thief. Wait, is the Thief going to actually survive this? 6 bleeds? No, does get the cleanse. General Jenkins over here does end up going down to there to the Spectre and the Spellbreaker at the same time. Easy PK moving in with the mech. I think it's a little bit too late. Stealthy Ducky hasn't gone down yet. General Jenkins is not dead just yet. Don't think there's a lot of revive potential there, but blue team kind of unleashing here a big rampage there as well. Oh, does get res, by the way.
Oh wait, he got res.
Yeah, he did get res.
Coming out for him. Yeah, he's gonna be able to get back up. That was, or I guess that was a banner. Yeah, it was a war banner there from Godlike the Slayer.
From the Slayer.
And Yeah, the Slayer used his banner to res, a little bit, against his name, but unfortunately, Stealthy Ducky going to be picked up there on the middle node. C-COD, Sea Monster guy now a little bit pressured out here, but nice rotation from God like the Slayer coming in to help support the rest of his team there. It's interesting, this is actually a support Spellbreaker instead of the support Paragon we usually would see from a support warrior that we, like beside Goku. But oh my god, the damage on middle node from Maya and Caspi. Getting 3 kills just like that, and a very strong map state probably going to be coming out here now with Stillness on the board for Blue Team. With the 3 kills, that's basically free for them. And Blue Team should now have a very, very strong advantage. Huge map state advantage. Several players now coming in off respawn, still being bled is God like the Slayer. And these 2 players over at Temple are probably about to find themselves in a very bad situation. General Jenkins about to die on node, and Easy PK probably can do nothing but watch.
Yeah, and that's just what happens when you have all of those deaths. It allows a massive surge from the Blue Team. But with that stillness, that's really painful as well. A lot of points being gathered up by the Blue Team there. They do lose a node at the same time, but they just keep finding more and more kills. Easy PK has gone into the down state here at the same time. Stealthy Ducky trying to disengage there as well on the core Thief. General Jenkins is now back into the mix, ready to go. Wait, this is a very interesting Luminary build, by the way. I don't know if you've seen this. This is Axe, Shield, Mace, Focus, Luminary, which is a very interesting approach that I don't think I've seen this before, that's for sure. But anyway, that's what's going on there. But Blue Team continuing to press their advantage. They're maybe a little bit centered on middle. They're figuring out what they want to do. Like, nobody's going for the altar as of right now, just looking to take into this team fight. Like, almost immediately maybe looking for the Ritualist here. Blue Team maybe a little bit hesitant to directly engage this fight. And Mamaya's actually just straight up gets caught there, gets locked down. Is he going to live this? That's the big question. Tries to get the heal, but no, can't do it. And that's the support down. So Red Team are going to immediately push that fight and then proceed to get out onto the map.
Yeah, a couple of kills picked up here now for Red Team. And, again, I think Blue Team kind of had the advantage because when they got the kills, the stillness was up. They're going to be able to gain a lot of points from that. No buffs, obviously, coming up for another minute here on the map. So, Red Team can't take that kill to their advantage. But they do a good job of, holding onto the middle node. However, they're putting a little bit of pressure on the Temple as well as the altar, but they're a little bit slower than Blue Team. Although, nice Stealthy Ducky, really living up to his name. Going in stealth past 2 Blue Team players, going to get the decap, and it's a fully neutral map now on Temple. And this is kind of what I would say we're used to on Temple. A lot of players spread out all over the place. There's several different points to get to. And also, in general, I mean, somewhat of a slower game in the sense that, we only really saw one big team fight result in those 3 kills over on the middle node when Sugar Crush was able to find those 3 kills. Other than that, it's kind of been a pick here, a pick there. No real massive map swing state. General Jenkins, though, about to be one of those picks here, picks there. Picked up here on the Temple node. EZPK trying to go for the res, but I'm not sure that's going to be possible against Syntrex, against Maya. And I think, again, we're just going to find this player in a 1 versus 2 situation. And now he's in down state.
Yeah, Floor being eliminated there. Easy PK also in the down state. And Blue Team just kind of continue to have an advantage here. Like, this game does feel very weird. It feels chaotic, to be honest, Roy. I have no idea what's happening. Maya is just straight up on the bottom buff at this point. Is there an intercept here? I believe we have Stealthy Ducky coming into the mix. Is he going to make it in time? Yeah, does make it. Like, right at the last second there. It was, like, pretty close, I think, to actually getting that full cap. At the same time. So this is going to be like a Thief 1v1 fiesta over here while the game kind of proceeds. Zintrax kind of getting into the mix there to continue to battle into this Luminary while Flora is also picking up the node here.
What's the core Axe Thief versus Condi Spectre matchup looking like?
That's a great question.
1v1.
That is a great question.
Do we have any data? Analysts pull that one up for us.
Yeah, can we get like, the stats on that? Like, what's the win rate? Like, can we pull that data in and just kind of get that on screen real quick? Red Team get the top buff, which is nice for them. That will basically keep them in point parity. At least for the time being, but I'd still say a fairly heavy advantage towards the Blue Team. Sugar Crush looking very, very good as of right now. Now, where things can get weird is when teams start doing this. We're starting to commit a little bit more towards the bottom buff, and that very unusual things can happen when you start doing that, obviously. Like, it can get very odd. Floor under a lot of pressure. Maya trying to bring that support in there. Oh, but the Rampage is devastating, and the Mechanist gets pushed over by the unhinged warrior.
Although he might actually die. Oh, he almost died to the conditions sticking out there from the Axe Thief. He's very low. Taco Cat fan coming in to try to help heal him. He should be able to rally this. Yeah, he's going to be able to rally. Stealthy Ducky almost bringing that back. But now the 2v2, I actually don't know if this is good for blue, just with Floor as low as he is. But Stealthy Ducky actually looks like he was starting to leave it. Caspi potentially forced to rotate off. But no, Stealthy Ducky again just goes back in, and Floor is dead. Man, this Axe Thief is kind of a menace on this map.
Oh, but the
Evoker! Burst open Caspi! Oh my god. The Evoker damage is insane, but he needs to make sure that he doesn't lose the Rally War. His teammate is so low. Does he Vengeance? I think he did.
He actually Vengeance, yeah. Is he going to rally
he
from
didn't rally. He
oh,
one more kill.
One more
rally
kill?
Off of.
Can we roll it?
He doesn't get it. He's so unlucky. He rolled
unlucky.
0 twice. Oh no!
They don't have time. They don't have time for the next one either.
No.
Yeah.
Godlike also.
Did you see that? That is a godlike interaction. Bear in mind, guys, even when you're dead, Magebane still works. Godlike the Slayer actually got pulled from beyond the grave by Floor there at the same time.
Oh my god.
Oh, that is funny.
This is quality.
Yeah, this is some cinema right here. But yeah, I mean, Caspi just went berserk. He just unchained. He unchained Taco Cat's pure potential and obliterated two players instantly. And well, now I think I'm feeling very good about Sugar Crush. It looked a bit weird, a little bit crazy at the start of this game, but they're starting to really pull ahead now, getting towards 400 points at this stage. They are looking very, very good. A couple of low players. Mamaya's in a bit of trouble. Sea Monster Guy and Easy PK dealing heavy damage on there, but you know, it's a 1v2, right? So there's going to be a little bit of spookiness going on there. Mamaya's just trying to deny this buff as long as possible. Floor now moving into the mix, and this will make this a 2v2, which I think they're going to be much more comfortable in. And meanwhile, they're just picking up kills. General Jenkins and Godlike the Slayer go down again. Taco Cat and Zintrex do some really big work there. Maya now reinforcing down to the bottom buff. We do have Mamaya's dead, actually, so that is a potential problem. But with the Spectre reinforcing, they certainly won't be getting the buff anytime soon. And I think we're going to be going forwards to a Sugar Crush victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly looking like it. I wouldn't really expect to see any changes, any surprises here. I want to see this Luminary maybe try something a little bit different. I think, you know, you call that out as being, you know, a bit of a less conventional build, which, you know, I'm certainly fine with until it kind of is proven not to work. And I don't really feel like General Jenkins, you know, was able to make much of an impact on this game. So I'd like to see maybe a little bit of a comp swap up here from EQ. Obviously, I think this is the team that plays kind of the most outlandish things, you know, after maybe the French Worms, you know. There's certainly no pistol thief here, but there is an axe core thief, so it's kind of similar level there. But yeah, triple cap here for blue team for Sugar Crush. They are going to be going over to EU with a game in hand. Nice advantage there for them, and it's going to be their map pick. So, and Capricorn for the first time, which is going to be very exciting. But the nice thing about Capricorn is, you know, you can get into some pretty big team fights there with the Bell. So I think, you know, we did see a couple of kind of scraps here and there on this game, but I would say for the most part it was pretty spread out. So, you know, if we see something bigger, if we see a 4 versus 4 or a 5 versus 5, you know, both teams kind of fully converging, I think it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out, since we didn't get to see too much of that this game. But either way, that is it. Game 1 going the way of Sugar Crush.
Yeah, absolutely. Sugar Crush getting that game. Very interesting matchup. Of course, we're going to be going to EU now, which is, well, it's going to be doubly good for Sugar Crush, because not only are they going to have better latency, and I think they were having some pretty big ping issues earlier, so that might still be persisting. They're also going to have all of the expansions, right, which is going to be pretty convenient for them, I imagine. Like, they're going to be happy about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think odds are definitely in Sugar Crush's favor. Again, I think, you know, there are some interesting things that can happen on Capricorn. We've seen it before, but either way, yeah, definitely probably should be feeling pretty good for Sugar Crush. And I think oh no, the other game is also cross region. I was going to say if the other teams are both EU, then actually we can just stay in EU the rest of the game or the rest of the day. But
no, I think it's back to NA for us actually, if I'm not mistaken.
Jumping back and forth.
Yep, it's going to be back and forth.
Thank goodness we can transfer for free.
Yeah, otherwise that would be, well, I mean, I think there's a cooldown as well, right? I think unless you have powers.
Yeah, if you're not.
So yeah, not only would we not be able to go back and forth, it would also just be, we'd have to wait a week between matches.
Back in the day for like the first NA GVG tournament that I was a part of, I think I had like 5 accounts set up across different servers so that I could pass the games before I was a partner. Yeah, that was fun.
That's good. That is fun actually.
Yeah.
Alrighty, yeah. I have made my way back to EU. I'm logging in. You know, do you think there's like people at the in the server like, what are these guys doing? Right, they're just looking at the logs. Like, what on earth? They're transferring back and forth like every 20 minutes. Like, what is going on here? They should be watching the tournament.
Yeah. True, they should be.
And that's awesomeness, right? Like, he's in charge of literally everything in the game, as I understand it.
Yes,
so he better be looking at that.
That is accurate. Yeah, he took over my responsibilities for everything.
For literally the entire game. Oh, let me actually. I need to report the score. I will report the score, guys. Otherwise, it will be lost to time. One moment.
What did it do? Why are you reporting it?
Well, I'm just, I'm nothing. It's very well behaved, actually.
All right, the arena is up. Gamers, get in there.
Yup. And here we go. Oh, I'm gonna have to. I messed up.
Uh-oh.
It's not that much of a big deal. I just have to reset the map. Whoops. Whoops. All right, so this is going to be game number 2. 1 point advantage for Sugar Crush as of right now. Now we're on the home territory. We're going to see their full composition. Going to be seeing the Paragon, I think, and then, of course, the Spellbreaker for Zintrax, I think. Just slightly more well-formed than how it was on the NA server, at least. All right.
Indeed.
Let's keep rotating around. Then we're back to the map, and we're going to be good to go. While I'm doing that...
Wait.
Oh, what's up?
Were we on the right map?
We were, yeah, but I messed up a little bit.
Oh.
With some tech.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Can we expect a show match between Roy and the Guardian NPC? I mean, look, that's a donation goal right there.
We get to 20K.
20K.
Yeah.
20K, and then we can make that happen.
5K, I will donate some stuff. 10K, I'll do frog wide. 20K, I'll 1v1 the Guardian NPC. I think I said yesterday on the Extra Life stream that if I got to 50K, I would 1v1 the Guardian.
50K.
So I'm lowering that a little bit.
So yeah, you're lowering the price here. So if we get another $16,000, guys, in the prize pool, then Roy will go live and 1v1 the Guardian NPC. By the way, thank you to Prisma for the $30 on Matrino. Thank you very much. No comment. A silent hero. We love to see it. And yeah, check out !mota, guys. Fund the prize pool, fund esports, okay, and at the same time, fund charity with Cure Eye Disease. Like, there's almost nothing that could be better value than that. Like, you're getting everything done here. All right, and I think we are getting
except
ready.
For maybe funding me, but yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, do both. Like, then go over to the Extra Life and fund Roy, so we can 1v1 the Guardian NPC.
True.
So they should give the. I think the devs should have referral links.
For what?
Well, I mean, look.
For buying the game?
Yeah.
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 That would be a little sus, I think.
Wait, why do you think that would be sus?
Well, I mean, how would that even work? The money already goes to, like, what do you...
Yeah, but you're just kind of double dipping. If you're generating a sale, you
That's not how that works. We're not double dipping.
Yeah. Well, you're getting paid to make the game and paid to sell the game at the same time.
I mean, I'm already getting paid to do both of them. Well, I mean, I don't technically sell the game, but like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, you could have a referral link.
Yeah.
And whose
referral link do you think would get used the most? And which dev?
That's a good question, actually. That's a very good question. Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be Trig or CMC because like they're balanced devs. So like that's going to be tough. I mean, it could be you.
It could be. I feel like there's a lot of people who would be like, "Nah, he's a terrible balance dev," and they'd be right. I am a terrible balance dev, but because I'm not a balance dev. But yeah. All right. Yeah. We're waiting for EQ to say they are ready. I've got the comps from both teams.
We love to see it.
And then we can undergo.
And welcome to Capricorn Gamers. Oh, it's good to be here. It's a first this time around. And yeah, welcome everybody to the map. This is going to be a big one, right? If Sugar Crush can actually defeat this, I mean, look, they've got a scary match ahead of them, though, Roy. If they win here, they have to face the Worms. And well, of course, the same for the Exalted Quack Lords. It's pretty scary stuff. Also, okay, I actually have to. Do you know why the Quack Lords are losing? Because I don't think they have. You know, like you can get the Duck Head cosmetic. I don't think Duck Lord was using it on NA. Seriously.
Oh, yeah. What's he doing?
Well, he doesn't have the duck head. Someone else does, though. I think Floor does. Yeah, look. Or at least he's got a bird head.
You mean Fleur?
Fleur, yes. I don't know why he's gone with that name exactly. But
I don't know either.
yeah.
All right, let's see. So, Exalted Quality playing the exact same comp here. And Sugar Crush, I believe, are playing basically the same, except that they've gone to Paragon and Spellbreaker instead of the Condi Berserker. I guess NA, they just feel like Condi Berserker is just like a specialist for NA, you know? That's the reason.
Yeah, that 100%. It was, they played it specifically on NA and because of Temple. It was like a full like snipe pick. That's why they went with that.
It's the Capricorn.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Here we go. Game number 2. Sugar Crush are up 1-0. It is now their home territory and their map pick, so they're coming in with a pretty strong advantage, but we'll see if EQ can make anything happen. Otherwise, this is going to be the final game we are seeing from them, because if they lose this, they are out of the tournament. A little bit of a mid-team fight coming up here, but it is going to be an outnumbered fight for Sugar Crush. Coming in 2 versus 3 against EQ, so they're probably just going to disengage, forced away from the node. A little bit of pressure on Mamaya. Does need to be careful, trying to peel for the rest of his team for Zintrex. And Flirt out coming in off the back end. Side nodes at peace going to each team. There's going to be a plus there on the dock by Sugar Crush. So outnumbered fight on either side, and now a even 3 versus 3 on middle node.
Jenkins in a bit of trouble here, actually getting zapped by the Spectre over here, and alongside Taco got a lot of laser beams over here in this 2v2, and Taco Cat going for big damage. They're trying to turn it around a little bit. They get a bit of damage onto Maya, actually. Jenkins holding very firm here, but I'm not sure it's going to be quite enough. Is going to go down, but ooh, a little bit scary there. Taco Cat still on the rampage as well. Ducklord's Exalted in a bit of trouble. Tries to get away, tries to utilize the Shadow Pool, teleporting all over the place. Is it going to be enough, though? The Dragon Sooth tracks the Thief even through all of that teleporting, and it still connects.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty interesting 2v2. Jenkins had a really nice CC chain connection there, and they were almost able to chain that. Really good coordination there with the Core Thief Ducklords, but unfortunately the damage, they were just too far behind, and the 2v2 is easily won there by Sugar Crush. So now they're going to have a nice advantage on this 3 versus 3, turning it into a 4 versus 4 as Maya comes in to rotate there. Godlike Rage now going to be pretty low. CC coming through. That's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of damage, and that's going to be a kill confirmed, potentially 2 coming in. Outstanding quality, very low, almost taken out. Sea Monster not going to be far behind him. The conditions are ticking, and they are bringing him down. Exalted now is outstanding, in fact. He's going to be very low. Final Survivor is able to shift it out, potentially make it back to his team. Jenkins and Ducklord coming in off respawn, so he's probably okay. But 2 kills picked up, and almost a triple cap confirmed here now for Sugar Crush. Coming out the gates, swinging on their home territory.
Yeah, 100%. Already getting up to nearly 100 points. They've got themselves that triple cap. The Bell's going to be coming up soon, and I think that can be a slightly disruptive element that Exalted Quacklords could potentially use to find their way back into this. If they can, well, we'll see what they can do there. But anyway, see how this is going to go. A little bit of a disengage here, of course, from Sugar Crush, as they have to deal with a lot of these respawns. I think the next big point of contention is going to be the Bell. And, well, I do think that if we see a very decisive victory here for Sugar Crush, then I think they're going to be getting themselves very far ahead in this game. That Bell, of course, only worth 25 points right now, but you set yourself up for an even juicier Bells as, of course, the game proceeds.
Absolutely. Blue team in position here, but red team are going to be contesting it. And actually, Fleur a little bit low coming into this, but Sea Monster completely out of Shroud now. It's going to be potentially a little bit of a target there for blue team. Looks like they are kind of focusing out this Spellbreaker sometimes, though, but a nice pull coming out from Zintrex is going to pull those players apart. Still 3 versus 3 here. Nice CC connection, though, from Zintrex. Believe that onto one of those players. Taco Cat actually getting picked up off to the side there. I think that was potentially a plus by outstanding quality in Jenkins. And red team have done a really nice job of just contesting this Bell for now. So with the extra kill on the map, they could potentially take this, and this would be a good way for them to come back into this game. And this is kind of what I was talking about. I was really interested to see how this Bell fight would come out with these team fights. You're kind of forced to fight for this node if you want to stop that point progression. If red team can find another kill here, and they can find this Bell, that will be a way for them to get back into this game if they can continue to do so later on in the game. But they have to do it quickly because the double cap is ticking for blue team. They are 150 points down, and that point deficit is only going to continue to grow while they stalemate on this node.
Yeah, and actually the team fight of Red looking very juicy. Floor now in the downside. Mamias couldn't prevent that. I don't think there's any res utility available either. Now, of course, blue team are continuing to grow their point lead, but they may have to end up conceding the bell if they're not careful. This is a very hard situation for them to engage into. It's one tick away from capture, by the way. If they step off the node for any time, they are going to lose this bell. So they cannot leave here if they want to do that. I think they're going to have to concede it eventually. I don't really see them being able to win this. Zintrax is simply a little bit too low. They do trade him off and get those players rotating back in. They're going to try to go for it, but Zintrax have so many conditions. He's just going to bleed out there. He got covered in conditions, and red team secure that bell and win the fight, and Sugar Crush are sent packing back to the rest of the map.
Yeah, but I just don't know. I mean, obviously, so again, I think if they can continue to do this and continue to just grow the bell points, it can be worth it. You can get if you get every single bell and you are able to extend the game to the point where you're hitting like the third, fourth bell, it's very worth it to do it. But they are already 150 points behind, and it's going to be very difficult for them to extend the game to that point, I think, unless they can start getting some more fights. Maya's almost gets cleaved out there, but the high-end res coming in from Maya is going to be good. That's going to be a really nice kill picked up there. Red team does do a really good job, though, of controlling middle node, and this is going to be a really big win for them. That's going to be their first double cap, I believe, of this game. Outstanding quality, though, unfortunately going to get picked up over by the dock. Nice rotation there. Excuse me, by Maya once again after getting that res. So nice play by the Spectre of blue team so far. Really doing a good job of running around this map and controlling a lot of these side nodes. But yeah, red team, I mean, they have a chance. They have a way to get back into this game. Bell coming back up in 15 seconds. If they can, do this one a little bit quicker and maybe slow down blue team's point progression a little bit faster here, I think they do have potential to come back into this game, but they really need to make some moves now. And they are coming down into this bell, potentially a little bit behind with Ehu just coming in off the respawn.
Yeah, 100%. Bell now back into the mix. It looks like all players will be available for that, but hold on, actually. Maybe the opposite is happening here as a massive burst of damage connects onto Mamias. Don't think that's really resable either, so that is a bit spooky for Sugar Crush, as that does mean that there's going to be no support for them going into this spell. Now, Floor, well, outside, there's obviously kind of like the hybrid, of course, of the Paragon almost, which is now in position. They actually get some good progress on going for that cap. Now, of course, blue team is still basically winning the map state, and they are able to actually get a kill onto Godlike Rage and Sea Monster Guy at the same time. So they kind of equalize it out there a little bit. The mech also in a huge amount of trouble versus Zintrax in this 1v1, looking to find that kill as well. The DPS is coming through. The Spellbreaker pull might actually secure the kill here. Yes, it absolutely does from the Mage Bane tether. And yeah, there hasn't been enough pressure. The red team were not able to rotate over towards the bell there to kind of capitalize on that lack of support. In fact, that advantage is now completely negated as Mamias is back in the mix. The bell is very likely to be won, in fact, by Sugar Crush. And well, Sugar Crush, they're looking to get themselves a 2-0 here.
Yeah, I think as soon as Sugar Crush gets a bell, even though it's only 25 points, the main thing here is that it denies 50 points from red team. And I think that's probably going to be game. And unfortunately, Godlike Rage coming into this, but he's going to be pretty low. Standing quality probably going to fall right after him. He's also super low. And yeah, I think unfortunately, red team, they had a little bit of a way to come back into this game, but unfortunately, they were not set up properly for that bell fight. They had their players a little bit in the wrong place, the wrong time. I don't think the rotations were there at the end. They are going for the res onto Outstanding Quality, but Maya's potentially going for the stomp. Oh, but he's not going to be able to get it for the res comes through. But again, I think it's just a little bit too late. Already 200 points down. Blue team looking very, very comfortable in this lead. They actually probably could even seed, I think, the third bell if it gets to that point, because I think, by that time, 50 points is not going to be enough for red team to come back into it. So blue team looking very, very good, looking healthy, easily can win off of one node here. All of the onus to win would be on red team, and I just don't think that's going to happen. So it's probably going to be the 2-0, but still, nice showing here from red team. Pretty good, interesting first game on Temple. A little bit of chaos, you love to see it, and then come over to Capricorn playing on their not home region, and yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Exalted Quality is definitely a big enjoyer of playing these ones. I think it's basically played in all of them, actually, in some form or another. So always good to see that showing here. And of course, the same with Sugar Crush, right? Like Sugar Crush, there's a lot of very familiar faces, right, on the blue team as well. Of course, so they're going to be, proceeding to the next round of this tournament, I think, as at this stage, all they need to do is just get 1 or 2 more kills, and I think they will essentially have this game as a guaranteed victory for them at this stage. If we see anyone else die from red, there is no way to recover at this stage, and that might be the Thief as Taco Cat lands a crushing blow onto that core Thief. Doesn't actually manage to quite get the kill there, wriggles away into stealth, but that's not going to cut it. We need to see those decaps. You know, it's funny as we say that, they need a couple of kills. They actually have a couple of deaths as Zintrix and Floor. Look, both of the warriors in downstate, guys, screenshot that and send that to the forums. Let me tell you that. As this game is kind of getting towards its end, Thief going to contesting their Maya, not able to basically hold that 1v3 onto the bell. But as you say, they can concede this. They don't actually care about this that much. They know they win on one node. Taco Cat knows that he's running around in circles, waiting for someone to come and fight him. Keyboard turning, by the way, potentially here. Very interesting interesting approach to movement here is Taco Cat. And yeah, well, the red team is coming. Like, you know, the Quack Lords, they're on their way. But I don't think it's going to be enough.
Nope. Once again, yeah, I think, again, one node will win this, and, you know, the two warriors who were just in downstate are able to spread out to two nodes. Again, even if Bell goes the way of blue team here, 50 points is not enough to give them the win. Taco Cat holding down the far node as well. And he's got the rotation here from Amaya's. So that is going to be a game. GG. That's going to be Sugar Crush moving on to face the French Worms tomorrow. And Exalted Quack Lords, we will be saying goodbye to them. Good showing from them, but this is the end of their tournament run. GG's to them, and we are able to move on to our final match of the day.
We absolutely are. Our final match, of course, is going to be Half's Heroes versus Zero Pulse. So it's going to be a trek back to NA for us, I think, to start this off over on the NA server. But yeah, unfortunately, that is going to be the end for the Exalted Quack Lords. And as you say, Sugar Crush, well, they better get some good sleep, some good rest, because tomorrow they face the Worms. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that suitably dramatic?
Yeah, it's good. I like it. I love the drama.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I hate drama, but
yeah,
the dramatic, you know.
You have a flair for the dramatic, potentially.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right.
I have an appreciation for the flair for dramatic.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Yeah. Well, let's stay tuned, as we will now be moving for the last time to NA. It's been a big day. A lot of exciting games, I think. We absolutely love to see that. Oh, I think we...
So...
Oh, yeah?
I was going to say, looking ahead, French Worms versus Sugar Crush, I think should be a pretty good game. Because we didn't see those teams face up against each other. And then Snowfall versus the winner of the game we're about to watch, I think should also be quite good. I think both Half Zeros and Zero Pulse have a lot of potential there. Obviously, USA versus Rank 55 Dragons is huge, but then the loser of that going down to face the ultimate final lower bracket winner, or second place winner, I guess. Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of really good games tomorrow. I mean, every game I think I'm just excited for, every set. I'm going to be pretty excited for. So I think that's going to be really cool to see. But yeah, we finally get to see USA versus 55. I mean, the last time we saw that, was that Mota too? Sorry, not Mota 2, because it was 55 versus French Worms. USA versus French Worms. When was the last time we saw
they probably did end up playing against each other in Mota at some point, right? Because they weren't in the finals, but I think they would have at some point encountered each other in that tournament. So yeah, but it's been a long time, yeah. We haven't had a cross-region event for a very long time, right? It's been a very long time since that's happened. So yeah, it's very good to be back and to be in that position where we're going to be able to see who is the best team in the world.
Yeah. When does Da Vinci play? That's a good question.
That's a very good question.
Yeah. All right. Once the arena is up, we can get in there.
The arena's up. I'm already in.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm on it. I'm not slacking right now. And of course, keep it going, guys. Remember, donate to the prize pool. Or don't. It's up to you, really. !Mota to learn more. We have a fat prize pool. 4,126 USD and 93,000 gold. Not bad. Not bad at all. Get involved. Do so now. !Mota in the chat. Okay. So I think the teams are starting to hop on in at this point.
Looks like it's Moobs again. I wonder if it's going to be...
He's back.
Yeah, these are some different names we've seen previously, though.
Oh, really?
Yes. Who's that? Interesting. Yeah, these are... Who are these people? Oh, these are... Oh, maybe these are ZP's alts. I think we didn't see them on...
Yeah, they are.
before.
Yeah, they are. It's ZP.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Maybe it's just... Maybe we leak the password. It's just like randoms just coming in to have some fun in the arena, seeing what's going on.
Oh, I did post it in map chat. And
oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Join for
Classic
500
mistake.
Gold.
Classic mistake right there.
Jeez. How did I do that? Excuse me. All right, gamers.
You
this
caught
is
my
our
cold.
final game for today. Excuse me?
You caught my cold through the internet.
I certainly hope not.
You're infected.
That'd be rough. I would hate to be sick right now.
That's all right. Please continue.
Yes, final match of the day. Thank you everyone for joining us and sticking with us throughout the night and the day and the morning and what have you. Yeah, hope you guys have been enjoying the show. We got some really, really exciting matches coming up tomorrow, so make sure you tune in. We'll be starting the stream at the same time as we did today. Obviously, thank you for the patience for all the players who've been waiting. I know things kind of slowed down a little bit towards the second half of the tournament just because we wanted to try to stream more games. We appreciate the patience and everyone waiting. And of course, thank you to our awesome admin team for getting those games going so quickly in the beginning of this day. You know, we would have ended up doing like a 12-hour stream otherwise without them. That would have been all thought, and I would have been dead and never wanted to talk again. So, yeah, overall, great stuff. Love to see it. Very excited for this final game of the day. Thank you all for showing up and hanging out.
I could not have said it better myself, so I won't even try. But yeah, no, I guess I will. I will at least attempt it. Yeah, I don't want to echo that 100%. Thank you to all of the players, all the admins. Okay, of course, my amazing co-caster, Roy, as well, sticking through it all the way through the stream, coming up to 7 hours of constant action at the same time. And of course, to all the viewers as well. Like, we had a lot of viewers watching this. I'm sure it's going to get even more exciting for the finals when we run that tomorrow. And indeed, to all of the wonderful donors as well, both in-game and, of course, to the cash prize pool as well. Emily Mirage says, Roy, please frog wide for us on camera. And the price for that is 50 MCs and 50 Ectos. I'm not sure Roy can be bought for that price, unfortunately.
I mean, I can be bought for much cheaper than that. Just depends on what you're buying.
Fair. I guess it's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's fair.
Frog wide is $10,000 though. So.
Yeah. Is that per frog wide?
Well, I don't think I would need to do more than one.
I mean, why not? What if people want more?
Well, because it's going to be perfect the first time I do it.
Fair enough. So they can just like reuse that clip for the rest of the time. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess so.
All
it's
right.
Just like my gritty. I did it once, and I never need to do it again.
Oh yeah, because we can just turn it into an emote, and then we're good to go.
Okay. So first map is going to be Skyhammer,
Ooh.
and then ZP banned Temple, half banned Capricorn. ZP are not going to be picking the second map for our rotation. So interesting Skyhammer pick, very first. Temple ban makes sense. Capricorn ban makes sense. Teams seem to... Although, actually, I think this might be the first time we've seen Capricorn banned. That's interesting. Because I feel like usually it ends up being the final map just throughout other bans, and we don't get to it, you know, because we just don't see the third game. I think maybe it got banned once, but yeah, I guess half team just does not want to see Capricorn, which is interesting. Forest is going to be the second map, though. So it's going to be Skyhammer Forest. Forest will be played on EU. Coliseum has now been banned. So now we're going to find our final map. ZP will ban the final map. Legacy is banned, which gives us Kylo, I believe.
Ooh. That's big.
All right, so Skyhammer is our first game.
I am setting up the arena as we speak. It is done. Good. To the Skyhammer we go. We love to see it. Alrighty then. Let's see what these teams are going to be playing. This could be a pretty interesting matchup, I think. Hearth's Heroes, I think, probably a bit advantaged overall, especially because we're on home territory for NA.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I don't think you can, you can't count out Zero Pulse. There's definitely some potential that they can maybe make something happen here as well. Like, anything can happen. Anything can happen. All right. Let's see if the teams are mentally prepared. Looks like they are. They're going in.
Indeed, indeed.
Here we go. Oh, wait. Willbender. I wonder if that is a... Ah, yeah, we see Catalyst and Willbender. I feel like that is a I want to play Evoker and Luminary moment. Ah, and we also have Scrapper
yes, but I don't
as well.
think they have the elite specs.
Yeah. So I believe that is the scenario here. Yep.
Yeah, that is what they told me they're going to be playing, so...
Yeah, that's going to be tough, I think.
Yep. But you know what? I mean, there was a monthly where 5 Catalysts won.
Yeah, that's true. But they only have 1. So
yeah,
I don't think it's going to do it.
Yeah. Okay. But all right, here we go. Final set of the evening, of the day, of the tournament for today. We've got Zero Pulse up against Half Zeros. Again, this is an elimination set, so whoever wins the set will be moving on to face Snowfall tomorrow. Whoever loses is done and out of the tournament. Skyhammer is the first pick of the game, of the set, rather. And, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, here we are on the Skyhammer. This is a map we've seen quite a bit today. It is notable that it did get banned a couple of times as well. Like, I think some players really don't like this. Like, some teams in particular don't like playing it. I think the Worms really do like playing it, for example. So, expect to see them go for it. Well, I think I would expect to see them go for it. But we'll have to see. Who knows? They're very unpredictable. Who knows what they'll have cooked up before tomorrow. But yeah, I think let's see if the teams are ready to go. We're just waiting on CCOD. Can you believe that? That's crazy. He's still
I
in the
think we're
tournament.
waiting on Trauma, but...
Wait, is he? Wait, are we? He says
well,
he's ready.
I know CCOD's the one who isn't readied up, but Trauma said he needs a minute in map chat.
Oh, well, apparently that minute is over. As here we go.
Yeah. So interesting, the Willbender build. You know, there was a pretty popular Willbender build before VOE launch that was like altruistic healing. Pretty
it was Valley,
Willbender build, and that's not what this guy's running. So I am interested to see what goes on here.
This guy is running some crazy stuff. We have Feel My Wrath, full berserker as well. I respect it with Hammer as well.
Okay, he goes for the ring, judged intervention and misses the mighty blow. Immediately, he's down to 1 HP. Dragon Tooth on top of him has to burn every single cooldown, and that's it. He was trying to get out, but then he gets stealth from the thief. Okay, I like it. Unfortunately, I'm not sure he's going to be able to be any more effective because he's dead. The Daredevil as well going to go down. So I liked. There was a moment where I thought maybe he was going to one-shot someone on the red team, but then that moment passed and he died. But all right, strong start here for red team. They don't die to the Willbender, and they get 2 kills. 3 kills now as the Scrapper's going to go down a little bit after. And yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I'm not sure if words can accurately relay what's going on in this game, to be honest. I think we almost have to, like, let it unfold as it's happening. It definitely is a little bit weird when one team has the expansions and like the kind of crazy broken stuff, another team doesn't. But also it's more than that. We also have some eccentric build choices going on at the same time, right? We're just kind of magnifying that, if that makes any sense, right? Like, we've got the Scrapper in the mix. Also, okay, this is a build. Full Zerker, Chronomancer Relic for the quickness uptime, just full damage, like full DPS. This is just the uber DPS team, apparently, coming through from the blue team here. I don't think it's really working for them, to be honest. And I think this is currently looking very, very good, obviously, for the red team. And blue team really struggling here. Of course, the next game is going to be on EU, so they probably have the expansions. Although maybe they're holding out. Maybe they're waiting for the reviews. I guess, although there's already plenty of those. You can read them. I
think we've seen them playing with the expansion on EU already. But yes, that could be possible. All memes aside, like, obviously these guys are playing, at a bit of a disadvantage comp-wise and build-wise. They're also just not really playing together. Like, they're all kind of just running around doing their other thing. The Willbender's just judge interventioning into players and missing every ability. And like, you can run some builds that are less effective, but you can also play them a lot better than they're playing it now. Like, I want to see them group up. I want to see them try to set up that Willbender for like a one-shot with the mighty blow, because it's doable. If they coordinate a little bit better. But so far, that's not happening. So far, red team, basically, all they have to do is not throw, I think, and they will have this game in hand. As you mentioned, of course, next game will be on on EU. Next game will be blue team's map pick. I think this is kind of a similar situation. We saw this team. The first time we saw this team was against EQ, and I think it was a very similar situation where they lost very hard to EQ the first game, and then they won the next 2 games very hard on EU because they had the expansion. So it is almost a go next situation for them probably. But at least they're giving us something interesting to look at in the meantime.
Yeah, I mean it is content. I'll tell you that. But yeah, I do agree though. Like it does appear that we're kind of going through the motions here. Like blue team is kind of playing ranked here. They're just going in. Like look, the Willbender is like, yeah, you know what? I'm just going in. Like wants to try to help this Elementalist, the Catalyst, but it's going to be a little bit too late. And that means the Willbender is now in a very weird spot, about to be like fully surrounded 360 by the entire team. Goes for the burst onto Trammer, but unfortunately Trammer is like a 2.5k toughness conduit. So it doesn't really do that much.
But he unfortunately got scared away by half coming in here, and he wasn't able to follow up on that ring CC. So yeah, I think this Willbender might be dead. Yep, 1 CC, and that's all she wrote.
That is brutal, yeah. I mean, that Spear 4, the Abyssal blocked. If that catches you, you're not in a good place, that's for sure. A lot of damage coming through there. The Willbender falls over.
His comment in Twitch chat, worst NA team versus best EU. That's good.
I mean, look, honestly, guys, I have not seen enough memery. There's not been nearly enough memes going on in the chat. We're going to have to ramp that up tomorrow. I get it. It's a little bit late now. People are getting tired. But listen, guys, I need all of you to come back tomorrow and be fully energized, okay? I want to see some full energy going down here because, look, the teams are going to need your support.
Yeah, I do like, obviously you're right. Like, I would like some more memes too. There could have been some more memes in chat, but I also do really appreciate how every time we have one of these tournaments, there are just like 10 people that come out of the woodworks that never interact otherwise, who are just like EU versus NA. They're just like, oh man, EU's better, NA's Drew, whatever, and just like for one of these tournaments, and it's a good time. And they also mostly just argue and chat with each other when it isn't even a NA versus EU game happening on stream. They're just saying it.
I mean, they're playing their own game, right? They're very much like if you think about it, they're PvPing like just as much as like the players themselves, right? They're actually just engaged in combat against each other.
Yeah, Trump almost dies. It's almost a kill.
Yeah, he almost went down, but was able to heal up there as well. I feel like this Rev build is just so tanky. You got the hammer spinning, you got 20% damage reduction. How much toughness does he actually have? It is Tyrant Amulet, so only 500 there from the attribute, but of course gets a little, gets some bonus stuff, of course, from the conduit as well at the same time. So super durable on this build, like while still packing some serious punch at the same time. But yeah, red team essentially just the game's a bit of a formality. I don't really think that blue team is going to be able to fight that much. C-Code gets the kill. Blue, dude, the Ellie has got infinite fire breath on my screen. That's crazy. I wonder if that was this when he revives. There's a visual bug on the Catalyst. Oh. The Catalyst is like doing fire breath forever, dragon's breath forever. I'm gonna see if it persists after the respawn.
Do you think that Nike's ever said anything of value?
I would say yes. I was gonna point out something specific, but I don't think I can. Yeah. And it is infinite fire breath. Porky is breathing flames. I think blue team kind of know it. Then they're ready to go back to EU after this. They're ready to get into the mix. They're ready to pump. And we are going back to EU for potentially the final game of the day. Half Zeros versus Zero Pulse on the EU server. In just a moment. I believe it's going to be on Forest, I think.
I believe so.
Yes, it is Forest. Red team win there, pretty decisive, and back to EU with us.
Indeed. I think they're ready. All right, so to get back on track a little bit here, that game was a little bit of a wash for sure. I don't really think Zero Pulse had much of an intention of winning that game. By the way, not that I care too much, but since they were also complaining about it being a little bit late, which is valid, it's very valid, you probably could have conceded the first game, I think. I mean, that probably is something you could have at least asked about doing. But nonetheless, they wanted to play full Berserk Willbender with Judge's intervention. You know what? If you want to do that, fair enough. I respect that choice. That being said, I think they probably were going into this with the mindset of, we're going to have to win 2 games in a row. We're going to be down 1. So I think, because they did a very similar thing with EQ before, I think their mentality is we have to just win both games on EU very hard. However, versus EQ, they were able to get more points, I think, and they were able to confirm the third game being EU. They only got 15 points there on an A. So they now have to hold Havs Heroes to 514 or less in order to confirm the third game being EU. Otherwise, we're just going to see the exact same thing back on an A. So they put themselves in a pretty hard position there.
Yeah, that might be a little bit of a stretch, I would say. To be completely honest with you, not going to be easy to do that whatsoever. And that is why, if you are, even if you know that you're going to have a tough time, it is always a good idea in this format to do your best to get as many points as possible because of that exact eventuality.
Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely.
I am resetting the arena, and then we will get down to business. Streamer data. Name Roy. Street name Roy. Affiliation ArenaNet. Turn-ons, gathering nodes. Turn-offs, World vs. World griefers. Pet, electric razor. Known weaknesses, double-battered onion rings. Signature weapon, off-black suit. Finishing move, doing ArenaNet community management in random discords and stream chats.
That's actually, okay. Nike
pretty accurate,
has
no?
actually said something of value. Yeah, that's fair. Although I wouldn't really call this off-black. This is just gray, but that's fine. Yeah, all right. Let's get the gamers in here for our second game.
Alrighty then. Oh, okay.
And all right, so this is, I almost, what?
Hold on, I need to quickly reset the map. I messed up again, it's getting late. Hold on. My application is not happy with me. That's my bad. The code is screaming. It's raging at me.
Absolutely.
But
still waiting on Havs Heroes to whisper me the comp anyways.
All good then.
What I was going to say is, I feel like all Havs Heroes really have to do is score more than 15 points. And they almost guarantee it. Because,
yeah, I mean, even if they lose.
Unless ZP win this game, but have to go back to NA, and they're like, all right, now we're going to buy VOE so we can play real classes on NA. I can't imagine that the game would go any different on NA.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
All Havs team really has to do is score more than 15 points, which, if they can't do that, then I think they deserve to lose.
Wow. You're saying they deserve to lose?
If they can't score, if they can't score more than 14 points, yes.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely true. I would be in agreement. They had better score that. However, I do think Havs Heroes have been performing well. I certainly wouldn't count them out on EU whatsoever. I think that, if anything, judging by that performance there, they seem to have their stuff pretty well sorted out. I think I'd be feeling pretty confident if I was them going into this game. Of course, if they are able to win here, the winner of this match is going to face Snowfall tomorrow, which is going to be a very challenging match. Like we saw, look, I think we have to definitely give a big appreciation to Snowfall. They're actually performing extremely well, right? Really giving Team USA a bit of a challenge relatively early into the tournament. So very excited to see how that one goes out. And of course, it gets more and more tragic with every game because, of course, then we could potentially end up with, it's going to be French Worms versus Sugar Crush, then it's going to be maybe French Worms or Sugar Crush versus Snowfall. I mean, you really hate to see it. You really, really do. Like, all of these matches are just such they're such heartbreakers when you get there. But here we are. We are now loaded in. Let's see if our players are ready to rock and roll for the final game of the day, maybe. Or, it's either the ultimate game or the penultimate game.
Absolutely. And all right, we've got some real classes here for the blue team. And you know what? I gotta say, listen, if you're in it to win it, why would you not have VOE on both your accounts, because that's what Habs Heroes have, right? They're in it to win it. So again, if they win this set, it's because they, well, okay, it's not just because they won or bought the expansion, obviously, but they are in it to win it. This is the point I'm trying to make. They're prepared to do what is necessary to win. And yeah, I mean, I think if your game plan is to just hard pub stomp EU sets, and you're like, okay, we don't need VB on our ults, like that's fair. But then when you come up against a team like this, who like maybe you could beat them on EU, but there's no way you hold them to 14 points, like, yeah, I don't know. I just don't think it's a good point.
Yeah, I don't think it's super realistic, to be honest, because I think holding, like, I don't think we've seen an actual 500-0 today so far, right? Like, we haven't seen, I think the most brutal we've seen is like 500 to 13, but that was also a weird situation where like one team was playing like core classes or something. It was odd, to be honest, what was going on there, but still very hard to do. But anyway, here we go. Now that we actually have the comp kind of a bit more locked in there, immediately Seacon under fire, but does quite elegantly climb up the rock and then fall off it almost immediately afterwards. And then the team fight kind of begins as Halves Heroes kind of retreat back to this node to support their Necromancer and bring some more DPS to the table.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is that blue team are forced to just like play super aggressive, and that's actually going to work against them here as TP Benny just immediately gets annihilated. No res utility possible if they even had it, which I don't believe they do. And that's already 5 points on the board for red team there. Ziplucci already probably in danger themselves. They're going to be able to pour it out. But red team are going to confirm mine. And it's looking very dangerous here for blue team. They are probably going to be headed back to NA if they are even able to win this game. Double cap here for blue team. So ZP are looking pretty good so far in the start here. They, even after that kill with the rotations, they're able to confirm the double cap. Kira now going to be forced into the RF, coming into this fight a little bit low. Does need to be careful they don't go into down state. Getting pressured very hard here. No cooldowns left. The support going to be there for the rest of their team. Not enough to keep them alive. And down state comes out there now. A lot of pressure coming out for red team. I don't think that is going to be resable, and it's not. So now blue team are going to have to try to disengage. Void going to be very, very low. There's Luminary. Not a lot of cooldowns left on themselves either. Shield block going to keep them alive for a couple more seconds, but probably that is just going to be them chased out here. And red team just swinging across the map, killing players left and right, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. And they're going to be able to turn this map state back into a slightly less favorable position here for blue team.
Yeah, 100%. They have the point advantage, but again, that doesn't tell the full story here. The fights are just looking very good, I think, for Halves Heroes. Seacon actually in a bit of trouble there. Does get blown up a bit by the Luminary. Gets bursted down pretty hard, but has a good chunk of Shroud still piling on the pressure there as well, and support coming in from the remainder of the team at the same time as well. So I think we're starting to see this game started to, cool off after the initial rotations here. And, well, 2 players just now coming back off respawn here for Team ZP. They've got to find a way to win one of these fights. And, well, they actually do find that. The Evoker, Benny, able to kill half over here. So that is going to take a player off the board there for about the same time, just a little bit longer than the Spectre is going to be dead. But let's see how this fight actually goes over here. We have it starting to bubble up and brew. We've got Moobs, Trauma, and Seacod against Void Kira. And, of course, the Conduit from the blue team as well getting into the mix. But, whoa! That is some serious damage. And the support evaporates for Zero Pulse.
Yeah, again, we saw like the early map state going the way just because of how aggressively they push. But that aggressive push kind of cost them. But, I mean, at the same time, it's almost like they're going from one side of the map to the other, doing almost essentially the same thing. They're allowing themselves to get farmed, but they are holding on to nodes. But that being said, eventually that will catch up with them. Red team will stabilize much harder and much more heavily. They've now set themselves up on the opposite side on the respawns of blue base, which means every time that another player kills, they're going to have to feed into that side node. Seacod is established there. He's starting to move off, but he's going to be able to keep an eye on it. Red team, and now, they're looking to just win the map on the other side of at mine, outside of their respawns. There is a downstate, though, mid. Trauma getting taken out here by Jingado, the Conduit for blue team. And I don't think anyone's going to be in a position to help him.
He died insanely fast as well. Like, he was on full health, and then all of a sudden he wasn't in half as well. Also taking a beating here. Moobs going for the res, is able to actually get it too, which is pretty big here. But yeah, this game is getting pretty spicy here. I'll certainly say that. As the content now begins, half under pressure once again. Moobs trying to go for the heal, half kind of getting stuck inside the weird kind of structures that are over at the same time. Red team, though, holding that node. Seacod pushing into middle, able to bully the Conduit away. from the middle node, and red team staying stable despite that, despite the death. Now Trama back in the mix, moving to help out Seacon on middle. Seacon potentially going to be outnumbered temporarily over here. Half goes down again over here, but once more is revived from the downstate. So some very kind of messy chaotic fights. The Evoker just connecting big time. Evades coming through, defensive abilities going off left and right, and somehow Half's heroes have managed to weather the storm here.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I was saying. You know, they had a favorable map state a couple of times, but eventually the amount of deaths that they're having are going to catch up to them. They are doing a really nice job, though, of taking Trauma out here. And Trauma does need to be a little bit careful in this 2v2, but he is able to reset kind of and get some of his health back. Seacod, though, a little bit pressured away from his team. They're doing a good job of kind of pulling it back and forth. Trauma, though, now, I think they're realizing that he's probably the easier target, so they're kind of isolating him out and really trying to stay on top of him. Seacod as well, kind of pressured out. This could be 2 kills picked up if red team aren't careful. Seacod going to go to downstate. We do see moves coming in, but he's not going to have the res signet. Half died over at mine, though, so that's actually a lost fight that red team are coming out of. And yeah, not a good state for them to be in now. They've got 2 lost nodes. They've got several kills on the board. Bleeding coming out here from Trauma. Seacod on respawn. This is a good place for blue team to be in. And, you know, I'm going to have to kind of go back to what I was saying. They've done a really good job of kind of coming back from where I would say is like a bit of a shaky map state to a pretty solid looking place. Yeah,
for sure. Like, this game is... It's going back and forth, right? Like, it's certainly not obvious who's winning right now, that's for sure. Obviously, blue are in a good position, or rather, Zero Pulse are in a good position, but, you know, I think you can see a bit of that experience here. A lot of experienced players on red, they're able to kind of, get themselves back together and push back out onto the map, and the next stage is now going to begin. We have the Necromancer and the Elementalist pushing over towards the Henge, and the remainder of the red team moving on to the Quarry.
Triple cap.
Ooh.
Coming out here for blue team, yeah. Lucci going to be very, very low out of that fight. Kira kind of left alone as Lucci trying to reset, I believe, on the Spectre. Yeah, does get the out of combat, so they are going to be able to reset. And still holding on to the triple cap. I mean, it's looking good for blue team. They have a pretty good game plan here. They're executing it well so far. Again, it was a little curious at first, but I think they've done a good job of kind of reorganizing and splitting themselves across the map effectively. Moob's going to be caught out now without peel from the rest of his DPS, and he's going to be taken out. So support already gone for red team. That's going to make this middle node fight very easy for blue team. Even though Jingato's coming in here very, very low, shouldn't be a kill. Benny as well as the Troubadour going to be able to heal him up, sustain him up, and red team are going to have to try to leave this without losing any more players. Trauma going to be low though, might be able to get taken out here. Claff probably okay, but I think Trauma's going to be all right as well. But either way, that's a double cap again here for blue team. Moob's actually self-resing, and
is he going to get it?
Be able to get it.
He is going to get it. The symbol gets him. That's crazy.
Interesting.
Red team. I mean, they're gonna go. Oh, they're gonna play the beast, but they've got to be very careful. Actually, the Evoker is lurking, which could potentially steal that. Especially with Trauma actually taking quite a lot of hits there. Who's gonna get it? Red team do get it. A bit of an RNG there, but Trauma dies for it. I don't think that's gonna be worth it. Moob's having to burn the Signet is gonna be successful in doing so, but Half not in a good position right now. Just a couple of thousand health left over. Blue team converging on us. The heals are good. Blue team get the beast of their own on the other side of the map. Can red team try to turn this game around? Because right now they are struggling. They need to make this work. Now, bear in mind, of course, they do still have that 1-game lifeline, whereas their opponents do not. But regardless of that, let's see if they can make this fight happen. It's going to be an all-out 5v5 brawl, and the health bars do not look good for red. Well, they look a little bit worse than not good, as they're all dead.
That might be the biggest wipe we've seen all day.
Yeah.
In fact, it is. Absolutely. That was crazy. Yeah. I mean, that's just...
Look, they're all dead in the same spot. Look, they're stacked. It's world versus world. Yeah, it's Chinese GVG. That's what that is.
Yeah. You know, the only problem here for blue team is that they have nothing to do with all these kills.
Yeah.
All the nodes are theirs. There's no beast. They just... All they can do is stand there and wait for red team to respawn, which, I mean, I guess is, you know, good. But that's kind of funny. I think this might be the first time I've seen a game like this, actually.
Yeah. And all of this just... All of this is just made incredibly weird to me, Roy, because we're going to NA after this, and blue team doesn't have the expansion.
I mean, again, they have the chance to buy it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a couple of minutes. They could buy the expansion before going over to NA, and then just like have the same comp and the same builds. Which again, like if anything, like would you feel that they'd be favored on NA at this stage with this performance, I almost feel like they would be, right? Like, judging by how strongly this is, like, they appear to be just doing a better job with the fights.
Yeah, I think the problem is that, like, obviously the first game was a wash. We didn't really see either team have to play because Blue was just kind of inting and Red team was allowing them in. This game, Blue definitely looked better and stronger, but they're on EU. It's going to be... okay. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely gonna look like... I would be surprised if... I don't know. It's really hard to say. It's really hard to say. You know, because obviously you're gonna have a bit of a disadvantage as NM players. Oh, hold on.
Oh, wait, what's happening?
Sorry, I'm just answering a question from the ZP team.
What is the question? What do they want to
know? They want to know if they can FF.
I mean, they can.
They don't want to go back to NA.
Yeah, I mean, they can if they want to.
Will Benbird.
That is...
Yeah, I told them that.
Yep.
Yeah. Still waiting for their response. Wait, I'm confused.
Any oil princes to donate blue X packs? And it is a 1-1 score as of right now. Let's see where we're going to go to this.
All right. They have decided they would like to resign. They're going to forfeit.
Yep. That's fair enough. They don't want to buy the expansion.
That's unfortunate. Yeah. I mean, okay. It sucks, unfortunately, that, you know, that's how the game is going to end for them. I would have liked to see them go further, but the reality is, in a cross-region tournament, you have to be ready to play on both regions. They were not. It's you know, I mean, I think they looked very, very good in EU, and in the other games we saw them on EU, they clearly were a very strong contender. Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, it really is. And of course, that means that it's going to be, and we can just actually, let me just update the bracket real quick. Hold on. Oh, let me put the scores in, hold on.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
Hate to see it.
What was the score? It was 195.
All right, so Half's team has won.
That is correct. I am giving them a 500-0 for that. And indeed, that should have our bracket up to date. So that is our final game of... Oh, hold on. That's not quite working. Whoops. Okay, yeah, that is going to be the final game of the day, guys. So thank you very much for everyone who played. Congratulations, of course, to Half's Heroes. Team USA, Rank 55 Dragons, Snowfall, the French ones, Sugar Crush, who are going to be playing tomorrow. And you can kind of get an idea of what's going on, guys. We're going to be starting in the lower bracket. We're going to be starting off with Snowfall versus Half's Heroes. Then we're going to be playing the French Worms versus Sugar Crush. And then after that, we're going to go back up to the top of the bracket for Team USA versus Rank 55 Dragons. We're then going to play the rest of the lower bracket. And then, of course, conclude with our grand finals. It's going to be an exciting moment for sure. So definitely stay tuned for that. A little bit of an anticlimactic end. I suppose, to today's event. But, I mean, that is kind of one of the weird things about not having the expansions. I guess if you don't have them, you don't have them, I suppose. But, yeah, there you go, guys. You can see the situation right here on what's going to be happening tomorrow. And, well, that is going to more or less wrap things up for us here on the stream. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. Thanks to the teams for playing. Thank you to the admins who have been blasting away like crazy, and indeed to my wonderful co-caster Roy, who's been putting in the work, guys. He's been streaming with Extra Life, and now he's here at the same time. That is some pretty cool stuff, if you ask me. The guy's working overtime, okay, on Guild Wars 2. He's putting in the hours, putting in the work. And of course, I also do want to give a massive shout out to everyone who has donated. We have raised a crazy amount of money today for both the tournament and Cure Rare Disease, which we absolutely love to see, in addition to about 20,000 gold. We're going to keep up that energy tomorrow, guys. We've got some big goals. We're going to smash. We're going to obliterate those goals tomorrow. So if you do want to get into the mix right now, go ahead and check out !mota in the chat to learn about how you can contribute to the prize pool, both cash and in-game gold. And of course, learn about the amazing charity that is Cure Rare Disease that we are once again proud to be supporting here for this tournament. So yeah, that is the situation. And I guess if you have any final thoughts, any comments, Roy, anything you think I missed before we kind of wrap up for the day?
No, I think you pretty much said it all. I'm just very happy to be here, very glad to be here, very excited for the games tomorrow. And yeah, thank you to all the teams for participating today. Thank you to everyone who supported the stream and watched and donated. And of course, the lovely and wonderful admins. And you, Teapot, thank you very much for organizing the tournament and giving me the opportunity to come and cast again. I missed it. Missed you. It's been a good time. And yeah, looking forward to tomorrow. So until then, see you all tomorrow.
So, I made the wrong team win. Whoops. Hold on.
Whoops. Well,
okay,
that's rigged.
Yeah, I gave 0 pulse the win by accident. Whoops. Okay, but we have now, in fact, corrected that. But anyway, yeah, that is pretty much going to do it. Thank you guys so much for watching. Do not go anywhere. Make sure you follow the stream. Do whatever notifications. We're going to be back at the same time tomorrow. That is 5 p.m. GMT. We will obviously be going live a little bit before that, like half an hour before that. So you can tune into the stream, have a bit of time. Because trust me, you don't want to miss this stuff, guys. You don't want to miss these games because it is going to be non-stop content, non-stop action tomorrow, guys. So, yeah. That's all I've got for you, to be honest. Thank you so much for watching, gamers. I'm going to go rest up my voice so I can still speak tomorrow, which with any luck I'll be able to, because we're going to need it to shoutcast these finals, where I will be once again joined by Roy. But until then, guys, we are going to go ahead and step out here, and I'll let some music play for a little bit, and then I will raid someone who is live. Thanks so much for watching, gamers. Back tomorrow, 5 p.m. GMT, same time. Put it in the calendar, use a time converter, follow the stream, subscribe on YouTube, go watch the VOD on YouTube if you want to, if that's your thing. And of course, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Take it easy, my friends. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. Don't go anywhere, because tomorrow's going to be massive. Take it easy. See ya.